Oh, Good, good. Pa-pa-pa-pam. Yes, good. All right, perfect. Check. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Smartphone for Africa Summit 2024. We have a couple of guests who are outside coming in, so let's give them a couple of minutes, and then we'll start shortly in the next 5 or so. Please get some water on the sides if you want some, and some tea outside just in case you haven't had any. We're starting about the next 5 or so odd minutes. Thank you. All right. Excellent, excellent. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning once again. Thank you for joining us and for being here on time. Welcome to the Smartphone for Africa Summit 2024. My name is Baraka Mora. I'm going to be your host and MC for the day and tomorrow as well. Please smile and shake the hand of your neighbor next to you and tell them, Karibuni sana. Karibu sana. Have come from outside the country. Karibu sana is really Swahili for welcome, which is how we hope you will feel this summit today and tomorrow. Very welcome, feel free. We're going to be making a couple of comments from the hotel in a couple of minutes. But let me take in 76. And the first smartphone is invented.
And to earn. Their primary connection device is the mobile phone. Not just another mobile phone, a cutting-edge device. That is our research question, right? A cutting-edge device to Africa's young people. So if you're over the age of 30, this might not be for you. But if you are under the age of 30, this is definitely for you. We are solving for majority of the continent. So local manufacturing actually help us earn, learn, and connect. And Angela will speak about this. We need to move our continent from 2G to 4G and 5G. This will not happen with what in Kenya we call a kabambe, which is a feature phone that can only text and M-Pesa, I mean, no harm to Safaricom, but we need to go past the M-Pesa rhetoric or mobile money rhetoric. We need to have earning beyond sending and receiving, manufacturing capabilities here in South Africa. But in terms of pure manufacturing, where at least 30% of the phone is actually made in the country, Egypt wins. And Egypt is here to tell us how they did it. When I walked in, I saw everybody ganging around the Egyptians. I'm saying, oh, poor Yasser, he's going to not go back to Egypt. So we were speaking to them, and there's a sad state of affairs is many of the assemblers that we have in Africa are shutting down, or they are operating below their. And it's very sad, from Nigeria to Rwanda to South Africa, very good phones designed and manufactured on the continent were shut down. In Kenya, we have a manufacturing plant, a couple of them actually, not just the Safaricom one, that is operating below its capability. How do we solve for this? The first one is with the boundaries of your country. The devices are being, high import tax. I'll come to the high import tax. Consumer escapism. So the one thing that we had across the continent is, what is this phone brand? I want a Samsung. I want an Apple. In fact, about this phone that looks like, found out that many people in Africa equate a smartphone to an iPhone. So it has to look and act like an iPhone. How do we get closer to this vision of the future? And that is Angela's presentation. I will not be speaking to it. But the one thing that we found was the biggest hurdle to the scaling of our manufacturers is bringing something from China to Kenya. If you have a phone, you're bringing from China to Kenya. You get spoken to the big ones. There's an OEM that holds more than 45% of the African smartphone market. They have their own thing they are doing. We have spoken to mobile network operators, some of the big ones. Some of them are online, hopefully. Again, everybody's working in a silo. The community, nobody's listening to them. And financial service providers, they are not aggregating their effort to actually push. Like we learned of a great model in Egypt for owning a smartphone. There's a great one in Tanzania for owning a smartphones, but nobody's cross-pollinating in learning. We need to do better in this. So again, when I came in and saw the different people having conversation, I realized the first agenda of this convening is actually working. People are talking to each other and learning lessons. And maybe after tomorrow, people will be actually exchanging business cards and strategies, and we'll see something happening. So this is an old, this is a very old presentation, but I will walk through it. So we wanted to look at what are the potential business models that we can look into. The first one that we found out was international and local partnership, where an OEM that is based out of Africa comes and sets base here and works with a local plant. And this is, they contract manufacturing. So we have many assemblers on the continent where the plants are actually not functional. And I'll pick on Kenya because Kenya is my country and the PS is here and he'll forgive me. We have 3 fantastic manufacturing assembly plants in Kenya that are underutilized completely. And one of them is almost grinding to a halt. This is a business model that can work with that, is contract a local, an international manufacturer who will come and set up base here and manufacture. And by manufacture, we are defining manufacturing is at least 30% of the components are sourced locally. And the challenges to that is like innovation, reliance on global supply chain and that. But the advantage, the resistance to change by the users actually is reduced. Because if Samsung is going to start producing from here, people love Samsung, right? Or iPhone, or some other one. People will be able to do it. So that is actually something that would work. And we've seen it work in Egypt. White labeling. This is where a manufacturer actually white labels something for you. And we've seen this happening a lot with the mobile network operators, right? They go and set up a plant and get an international manufacturer to just white label that. We have seen a big international OEM doing that with many of the MNOs here on the African continent. And that actually works. Operator branded. This is the one that I'm seeing a few MNOs working, and Safaricom is actually doing this. And it is where the MNO is setting up its own plant, and it's trying to connect the different things. And then the private public partnership. We are seeing this in South Africa and Egypt and Rwanda. And it's working to some extent where the government says we are taking this up in the whole and we are going to build the infrastructure and invite any operator to come and run it. And it's working. In Egypt, we saw they're doing a lot of phones. In fact, when we started this work, we thought we need to be able to have a supply chain of between 5 and 10 million phones a year. That is what Egypt is doing by themselves in 1 year. And we realized that it is where the government has said we are going to invest in this. We invite partners to come and do it. They take off the risk of actually investing in the infrastructure. And there's a final one, which is not on this slide. We'll share the final slides, is being able to take advantage of existing plants to do refurbishing and upgrading of phones. We know there's a huge black market. 80% of the phones that are in this market are from the black market. Why? Because people want iPhones and higher-end Samsungs, right? But these phones break. And instead of using another $1,000 to be able to invest in a new phone, why not use the same plans to start refurbishing? And anyway, you're sourcing the parts locally. Okay. They changed the slides quite quickly for me. We've already gone through this. So that's, so we've gone through this. This is a fine one. Okay, we've spoken about this. And then how do we do this? Is we need to start sourcing locally. So we have done our homework. What are the components that can be sourced from Africa? In fact, one of the things we were talking with Zach is, if I had a big magnet and put it in Central Africa Republic and attracted all the components from the African continent that can build a smartphone, what would be those components? Pretty impressive, to be totally honest. We have cobalt, we have lithium, we have gold and tin, which means that we can build a lot of stuff on this African continent. We have taken it a bit further. We spoke to DRC. They are creating their own smart city where they want to be able to be using their own minerals to start building some of this stuff like battery. Zambia here had already lifted up their hand about building batteries as well. So how do we start moving this ahead? It's the refining process. It's putting this together and expansion of certification and building capacity and capability. It's the one thing that we heard from many of the OEMs. Africa does not have the capacity and capability to be able to turn their minerals into value. Is how do we invest in those things? One slide is missing. Okay, so what are the components as we were mapping out is who can do what? So semiconductor development. This is one of those things that we're saying we cannot do chip development in Africa. It's too expensive. We don't have the talent, capability, only to find this is already happening. We are not waiting. So we've seen South Africa, Kenya, Morocco, and Rwanda now have started looking at chip manufacturing. In fact, STL and Latif is going to be speaking later on. They are doing chip manufacturing here in Kenya. And I think Uganda is online. There are people who are trying to do chip manufacturing in East Africa. So we are seeing these capabilities are already doing that. Battery. Zambia is already leading the way in this. And I was saying, in Kenya, we had a huge manufacturing plant called Everready here that can be restarted, and you can start doing smartphone batteries. We don't have, because they have the capability already and the talent already to do that. But guess what? We all produce plastic and paper. Why are we importing paper as Africa? And why are we importing packaging in terms of plastic? If you do it for your, every African household has a karai. I don't know what they do, the thing that you use to wash your clothes. We all have that. It's produced locally, we don't import that. We can do it for smartphones. We can do packaging for smartphones. So we are mapping this out to say, what is that 35% and what should it look like? We already have an answer for that. It's just a mapping out and making sure that we are working together in making this happen. But the big one is this, that's why I invited all these government people, is we need to have a conversation as Africa with Africa together. Yeah? If our cost of producing something in Africa is much higher than making something in China or Asia, anywhere in Asia, bringing it by air, not by sea. This is the surprising thing that I found out, that apart from batteries, all the other components I brought in by air. So that is pretty expensive. And hiring talent to bring it, to build it together, is much, much cheaper than building something on the continent. We need to have a conversation with each other. And that conversation is around taxation. We need to be able to see how do we catalyze the local manufacturing ecosystem to enable Africa manufacture for itself. And this looks like excise duty, value-added tax, import declaration duty. I didn't know that one existed, actually. Railway levy. All these are things that are adding to productivity, such that somebody comes and says, I want to be able to manufacture a phone for Africa. Then they say, this is too expensive. I'm going to go to Dubai or Singapore and be sending these phones by air. It's much cheaper. That steals from us many, many things. It steals for us our manufacturing capability, but also it steals from us jobs for our young people. Yeah, it steals our minerals and our raw resources, because you have to send it in raw, and they send for us with value added. So it's a conversation that we're going to have very candidly in these sessions, and hopefully by the end of it we'll have an answer. And for the people who are manufacturing on the continent, the one thing that we had was, we want to manufacture, we're invested in the continent, we want to do it here. We pay these taxes because we are good, but we've been promised to get the taxes back. But getting the taxes back is really, really hard, which means that we have to pass this cost over to the customer. And you can see where the maths is not mathing, is it's much more expensive to be able to manufacture here, just primarily because of the levies and the cost. And I'm really excited because Honorable Qhala took this upon himself and saying, if this is the one thing, let's do it at the Pan-African level. Let's see how we can do it within a sandbox. And the team from AfCFTA will be talking about that much later. So as I mentioned, our research has shown that if we are able to manufacture a phone locally, we'll drop that cost by 30%, which is a huge. Can you imagine your iPhone being 30% cheaper? We'll all have iPhones, which is the wish of every young people. But we're not having an iPhone, we're having a phone that our young people, remember you're building for a 25-year-old, a 25-year-old African wants. And what does that young African want? So as I've been talking to you, I've been mentioning the different partners. Our smartphone market is hinged on partnership and Pan-Africanism. It cannot be our country alone. It has to be a regional play, and it's a long play. So we're thinking about it and saying there are people, like everybody who is investing in chip manufacturing. Before we get to the quality that OEMs are looking for, another 18 months maybe, because you want to be able to invest in your capability. But somebody else is already doing something else. So we are saying, let's increase our capability to produce high standard a supply chain of high standard and quality inputs. But on the other hand, let's work together to meet that economy of scale. So it has to be a partnership between the private sector themselves, between the countries themselves, and also at a regional place. And that does not omit having international players coming in, because we know we cannot live and work in a bubble. And why do we do this? Because we need to be able to have equitable financing models that especially address the gender disparity. And Angela will speak about this, is how many women, far worse women, are not accessing these mobile phones because they're just women. So one of the key things I mentioned is partnership. So we said, okay, to bring this home, let's give you some numbers. The East African community alone has an addressable market of 112 million users. Can you imagine if you're able to just target 50% of that with mobile phones? But every time we talk about this, none of the assemblers has the capacity or capability to do it by themselves. But if you work together, you can be able to do it. You can say, I'll be producing 5 million phones here, and they're spread across the continent. I can do cables here, they can be spread across the continent. It's a huge market. And we need to be able to look at Africa as one market. Because out there, they think Africa is a country. Maybe we should start thinking ourselves as a country. Okay, it's refused to work. I think our message is that we are building for a 25-year-old African, right? That means that we cannot have a phone designed in China, in Silicon Valley, in London, and bring it to our African people. And Shiro and Angela will talk about what are those features that our young Africans are looking for. They are quite unique, but not out of hand. And we need to be able to help them access that phone. It's a phone that they want. That's why when you talk to many of the OEMs, local OEMs, their phones are still in the shelf. They've produced these phones, they remain in the shelf because no one is buying them because that's not the phone they want. And the users were saying that I'd rather wait a little bit and save a little bit to be able to get the phone that I want. Or I'll go to the black market and get one. Or I'll buy a second-hand phone from somebody in downtown Nairobi. And the second-hand phone has questionable sources, right? We know that, right? So we have to be able to balance all these things together and see how they work. The other one is equitable financing options. And we have some financial services providers here. What is a financial service that actually work for Africa? We've seen models like I mentioned, the one in Egypt, that does not attract a lot of interest. That means that people are able to actually access really good phones, at a good price without killing themselves, because of the interest rates. We've seen Watu that operates from Kenya and Tanzania that is doing pretty well. They've just sold their millionth phone, I think 2 weeks ago. Doing very well because it's very innovative. They're not following the grain. And how are they doing that? They're not looking at your bank statement, your ability to pay. They're looking at, can they trust you? The Ubuntu way. Can I trust you to pay my phone? And their repayment rates are quite good compared to any other of the pay-as-you-go models. And what was not able to come today because they were traveling, but their case studies, we are going to put it up on the website. So we need to be able to do this. But most importantly, we need to have financial services that are good for women because we need more women online. And this is my last slide. We need a multi-sectoral approach to leverage local expertise, government support, and product differentiation. And when we talk about smartphone for Africa, does not mean it cannot be the smartphone for the world. Because if it can work in Africa, it can work in Asia and Latin America, and the 5.5 billion people of the world that cannot afford an iPhone. Thank you very much. And I welcome any questions, or I'll pass it back to you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Shiko, and thank you for the breakdown on what can happen when Africans come together. 112 million smartphones is a huge market, huge market. Here to address us next is Ms. Angela Wamola, the head of Sub-Saharan Africa at GSMA. Please put your hands together for Angela. She comes over.
Thank you, and it's been a very lovely presentation, Shiko. I think this is why we tried to partner together so that we can actually move this needle. I mean, it's possible, it's doable. And I think the entire presentation is going to be about our capacity and our willingness to work as one, as she said, one Africa. So that collaboration aspect must come through. So my presentation kicks off with Sub-Saharan Africa as the focus. But it's an African presentation, so don't worry about that. And if you stick around with me a little bit, you'll see the connection. So we're talking about the smartphone adoption challenge. We're talking about the potential for Africa to actually get to where we want to get there. We do not have a shortfall of strategies in Africa. We do not have a shortfall of policies, national development plans. We already even have an Agenda 2063, which is so clear. I mean, it's our 50-year plan to get to the Africa we want. The question is, are we getting there? And I think it's the same question we're asking ourselves with the SDGs. 2030 is right around the corner. And we're like, oh my God, it came. You know, it looked like one of those Vision 2030, but it's here. So I think it's the same thing about the 2063. It'll be here in a minute. Last year, we got to the end of the first 10-year implementation plan, right? We had to take a step back and ask ourselves, where are we? Because if we're not monitoring where we are towards the ambition of the continent, then we'll never make the changes and course correct. And you know how it is. 1 degree of deviation will take you to the wrong landing station. We did not want to get there, but because we have made such a disastrous, mistake, and we didn't see it at the beginning, then it's very unlikely to course correct 40 years down the line. So I'm talking about this sub-Saharan challenge, and you will see why. So as I've mentioned, when you look at the Africa we want, goal number 4 speaks to us. How can we transform economies? And there are 3 things that are in that pillar. Number 1, sustainable and inclusive growth. No need for Egypt to be way ahead of the curve, South Africa with, Kenya, and the rest of our brothers and sisters are behind. If we want Africa to punch above its weight as a continent, leveraging the power of 1.4 billion people, then we have to look at how we're working together. So sustainable and inclusive economic growth is number 1. Of course, we have to leverage technology. There's no other way we can leapfrog. It's no longer the brick and mortar. In the 4th Industrial Revolution, it's about leveraging technology. And lastly, economic diversification. Because if we rely on our traditional bread and butter, whether it is agriculture or mining, whichever country we come from, we're not going to make it. It's about the entire team playing on the football field. Whether it's women, whether it's rural, urban, whether it's our economies, how do we bring everybody into the same team and play as one? So when we look at what we need to do, my premise is, can we play as industry as a partner? All right? Everyone here, AfCFTA, right? Whether it's Africa CDC, looking at health, whether it's whatever it is, Smart Africa, ourselves as national economies, can we work as a partner? And not just as a nation, but how do we leverage private capital? Because I think that's where we talked about public-private partnerships. If we continue relying on governments to deliver on the Africa we want, then we'll miss the mark. We need to figure out, how do we bring in private capital? How do we attract it? How do we grow it? So this is something I want you to think about as I go about my presentation and understanding where we are lagging behind, because that's where we need to then connect the dots with the smartphone. When you look at inclusive access, last year we measured our contribution to the globe, to the global economy in terms of our financial inclusion, what we have defined as Africa as financial inclusion. So through our contribution of not leveraging ATMs per square kilometer, but leveraging mobile money, we contributed 70% of global money transactions. That was $913 billion. Do you know how much we export as Africa to the globe? About $1 trillion. And this is the minimum viable use case, peer-to-peer money movement. We haven't even scratched the surface when you're looking at how we can use this minimum viable product to now do digital trade. You understand? If we can move $1 trillion, close to $1 trillion, just by sending money, can you imagine the potential? And look at the green. So the green traffic lights. Green is good, right? Red needs improvement. Orange there. That's inclusive access. And let me ask you, what is the underlying technology? Does anybody know under that? When it looks at from a mobile technology perspective, the Gs. Which Gs are we using there? 2G. Why? SMS. It's a very minimum viable product. SMS USSD. Hashtag 456, #89. You understand? Our people understand that language and they move money because the evidence is there. But look at the other one, inclusive connectivity. See how the colors change. Right? Inclusive access, is the percentage of your population in that country who have accessed mobile internet. Now tell me, what's the underlying technology there? Minimum 3G, at least even 4G, maybe 5G, a G that is above 2. You understand? We are moving from 70 global contribution to 30. Why? So the potential, this is what I'm saying, the potential exists. How do we unlock it? That is the question, right? Now, so what we do as a GSMA, and this is where we're in 2024, towards the 10-year plan for the next second 20 years of the Africa we want, it's about moving the needle further. We need to course correct. And I'm going to show you a couple of indicators that show us to get that 30% to the 70, we have to course correct. Something is not right. So how can we support advancing supportive policies? And we're doing it in 3 ways, which is our partnership with all these partners here on board. It's about how do we enable other sectors to play? Because as I've mentioned, we have less than half of our football team, 30% of our people are playing. Can you believe it? In a 1.4 billion continent? How do you compete with China? They are one. How do we compete with India? They are one. As we said, if everybody thinks Africa is one country, can we play as one country? Right? So we need to enable other sectors in their digitalization journeys. Those national development plans that exist, all those policies that are there, how do we unlock that value? And so we've also created a Digital Africa Index. I'll talk about that. And of course, the smartphone adoption studies, which we have looked at. Shiko has talked about it from the supply side. And I'm going to talk about the demand side, because it's always a two-sided model. All right, think about it. Technology sits in the middle. It's the enabler. But it has to understand the supply side, who's bringing that in, and who's using it. Because if you don't figure out that, the business model doesn't work. And that's what we're missing in Africa with that 30%. And how do we unite the industry? We can't continue working in silos, because the momentum, the rolling stone that gathers moss requires a couple of people to join our WhatsApp group, right? We have too few people talking and everybody else is just participating like flower girls. No, everybody must play in the team. And how do we facilitate investment? Because technology is capital intensive. These 5G, 4G, 6G does not grow on trees. And there are certain things that we can look at to de-risk Africa and make that investment worthy, because it requires private capital. And private capital is not patient. It doesn't matter whether we have to heal the world and make it a better place. It is not patient in Africa. So we need to attract it. We need to grow it if we are to realize emerging technologies. AI, blockchain, cloud will not work on 2G, even 3G, even 4G. Now let's see which G we are in. So, as I've mentioned, 3 things that we need to look at. Digitalization of Africa to close the usage gap. green digital future to lower the cost of our investments. Did you know in the urban environment, there are 4 building blocks, and my friend here, P.S. Tanui, we used to work with him in this area, understands very clearly where I'm going with these costs. It's the capital that you need to deploy. Around 48% of the costs are in building the towers. Another 12% are in the radio network, the thing that makes us talk. Another 10% in the backhaul. This is in the urban setting. Just to move that from one place to the other, how do you transmit, whether it's fiber or microwave? And another 30% on energy. Okay, this is now a systemic issue. This is why we need to work together. Because alone as a sector, we are not solving this problem. That cost that we're looking at just is massive. It just makes the business case not work in Africa. Now think about the rural gap. Okay, rural-urban gap. 58% of women, of people in the rural area are less likely, 58%, that's 6 people in the football team of 10 where the goalkeeper is just standing, he's not doing anything. We're talking about the people playing. 6 people, right? 6 people in the rural area out of 10 are not likely to use mobile internet. That's the gap in Africa. 36% women, less likely to use mobile internet. Fun fact, remember that picture I showed you of 2G in Africa? Did you know in Kenya there is no gender gap when it comes to financial inclusion? It's less than 1%. How is it we have a gender gap when it comes? It's the same technology. So don't tell me about digital literacy, what. It's there, but we have to unearth beneath the iceberg what is the issue. Because if they've figured out how to do *254 #X #Y to move money, are you telling me they can't go online? We have to unlock what are those issues around it. Because in Kenya, with our 93% financial inclusion, the gender gap is less than 1%. It's possible to do that across the continent. Anyway, as we move on, so the investment gap is there. So there are 3 things I want us to look at. Reducing the usage gap, looking at the green digital future to remove that 30% in the urban areas, which, by the way, the cost premium in CapEx for rural areas is plus 37%. So tell me, when you get to 67% costs to deploy a network in rural areas, at what point in time is anybody going to attract capital to do that? Yet, most of our people do not live in the urban areas, right? Let's move on. This is where the digital divide is happening. If you look at the rest of the world, more than 50% of their population are using internet. Whereas Africa, and I'm talking about sub-Saharan Africa, because remember, the ones that were green now were North Africa and South Africa when it came to inclusive connectivity. So that's why I'm now zooming in on sub-Saharan Africa. When you look at sub-Saharan Africa, 60% of our population, that is 710 million people who today have access to a 3G or 4G signal, meaning even in that rural area of that 710 million people, somebody sunk an investment with a cost premium of 37%, and nobody is using it. That's why we're at 30%. Because 60% of our people are looking at it. They are using 2G. We've seen the numbers. As of last year, close to $1 trillion. So they're using it, right? But mobile internet, they've said they're not using it. When you look at, like I said, the 10-year reflecting, that number looks like it has been growing. It has always been there. We just didn't pay attention to it. What we paid attention was closing the coverage gap, what was in red, which is good. As you can see, from 41%, we came to 11. Well done. A round of applause for ourselves, right? However, we forgot to pay attention about people using it. So that what is signaling right now is we have sort of signaled to private capital, perhaps we're not a good investment. You understand? Because then if somebody sank the investment in 2015, 2025, next year, like in a couple of days, are you telling me that we are not able to connect 710 million of our people who have already the technology right next to their doorstep? It's not about these people who don't have, because they're there, but they're 11%. It's about those who have. And now we start looking at the barriers. What's stopping our 710 million people, 60% of our team, from playing. Okay, we'll excuse the one player who doesn't have coverage. We'll get to him. But the remaining 5, what are you doing? So when you look at now, when you break it into the sub-regions of Africa, Central Africa, East Africa, Southern Africa, all right? Then we begin to understand where can we learn from one another and how can we help each other, all right? So if you look at Central Africa, it's a bit big in terms of coverage gap. We need to help our brothers in Central Africa and our sisters close the gap. What can we do? What can they learn from us? When we look at North Africa and South Africa, then they're much higher in terms of the number of people who are using mobile internet. North Africa in particular. 45% of their population. They're close to 50. Okay, at least they have half the team playing. Right? So we can learn from one another. But the message here is we need to understand what's working for one and then leverage that for the other. And there's also the technology divide. Remember, every G takes about 10 years before another G comes in. Okay? So by 2030, which G is coming? You'll find the usual suspects already commercializing it and announcing how their people are on. And the phone will be another 6G phone, which of course we'll not afford as well. If we can't even afford the 4G one, honestly, you understand? Now look at that gap, where Africa is at more of like only 14% of our people are on 2G. The majority are on 3G, that's close to 50%, and only 35% are on 4G. And look how many people are on 5G. Almost 4 years to the next G. 1. So the Gs are like running away very, very quickly from Africa. This is the digital divide. And the digital divide needs all these factors, from the supply side and the demand side. And when you look at it even deeper, now I'm just looking at different countries, yeah? So look at all the countries in Africa, Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria. I'm trying to understand who's doing well. You see Benin, okay, Benin, many of their guys are on 2G. Ethiopia, they just did a leapfrog to 3G. So everybody, 57% of the people are on 3G. South Africa, oh my God, 62% of their people are on 4G. They're the ones with the biggest red. And obviously they're the ones with the biggest 5G as well. They have about 6% of their people. But everybody else is struggling with 0 to 1% of people on. And these are the ones who are like ahead of the curve, right? We have a problem here. So my premise is let's start looking at enabling all sectors to be digitalized. Because there is something people are telling us. It's not the technology. 2G has worked. What about inclusive connectivity are they missing? Content? We know the usual suspects. Can we have content? Are you telling me that the person in the rural area is waiting for TikTok? You understand? Or gaming, Fortnite. They have real human needs, education, health, transport. How do you get from point A to point B without breaking the small bank that I have? How do we get education? Our well-being, all these things. Climate change, it's affecting agriculture. You can leverage these technologies, not just that we have a phone for the sake of a phone, but as a tool to have meaningful connectivity. That's what we're calling inclusive, meaningful connectivity. It is transforming your life. It has done it with the 2G. How can it now do it with 3G, 4G, 5G? We can leapfrog. Countries I've shown you have leapfrogged. They've moved. Right? So, when we look at reducing the usage gap, as I've mentioned as one of the things, we have looked at a couple of reports so far, 5 at the moment, and we're trying to understand from that aspect of digitalization of other sectors, what can we do? We've looked at Zambia, we've looked at Nigeria, we've looked at our percentage of contribution just as one sector to the GDP, and understanding how do we unlock other sectors' contribution to the GDP so that we stop having a scarcity mentality as Africa. We grow the pie. It's not small, as we have said. It's only small because we haven't unlocked how the financial inclusion can address everything beyond person-to-person movement, digital government, digital businesses. You understand? How do we unlock that? So if our sector alone contributes, say, 10% in Zambia, 13.5% in Nigeria, what are the policy enablers, like I'm saying, that will help boost these other industries? Because we have to help them. We can't think about ourselves. We have to think about our other economies. How can agriculture in Benin flourish? What do they need? What are they struggling with? What can manufacturing? Because you'll find that a lot of our MSMEs have agro-based enterprises. So if agriculture is struggling, then of course they'll struggle, because their business model will struggle. Yeah? If your business as an SME is in transport and transport is struggling, what did you expect? They will also struggle. But we have to grow the pie. So we have to look at what are the policy, regulatory, all those issues that are stifling them from investing in themselves in technology. We've done the same, I've said, for Kenya, we've done for Ethiopia, and we recently did in South Africa. So if we move beyond coverage and counting connections, we have to look at how do we move towards a digital Africa, digital nations, right? And stop looking at ourselves as just one society. It's about leveraging everyone, all right? So we're looking at the policy and regulatory enablers. We're looking at the mobile money enablers, because those have been critical for us to move. And then we're looking at also connectivity, just to continue growing. So if, you can go later and look at the Digital Africa Index on your own. It's a GSMA Digital Africa Index, and it'll help you just play around to understand how different countries are growing in that pathway. I won't belabor that point, but those policies help us to move to the fourth quadrant at the top right-hand corner, because that's where we need to play if we bring more of our nations who are now currently in the lower quadrant into the upper quadrant. So, Wanjiko will talk about this in depth, about the studies we've done in Kenya and in Rwanda, in Zambia, in DRC, and to understand and unlock what can we do to then unlock the potential of the smartphone, as Shiko had said earlier, to be able to play as a team, whether it's rural, urban, or whether it's the gender gap. And I thank you so much for listening to me. And I hope if you have any questions on what it is that's at stake, I'll be here and available to speak with you later on. So thank you so much.
Please, another round of applause for Angela as she takes her seat. When Angela was speaking about us playing with half the team and half the members, I was not sure that she's talking about smartphone penetration or Manchester United, which has been doing horribly this season with half the members. But we have a great team here, and I think we have a great solution coming up, right? And a great team leader. Because right now, to address the audience is one Mr. Engineer John Tanui, who's the PS Minister of Information, Communication, and Digital Economy. Mheshimiwa, please, if you could please come. Round of applause for the PS, tafadhali.
Thank you very much. Angela Wamola, GSMA Sub-Sahara Africa Ed, Shiko Kitau, representatives from various countries, Uganda, Tanzania, Zambia, my colleague from ICT Authority, Stanley Kamankuya, Ambassador, private sector, Presenia, Safaricom, Michael Mutika. Good morning. We are very excited to be here because of this very important discussion today about smartphones. For us as a continent, we've seen the data shared by Shiko, we've seen the data shared by Angela Wamola, and presents a very clear picture that calls for action for all of us. Good to see Kepsa Roberts Pioneer. It really presents and calls for action for all of us to address the missing gap. We've talked of transformation as a continent, Agenda 2063, the visions that we've had in various countries. Kenya, we have our Vision 2030 to really transform our country. And when we talk of transformation, we actually talk these principles, theoretical transformation, and real practical transformation that will really take our continent to the next level. We have our Vision 2030, which was anchored on 3 key pillars: transformation in our political sector, transformation in our social, and then the economic. And we've worked that journey. We've seen some of the results, key infrastructure that has been deployed in our country, and we can say a strong foundation has been laid for the country, and so across many of our continents. We are towards the last stretch of our Vision 2030, and one of our transformational tools is the bottom-up transformation agenda that is focusing on 5 key areas. That's agriculture, MSMEs and cooperatives. We're looking at how to address housing, healthcare, and digital superhighway and creative economy. And this topic of today of smartphones plays a very key role on the area of the digital superhighway, or on its own as an enabler and also as an industry. When you look at Asian countries, Malaysia, Korea, Vietnam, they've been able to realize a transformation within a generation, something that has been so elusive to the African continent. And it's important for us to ask ourselves pertinent questions and really look at what do we need to do. This week we had a delegation from Malaysia, and we had conversations and attempts discussing about really the transformation that has happened in that region. And we realize we are well positioned as a continent. The data shown here, our population, our youthful, the potential market that we have, that everyone will be scrambling for. It is an opportunity that can really enable us to transform our continent within this generation, transform our countries within the generation and within our lifetime. And we are very optimistic. I think some of the data was a bit discouraging when you see, but this huge progress that we've made as a country. I think 2 years ago when we started discussing how do we start ensuring that as a country we are food sufficient. And within 2 years, really the country has moved. We've reduced our imports on some of our staple food, imports of sugar, and we can see a traction towards a secure country in terms of food. It means we can plan, we can action, and we can get the results that we desired. And that is the direction that we need to work as a country and as a continent. When we look at the connectivity, because digital economy is growing quite fast, and you are looking the many Gs that Angela talked, Africa has missed some of this transformation that has happened over the years, industrial first, second, and within this current revolution, we want to make sure our continent is not left out. The digital economy component is growing very fast. Countries are setting targets of what should constitute their economy in terms of digital economy. We have that potential as a country and as a continent. And as mentioned, coverage of broadband, mobile broadband is good, but still there is a huge gap which is reflected by the topic of today of devices. About 2 years ago, we had a conversation, how do we close the gap on connectivity of our country? And we explored options on how to accelerate. And through our digital master plan, we had already set a target of 100,000 kilometers, additional kilometers to be covered in our country. And we realized that's not the only gap. We've made good progress, and we said as we do that connectivity, one of the things we said, we want to see fiber manufacturing happening in our country. We are proud that with support of ICT Authority, private sector Safaricom and the others, I think now almost 17,000 kilometers of fiber has been manufactured locally, showing the potential of our country. We also look at the aspect of smartphones, and we had many conversations in our offices with Safaricom and many private sector. As a concept, we engage many other players on how do we make it possible for large-scale manufacturing of smartphones to happen in our country. This is something practically within the last 2 years. Michael is here and many others. And we were happy that that really happened with support of our National Treasury and through the Finance Bill of 2023-24, some actions were done. And it's magical when we look back recently, 2 weeks ago, when KRA was listing the taxpayers of the year. We saw one name come out standing. For the first time, EDAC came out as one of the names mentioned, signaling a rise of a new industry in Kenya, which is an electronics industry manufacturing, smartphone manufacturing, and we can proudly say we are very proud as a country that within those 2 years, now we have almost 2.6 million phones locally manufactured and assembled here in the country. Can we clap for this private sector? There's still a lot of work to be done, as mentioned earlier, in terms of how many components on this can we say are locally sourced. We want to see how to enhance that percentage, and we are committed to stretch to the farthest possible. As a country and a continent, we've been discussing about semiconductor industry, which is the foundation of the electronic industry and emerging technologies. We've engaged global partners to see how we can accelerate this and make it a reality for our continent. We are very proud that through our engagement with the US and the last presidential visit to US state visit, we were able to get Kenya designated as a technology partner to the US, and also to be able to enable our private sector and the country to access the CHIPS Act of the US. We just need to make that a reality and operationalize. And as a country, we were the first in the continent to achieve that level. And it lays the foundation. We've seen STL in Tetan Kimati, Savannah Semiconductors, we've seen the electronics, M-Copper, we've seen EDACT, we've seen Numeral, IoT, Gearbox, and many others who are now. And we are seeing that in 7 years, 10 years, our export structure as a country will probably change, that coffee and tea might not be our lead products. We are hoping to see electronics. The lessons we learned from Malaysia and Korea and the other Asian countries is that they really are to shift. Korea now, agriculture contributes probably 2% of their GDP. Ours is still large, but the rise of this electronic, driven by the smartphone, which is high demand. Kenya alone has 66 million devices, phones, and it means we can be able to create a demand of up to 15 million phones a year. That creates a huge market that EDAC and the other smartphone manufacturers and many more can take advantage of. And we have also the African Free Trade Area that creates an opportunity that we can create an interaction. And the interesting part for this electronics industry, going back to these Asian countries, you look at Singapore, Malaysia, Vietnam, what is their biggest export and what's their biggest import? You find they actually interact. What Singapore imports, it provides inputs to Malaysia. And what Malaysia provides, it gives input to Vietnam and so forth. So we need a lot of interaction within the continent, and that's the only way we can grow. We cannot grow on our own. I don't want to go beyond there. I just want to wish you all the best. We have another event that is running. We have our public sector hearing for the budget process, which in Kenya is really anchored on public participation, and we need to engage. I chair the sector for infrastructure, and I am making a presentation in a few minutes. But I'm really, really impressed by what Qhala has done to bring all of us to have this great conversation and lay the foundation. What we want to encourage the entrepreneurs and the businesses is that the huge opportunity of business in the manufacturing sector, and in specifically the electronics industry, for our own demand and the exports across the continent. We need to start thinking and producing with export in mind, and you'll see the huge opportunities which will actually address some of our biggest challenges of unemployment. We are happy to see the great progress within that 2 years. When we look, we see the potential that we will create huge opportunities for employment for our engineers, our technicians, and various professionals in the electronics industry, led by the smartphone industry. So I want to encourage the private sector, and we assure you of support from government. We continue to celebrate, we continue to engage you and to visit you, and to see also the other accessories, those who manufacture the plastics industry, which is used in the electronics industry. We've seen accessories like power cables, Totosai, I saw them here. We need to encourage this ecosystem, and we need to celebrate these small steps that we are making as a country. It's not waiting for the big reality. The small steps, but we want consistent progress, and to engage as an industry and engage as government to make sure any challenges are resolved, so that we can realize the big dream of transformation we have as a country. All the best in the other discussions you have, and God bless you.
All right. Thank you very much. Engineer Tanu, I'll ask you just to come back for 1 quick minute so that we can do a quick photo moment, because I know you have to leave. Engineer Tanu, if you could join us just for a quick photo before you leave. I'm going to ask a couple of people to come and join us as well. Mr. Temba Kumalo, the Principal Advisor to the Secretary General at AfCFTA, if you could join us as well. Dr. Nkundwe from Tanzania, if you could join us. Aaron Mwandia from Zambia. Mrs. Sanyu from the Ugandan High Commission, if you could join us here as well. Mr. Yasser Abdel Bari, if you could join us, thank you very much, sir. Mr. Mutiga from Safaricom, if you could join us as well. Latif Chiromo from Gearbox, if you could join us as well. I'm going to ask Dr. Shiko to join us. Angela, please, if you may, join us as well. Quite a number. Zachary Kazaz from Bill and Melinda Gates. Thank you, Zachary. I'm going to ask Ben Roberts from KEPSA to join us. Stanley Kamunguya from ICTA, CEO. And I'm going to ask Ambassador Isaiah, please, to come and join us for this one. It's actually a full house. Photographers are going to guide us on how. Can we do 2 rows? All right, we're going to do a row in front, and just to reiterate, these are different representatives from different countries that are with us today. The officials from the Kenyan government, we're very grateful. We have just. No. Actually, Shiku, if you could go, I'm sorry about your leg. If you could back up. I'm sorry. We have representatives here from Uganda, from Tanzania, from Egypt, from Zambia, from Kenya. Oh, Karibu, just join. You came right in time. All right, PS Mukwala, karibu sana. All right, I want you to smile like we're about to launch $1 trillion project. Nice big smiles, nice big smiles. Media team, are we almost there? Say smartphone. Okay, I like that. Say smartphone. All right. Good. Are we happy? Thank you very much. We're happy as well. Yes, Dr. Mukwana is here with us. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies, for joining us for this photo. I'll ask you to take your seats. Yes. Engineer Tuni, thank you so much for joining us. All right, thank you. Just to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Juma Mukwana, the PS for Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry. Thank you so much for joining us for this auspicious occasion. Now, the show indeed must go on. And here to speak to us is from the Diaspora Investments team. This is the Secretary of the Diaspora Investment Skills and Entrepreneurship, Ambassador Isaiah Kabira. Please welcome as you address the audience this morning. Round of applause for Ambassador as he comes forward.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Good morning. I know ICT people can have a better response to a good morning. Our two PSs here. I'm here representing the PS for Diaspora Affairs, Ms. Roslyn Jogu. Unfortunately, couldn't be here. She's in Parliament. So let me recognize the CEO of Qhala, Dr. Shiko Getao, our PS, partners from Bill and Melinda, from Smart Africa GSMA, the private sector, manufacturers who are here, distinguished guests, esteemed partners, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here representing Diaspora. Today, Kenyans in the diaspora are the biggest foreign exchange remittances for our country. Today, Kenyans in the diaspora remit more money than all our traditional exports combined. Tourism, coffee, tea, floriculture. These would not have been possible if it weren't for the phone. It's become so easy to remit money from wherever somebody is around the world. This would not have been possible if people had to go to a bank and start transferring money to their relatives. This would never have been possible. It's great that you're here to discuss about a summit on smartphones for Africa. We all know that by the year 2050, there will be 2.5 billion Africans on this earth. 1 billion of them will be in the middle class. What greater market is there for smartphones? The Europeans have their phones, the Asians have their phones, the Americans have their phones. The appetite for telephones is here in Africa. And it's great to see this conversation, seeing how can we here as Africans be making our own phones and selling to ourselves, knowing very clearly that this is the market of the future. We were asked to talk about a topic on smartphones. What does Africa want? I mean, what a topic, because 80-90% of you are from Africa. You all know what kind of smartphone you need. So I don't know what really I'm coming. I'm coming to talk to ICT gurus who've done so much market research. They know exactly what kind of smartphone they need. So if I speak a few obvious things, please forgive me. I had to make a speech anyway. So I beg of your indulgence. I shall say some very obvious things. So, but I hope that will jog your memories. So it's a great honor for me to be here today at the Smartphones in Africa Summit. I'm truly delighted to join this gathering of visionary minds dedicated to enhancing the power of technology for Africa's growth and transformation. Today, we gather to explore a very pertinent question: what does Africa need from smartphones? In a world that is increasingly connected, smartphones have become much more than just communication devices. They are gateways to opportunity, innovation, and socio-economic advancement across our continent. With over 500 million mobile users across Africa, we are witnessing a technological revolution that is transforming every aspect of our lives. From enhancing healthcare access to driving agricultural productivity, facilitating regional trade, smartphones hold immense potential for Africa's future. But as we embrace this digital revolution, it's essential to ask, what does Africa truly need from a smartphone to unlock its full potential? First and foremost, Africa needs smartphones that are affordable, accessible, and durable. For many Africans, smartphones are the primary means of accessing the internet, although, of course, the figures that we have been given by previous speakers speak to that. However, the high cost of devices and data, along with the need for robust hardware, remain significant barriers. We need cost-effective smartphones that are designed to withstand Africa's diverse environments, devices, of course, with long battery life, strong durability, and even water-resistant to survive harsh conditions. Imagine a phone that can last through the week, especially in areas with limited access to electricity. This is essential not just for communication, but also for the critical services such as healthcare and education. Today, health is a top priority for Africa. Smartphones can play a very transformative role in this sector. Africa needs smartphones that can promote health by supporting the digitization of medical records, enabling patients to securely store and share their health information. We envision a future where a smartphone can function as a personal health assistant with apps that can track and monitor diseases like malaria, map out health trends, and provide instant access to telemedicine services. Where communities and leaders with cutting-edge digital solutions, such innovations can significantly enhance healthcare delivery, especially in remote areas by connecting patients to doctors, ensuring timely diagnosis, and promoting preventative care. Africa's economy largely depends on agriculture, and smartphones can serve as critical tools for supporting this sector. Africa needs smartphones that can provide real-time weather updates, market information, and agricultural tips and market tips, empowering our farmers to make informed decisions about when and when not to sell their produce. By leveraging mobile apps, we can connect small-scale farmers to larger markets, enhance productivity, and ensure food security. This aligns with our vision of using technology to uplift our communities and improve livelihoods. The African Continental Free Trade Area presents an enormous potential to boost intra-Africa trade and economic integration. Smartphones can play a vital role in supporting this vision. Africa needs smartphones that enhance connectivity, making it easier to conduct international and regional calls at affordable rates. This is crucial for business, entrepreneurs, and families spread across different countries. It's actually embarrassing when you are at the border of some of our countries and it costs you more to make a call across the border than it is to call the US. By streamlining communication and reducing costs, smartphones can help us build stronger regional networks, foster cross-border trade, and promote economic growth in line with AfCFTA's goals. Africa is home to a dynamic community of young innovators and entrepreneurs. To unlock their full potential, Africa needs smartphones that can support innovation and entrepreneurship. Through access to digital tools, platforms, and training, smartphones can empower our youth to create, innovate, and build solutions that address local challenges. Initiatives like Qhala are critical in this journey. By driving Africa's digital transformation, Qhala is equipping our communities and leaders with cutting-edge digital solutions, laying the foundations for the digital-first economy. Finally, Africa needs smartphones that build bridges in the digital divide between urban and rural areas, between the connected and the unconnected. Investments in digital infrastructure are critical to ensure that every African, regardless of location, can benefit from the opportunities that smartphones offer. At the State Department for Diaspora Affairs, we are committed to leveraging technology to connect with our diaspora, enabling them to contribute to national development through mobile platforms. Smartphones are vital in our efforts to mobilize the diaspora for Africa's growth. And in case you didn't know, the Africans in the diaspora are some of the biggest purchasers of mobile phones. When an African goes out there to seek opportunities in other parts of the country, one of the first gifts that they ever send to their cousin, to their uncle, to their auntie is always a mobile phone. So if you're doing your research, talk to Africans in the diaspora. Let them tell you what kind of mobile phone they are looking for, because they are the biggest purchasers of this. Additionally, at the State Department for Diaspora Affairs, we work to strengthen cultural and social connections Smartphones play a critical role in enhancing not only economic ties, but also cultural bonds between the diaspora and their homeland. Through a wide range of apps and platforms, the diaspora can stay connected with their roots, actively participating in the cultural exchange, supporting educational initiatives, and engaging in social projects that benefit communities back home. Smartphones are also revolutionizing financial inclusion by providing the diaspora with seamless access to banking, remittances, and investment opportunities. With mobile apps, the diaspora can easily send money back home, support local businesses, and invest in community projects, thereby driving economic growth and financial empowerment through Africa. In conclusion, the question of what does Africa need from smartphones is in your mind. I'm sure you know the answer. I was just trying to state the obvious. It's a call to action for all of us. Africa needs smartphones that are affordable, durable, transformative devices that connect us, and opportunities empowering every African to thrive in the digital space. As we look to the future, let us commit to making technology work for all Africans. Let us harness the power of smartphones to create a digital-first Africa, one where every individual has the tools, the knowledge, and the opportunities to reach their full potential. Thank you very much for your attention, and now we can get the gurus back to the stage to talk about why you guys are here. I was just talking to you about the obvious. Thank you very much. Asanteni.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Kabira, for that speech. And also just to echo some sentiments that indeed Africans in diaspora are some of the biggest purchasers of smartphones. And if you're in Kenya, you know our summer ban is about to come home. So the iPhone 16 about to increase. Actually look forward to a day when they'll be coming home to buy smartphones from right here in Africa. If you're looking for the link online for this particular summit, go to the Qhala Limited page or channel on YouTube. You'll find it there, Qhala Limited, one word. You can get the live link for this particular stream, and you can share it far and wide. Now here to address us next is Mr. Zachary Kazaz, the Senior Program Officer, Digital Connectivity, the Gender Equality Division of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Round of applause for Zach as he comes over.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you to the ministers, honorable guests, business executives, and members of the international development community who are here today. It's an honor to be here, to see some familiar faces, and to address you all at the Smartphone for Africa Summit. Thank you to Shiko and the team at Qhala for hosting and inviting me to this wonderful event. For those of you who do not know me yet, my name is Zachary Kazaz. As he said, I'm the Senior Program Officer at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, focusing on digital connectivity. In this role, I manage the foundation's work around digital inclusion and the programs that work to close the gender-digital divide. We recognize that digital inclusion is nuanced and includes cross-cutting barriers to access, affordability, digital literacy, relevancy, safety and security, and social norms. Our team has been operating for a couple years now, and we've made progress in understanding the scope of the challenges for digital inclusion. To create a cross-country comparison and benchmarking of digital inclusion, we're working with the World Bank to add phone ownership and usage questions to the Global Findex survey, with the results expected next year. We're also developing deep country-level analyses on the enablers and delays across the digital adoption journey. On digital literacy, we have honed in on some potential approaches to upskilling, leveraging female peer trainers and existing networks of self-help groups and village savings and loan associations. There's been more alignment in the ecosystem on how to measure digital literacy accurately with the Equals framework and the growing community around the Women in the Digital Economy Fund. As we receive early findings, though, we're learning that in some contexts, certain barriers supersede all others. We are all here today because we know that smartphones remain affordable for many of the 860 million Africans who are unconnected. And yet, smartphones are the key to unlocking the economy of tomorrow, as we've heard from speakers today. When designed and deployed inclusively, these tools ensure access to essential health services, educational opportunities, income generation, and meaningful participation in communities and economies. These are opportunities that have been historically out of reach for too many. As the pace of technological advancement increases, inequalities in information and opportunity will be further exacerbated across the digital divide. Device cost remains a key barrier to these opportunities for growth, and its drivers are fairly sticky. Limited supplies of key inputs, high shipping cost, foreign exchange fluctuations, and understandable tariff regimes. These combine to push up the price of even the most basic imported smartphones in the range of $100 to $150 USD in multiple countries across sub-Saharan Africa. While this may sound reasonable, this equates to between 4 to 6 months of wages for more than the 30% of the Kenyan population who is living below the poverty line. All of this points to a need for new, innovative, and radical approaches. Now, when I say the unconnected or digitally dark population, we likely all have different ideas of who that might be. Maybe it's an elder relative, maybe it's a domestic helper, maybe it's a teenager. But if you'll bear with me, I'd like to tell you about a woman I met recently, because I find her experience to be very emblematic of many of those who are unconnected. Mary lives in Kangemi, Nairobi. She's a vegetable hawker. She's 28, she has 3 children, and no formal education. She's separated from her partner. She became familiar with phones not long ago by using those of her friends. While she was working as a domestic helper, she was able to earn enough money to buy her first feature phone. Wanting more functionality, seeing her friends use WhatsApp and Facebook, she used her earnings to upgrade to a smartphone. Unfortunately, her first smartphone broke within 1 year, but she was able to replace it. After another year, her children accidentally broke her second smartphone. At this point, she no longer had the funds available for a replacement, and she had to move back to a feature phone, which she still uses to this day. Like many others, she has both interest and the digital capabilities, but cannot overcome the financial burden of acquiring a new phone. Both of her phones were purchased on secondary markets. Shiko was talking about the black market of phones. Neither of them was durable. Research that was conducted by Frame on adolescent girls and young women who are between the ages of 15 to 24 found that significant gaps still exist in smartphone ownership across the country. In Nairobi County, where we are now, 75% of adolescent girls have some access to smartphones. If we move over to Narok County and the western side, much more rural, this drops to 40%. If we look in Nigeria, the gap is even more pronounced. In Lagos State, 72% of adolescent girls and young women have access to a smartphone, and yet in Kaduna State in northern Nigeria, it drops to 30%. We also have reason to believe that the existing smartphones that are sold in Africa are not quite meeting the needs of the population. From the same study, we found that 11% of adolescent girls and young women only have access via a shared device in Nigeria. This increases to 20% here in Kenya. Sharing devices with a single profile deprives users of agency and privacy in their digital usage. These statistics, combined with others from our friends at GSMA, tell us that those who are least connected also tend to be the poorest. To reach them, the underlying device economics need to drastically change. While I'm highlighting the experience of women and girls, everyone will benefit from access to less expensive smartphones, and it will allow for deeper digital inclusion. Each additional 10% that we're able to chip away into digital inclusion can lead to another 2% of annual GDP growth for low-income countries, and it will meaningfully contribute to the AU's goal of a single digital market by 2030. That said, we also know women are more price sensitive than men, because women's earnings are often stretched across familial needs. With that in mind, we're confident that if we can solve affordability for low-income women, it means we can solve it for the majority of the population. I want to acknowledge several of the assemblers and M&O partners here who have already had early successes with certain pay-as-you-go models and gender-inclusive ways to facilitate access to credit. This is already expanding the reach of smartphones on the continent, and I look forward to hearing their updates over the next couple days. I would like to share one more story. This starts with auto-disabled syringes. Now, I know we are not a public health crowd. We lean much more to our ICT. However, I hope you can bear with me for a moment. So these special syringes, these auto-disabled syringes, withdraw the needle after the injection. This prevents reuse and eliminates the risk of injection-related disease transfer. As you can tell, I'm also not a health person. During COVID, there were some serious strains across the global health supply chain. Closing the borders and disrupted international shipping lines led to an undersupply of tens of millions of syringes across the continent. This led to delays in both routine immunizations and impeded COVID vaccination campaigns. At the time, 80% of these syringes were manufactured in Asia, with a several-month shipping time to get them onto the continent. Neseeing the opportunity and need, a colleague of mine at the foundation began working with Revital, a Kenya company based near Mombasa. Revital was already manufacturing less specialized syringes, and in 2021 began to adapt their manufacturing line to create auto-disabled syringes. Just 3 years later, Revital is now on track to produce 300 million auto-disabled syringes this year. They are also the first and only company in Africa to receive a World Health Organization supplier designation. Let's talk about the art of the possible. They've really nailed it. As we think about the components of a smartphone, my mind really returns to those syringes to consider what might be feasible with some imagination. What would it take to move from manufacturing glass to manufacturing a glass phone screen, or from wires to a phone charger? Are there changes in industrial policy that would help promote high-tech manufacturing? I hope we can begin to unpack similar technical and regulatory questions with this esteemed group. It's a privilege to be able to work with Qhala and all of you to conceptualize the dream of a better smartphones for Africans. I'm excited to explore the possibilities with you this week. Let's be optimistic, pragmatic, candid, and collaborative. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Zach. Thank you for your sentiments as well. There's some champions that wanted to be here today but were unable to be here today. So they sent us some video messages. I'm going to ask you to focus your eyes on the screen as we play two videos back to back. The first is going to be from Mr. Lassina Kone, the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of Smart Africa. It will be followed by His Excellency Wamkele Meni, the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat. The media team is ready. I'd ask you to focus on the screens as we watch our messages from them.
Distinguished guests, colleagues, partners, and stakeholders, I'm deeply honored to address you today
Do we have the sound?
at the Smartphone for Africa Summit, a landmark gathering that brings us all together to explore new possibility for Africa's digital future. While I'm unable, distinguished guests, colleagues, partners, and stakeholders, I'm deeply honored to address you today at the Smartphone for Africa Summit, a landmark gathering that brings us all together to explore new possibility for Africa's digital future. While I'm unable to join you today in person, I stand united with all of you, united in a shared vision to transform Africa into a digitally empowered, knowledge-driven continent. Before we continue, let us pause and reflect for a moment on what smartphones truly signify. We are talking about providing a tool that connects every African to education, healthcare, financial services, and entrepreneurship, all with a single tool in the palm of their hand. Imagine for a second a world where every African has the power to create, innovate, and inspire, connected not just to each other, but to the entire world. But here's the reality. While smartphones are a gateway to economic inclusion and social progress, they remain out of reach for far too many on our continent. Today, Africa has about 54% of smartphone penetration, which means over 690 million people are left either using a feature phone or not connected at all. Either way, they are limited to experiencing the full potential of digital inclusion. This barrier limits access, isolates communities, and leaves many behind in an increasing connected world. Today, ladies and gentlemen, at this summit, collectively, let us work to change that narrative. Let me share 3 critical pathways to make these visions a reality. First, we must boost regional collaborations. No single country can achieve this alone. Together, we can create regional manufacturing hubs that capitalize on each nation's unique competitive advantage and strength. By working as a united bloc, Africa can leverage the power of the African Continental Free Trade Area, AfCFTA, to remove barriers, encourage specializations, and streamline trade. Second, we must harness economies of scale to reduce cost and improve access. Africa has a population of over 1.4 billion people, a massive potential market. By coordinating bulk purchasing of components, negotiating as a united Africa, and embracing economies of scale, we can lower production costs and make smartphones truly affordable for all Africans on our continent. Lastly, let's focus on the regulatory harmonization. Complex taxes structure and regulatory disparity are barriers to progress. Regulations are certainly a must to safeguard the ecosystem. However, regulation for developments are more and far better, efficient, and sustainable as it acts as enabler for innovation. That is driving our economies today. Therefore, we need a cohesive policies that promote innovations, attract investors, and empower businesses. The blueprint for this already exists, and at Smart Africa, we are working to align frameworks, policies, and standards across our continent. By doing so, we unlock opportunity for all stakeholders, from manufacturer to end user, to create a single, thriving digital market. We are actively working with strategic partners, including KIOS and KISPay, as part of our Affordable Device for All initiative. This initiative aims to make smartphone affordable and accessible to millions of underserved Africans by reducing the cost of devices through bulk purchase initiative and strategic partnership. Through these collaborations, we aim to distribute at least 300,000 devices by 2025, and this will be just the first phase. Helping to close connectivity gap in our member countries and targeting small to medium scale merchants. Next, we plan to target different segment groups such as farmers, teachers, and so on. Beyond production, innovative financing is essential to make smartphone accessible among various financing models. 2 have particularly proven their sustainability: the buy now, pay later option model and the pay as you go model. Smart Africa strongly supports the pay as you go model, which makes a smartphone accessible by spreading the payment and the cost over time. This is a more sustainable way of putting devices in the hands of our citizens for economic gain. Ultimately, our mission goes beyond simply providing technologies. It is about catalyzing a deep transformation of African communities and economies. Making smartphone affordable opens the door to essential services for every African on the continent. These digital tools are not just a gateway to opportunity, but also engines of growth and potentials, contributing to a more resilient and united Africa. The road ahead is demanding, but the results are rewarding. Together, we can rewrite African narrative I urge every government official, private sector leaders, and development partners to embrace these visions with urgency and determination. This isn't just an initiative, it is the movement where every voice matters and every action counts. Together, let us build the Africa we want, one that is connected, inclusive, innovative, and transformative. Thank you very much for your time. Distinguished guests.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure and an honor for me to share this message of support and solidarity as you host this very important summit on manufacturing smartphones in Africa. I'm very pleased that this esteemed summit has invited the AfCFTA Secretariat to contribute to the success of the summit. Africa's smartphone market is not just growing, in our view, it is thriving. With smartphone penetration in sub-Saharan Africa projected to reach over 65% by the year 2025, I believe we're witnessing a significant shift in the global tech industry. Africa is rich in minerals that are critical to production of smartphones, and these minerals include cobalt, titanium, lithium, and others. However, despite this demand, Africa remains significantly reliant on imports. In fact, more than 90% of smartphones that are sold in Africa are manufactured abroad in other parts of the world. This reliance on imports creates trade imbalances, increasing costs for African consumers and constraining job creation. We have to act immediately. We have to act to reduce this over-reliance on imports. And this is why we fully support this summit and its objectives. Increasing local production improves trade balances and keeps more money circulating in our economies in Africa. This initiative to increase smartphone production in Africa is a very important step forward, not only for industrial development in Africa, but also for technological advancement in Africa. We can borrow a few lessons from promising initiatives across the African continent, such as the Mara phones that are produced in Rwanda and South Africa, to mention but a few. We have to ensure that smartphone manufacturing is not just assembly. We have to ensure local production, creating jobs, and building our technical expertise to ensure that we have affordable and specifically tailored smartphones that meet our needs as Africans. We therefore fully support this initiative because we believe in its potential, yet we are conscious of the challenges that will remain. The potential is immense. However, there are limitations that we have to overcome. Infrastructure, access to commodities, financing gaps, these are significant challenges that we must overcome to reach scale of production of smartphones. I believe that these challenges can be surmounted with our collective determination, our political leadership that supports us, mobilizing private sector investment, mobilizing our partners, our development partners. I believe that we are able to achieve great success in manufacturing of smartphones. I therefore once again support this initiative, and I want to thank you very much for inviting us to share our observations and to provide these remarks. I wish all of you very good deliberations. Thank you.
This important conference summit. As he has described, the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry is looking at how do you create an environment where we can invest in smartphones, but more broadly in the digital economy to support employment and also innovation. So I'll be sharing Kenya's experience in terms of what we have done, and maybe this will be useful for other countries as well. I am not here to claim that we have achieved 100% success, but then we have at least made some progress from which other people may learn. So ladies and gentlemen, the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto has identified the digital superhighway and creative economy as a key pillar in the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. So for us, the digital space is an area that we see as critical, as vital, as fundamental to the growth of our country. The government is committed to focus on technology as an enabler for economic growth, and especially as a key pillar of deepening connectivity in the country and also supporting the digital economy. So under this pillar, we've done a number of things, and we also have a number of plans. The first one has been on the issue of the fiber optic, and you do know that we have committed to try and put in place 100,000 kilometers of fiber optic to support digitization to the village. We have also been looking at installation of 25,000 public Wi-Fi in different towns, in different places, and also construction of 3 data centers. So Kenya continues to set the pace in adoption of technology, especially in the area of mobile money. And we all know about M-Pesa and other digital payment platforms that have enabled financial inclusion to citizens regardless of their geographic location. And in a way, the M-Pesa and these other financial payment platforms have actually revolutionized our banking. Our banking halls used to be full of people every morning, and today if you go there, they tell us almost have no work to do. And it's, we can see that that is a very disruptive technology that has really created financial inclusion for people that were left out. So Kenya's vision of being the Silicon Savannah is also continuing, and I'm sure my fellow peers, Tanoi must have mentioned that, through the construction of the Konza Technopolis as a key flagship project of the Kenya government. Already, the Konza National Data Center and Smart City facilities is complete and functional, and a number of companies are already taking up space there. The government has also continued to invest in the ICT sector and has made tremendous progress in collaboration with the private sector. Some of the key areas that I want to highlight in terms of achievements: one, I've already talked about the fiber optic connectivity across the country. We are also looking at government services. As you are aware, we have already digitized nearly 16,000 government services on the eCitizen platform, all the way from applications for identity, for passports, for birth certificates. So a lot of services And I think this week we are celebrating the milestone that we have made in terms of moving government itself into the digital space. I think that it is one thing to talk about digitization, and it's another thing to walk the talk. So I think in our case, one can say that the government has made the bold move of actually taking its own services online. This has not been easy, as you all know. The e-citizen, when you have a platform that is holding 18,000 services, if it goes down, then you know the amount of disruption that we've had. And I think you have experienced when the e-citizen system is down, almost the whole country goes into limbo. In terms of 4G, nearly 98% of this country is covered by the 4G network. 5G network, we have major cities that are now on that connection. Over 100% of our mobile phone penetration in the country, whether these are feature phones or smartphones, we have a very, very high penetration of people using. Almost every person has a phone. The area where we see a bit of space, and that is what the Secretary General of AfCFTA was talking about, is the space of manufacturing of smartphones. And this is not new to us, because if we are importing 90% of the phones that into the continent, this mirrors what we are doing to the rest of the African economy. I hope that you are all aware that if you're talking about manufacturing and industrialization, that the first industrial revolution took place in the UK in 1740. This is 300 years ago. Since that time, industrialization has visited when the Europeans moved from, and then the rest of Europe, industrialization has visited the Americas, US, when cost of production became very high in Europe and in the US and the related economies. There was a lot of relocation of manufacturing into China, into India, and today as we speak, China is no longer a cheap manufacturing site, but we also know that that industrialization has this then visited a lot of other countries, Malaysia, Singapore, Korea, but one area that it has forgotten to visit is Africa. So today, people are talking about the fourth industrial revolution that is powered by ICT. And how are we going to power a fourth industrial revolution without, again, smartphones? But the question that still remains is, in terms of what we are speaking, people have experienced the first, the second, the third. Now we are talking about the fourth industrial revolution. And Africa that has not experienced the first industrial revolution, is it going to participate or even partake or be part of the fourth industrial revolution? And what will that take for us to be able to do that? Today, as we speak within this continent, we do know that nearly 80% of all other products are imported. If you look at the African space, the highest manufacturing in South Africa, about 25%, import 75%. If you look at the rest, Egypt, Morocco, Algeria, Nigeria, Kenya here, we are doing about 80% of imports and 20% of local manufactured goods generally. That already means that you can see that even the smartphone manufacture is a little lower because we are doing 10%. And that is why we have a big issue here, as the General Secretary was saying. We have all the minerals that we need, we have the manpower, we have fairly low-cost labor, we have skilled people. So the challenge that we have is how do we put all these advantages together to be able to be manufacturing smartphones, not just for Africa, but for the rest of the world. And so, because we look at Africa in terms of manufacturing, and that's the space where I come from, today Africa, with the 1.4 billion people, is 17% of the world. Our proportion as part of the world global population is that Africa is 17% of the world, but our share of manufactured products is 2.8%. So if we talk more generally, you can see that when we are talking about inclusion, if you go to the manufacturing space, that Africa is yet to be included into this manufacturing space. Let's compare, if you look at Europe, for example, the population in Europe, 27 countries, is 9% of the world. But the share of manufactured products is 24%. So you can see, but there is another bigger challenge also, that part of the challenge that as Africa we have is that we are also very hard on ourselves. And so if you look at the proportion of intra-Africa trade, Africans trading with each other, and that's why the FTA was put in place, we are barely managing 15%. So Africans trading with each other, finished goods and services made in Africa, sold within Africa, is only 15%, meaning that we are doing 85% of our business between us and other people. So we really have a lot of work to do. I do know that we have institutions that are trying to promote more trade, whether it is the AU, whether it's the AfTA, whether it's the East African Community, SADC, ECOWAS, but we need to move beyond the talk so that we can really try to, again, do more business with ourselves. I don't know why we find it easy to buy a mobile phone from another continent if we are able to make some of these things. And so we really have a challenge in that space. And so even with this, and you can see that within Kenya, currently we have investments that are making about 2.5 million smartphones that are assembled within the country in the last 2 years. But even with these achievements, we still have some challenges that face this side. Today, the majority of Kenyans remain connected through feature phones. So many of them have not gone to the smartphones, which again limits their access to internet, digital services, which are even offered by government and private sector, and their participation in the digital and creative economy is again limited. This continues to exacerbate a digital divide among our citizens, especially those at the bottom of the economic pyramid. So we definitely have an obvious digital divide that creates impediment in terms of realizing the full potential of our digital and creative economies, limiting access to information or even to markets, to education, to health, and other digital services that may be critical to these people. To address these key challenges of smartphone affordability, the government has undertaken policy initiatives that enables local assembly to benefit from duty remission within the EAC market. You do know that our taxation structure within Kenya is guided by the EAC Common Market Protocol, where if you are importing raw materials, usually we would charge an import duty of 0. If you are importing intermediate products, this is 10%. If you are for which we don't have local capacity, it's 25%. And if you are importing finished products for which we have local capacity, it's 35%. But more specifically for these phones, we have provided a very favorable system for people to assemble here. So under the EAC Community Customs Management Act, duty remission, so they don't pay duty on imported parts that they want to use to assemble a phone. So goods imported for use in the manufacture of goods for export under promotion are exempted, but also more specifically we have exempted these phones from duty. Already local smartphone manufacturers and assemblers have employed the benefits of this scheme of a duty remission to produce the 2.5 million phones that I've talked about. We already have EA DAC, and we also have M-Copper that are doing this work. So to further promote local assembly of smartphones and other electronic and electrical devices, the government is developing a regulatory framework, which we are calling the tax procedure and assembled electronic components regulations, which are at an advanced stage of making to support and boost manufacturing and assembly of these products. So in conclusion, the government of Kenya is encouraging more investors, and that's why I'm here, that we really need to invest in this area to close the gap, to take advantage of the young people, the high demand for these phones, to set up smartphone devices manufacturing plants in Kenya, to meet the huge demand of affordable smartphones in Kenya and in Africa. And I've had opportunity to visit some of these assembly plants in Mkopa, and you actually see that the demand is extremely high. A lot of the times, the demand is actually much higher than what they are producing, and especially given that if you then import a fully assembled phone, you are attracting high import duty, and that is why we are trying to use that environment to say that it makes a lot of sense, it makes economic sense for you to invest in producing a phone here locally. So we are working closely with the other stakeholders, the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and others, to create a conducive environment and welcome your ideas that would enable us to open up more space in this area. I thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Mukwana. He's going to be joining us for a panel discussion in the next 3 or so minutes. So the production team comes over to do a changeover real quick. I have our ushers at the back, and I have a quick question for you as they do the changeover. What was your first phone? And what was your first smartphone? And if your smartphone was your first phone, that's fine. I'm going to pick some people because I know some people in the room. Also, if I like your outfit, I'm going to pick you. Asha, there's a lovely lady called Maureen who's here. Yes, Maureen. Maureen, you can start. Tell us, what was your first phone? And what was your first smartphone?
My first phone was an Ericsson.
Oh, that's a brand we've not had in a while, an Ericsson.
Yeah, and my first smartphone was a Nokia.
A Nokia. Do you remember the particular model?
Yes, so Ericsson T310.
Hey.
And then Nokia N20, the one that you flip.
Well, sir.
I started late, and that's why I had to start well.
Hey, you started well. What do you remember about the QWERTY phone?
Well, I mean, I didn't. Well, compared to the other feature phones, I didn't have to type 3 times to type the letter I want. That's the advantage. But also, the buttons were small, extra small, because
the buttons were small.
They had to fit everything in the same kind of pace. So yeah, but compared to what existed then, that was good.
You were miles ahead, sir. You were miles ahead. You guys remember when you had to type with a feature phone and you could predict, like with your hand in your pocket, you could type and you know what it was going to do? Remember the Nokia 3310 and how it was tougher than life? The Nokia 1100 and Snake and all those kind of games and everything. We really have come a long way in doing so. I want to invite the panel up on stage. They're going to be talking about the state of smartphone penetration in Africa and why local manufacturing is important. I'm going to start by calling up our moderator for this session, Angela Wamola, the head of Sub-Saharan Africa at GSMA. I'm going to ask her to take the seat on the extreme left. She's going to be joined by Mr. Stanley Kamanguya, the CEO of ICT Authority of Kenya. If I call you, please just feel free to take your position on stage. Angela, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Stanley, as well. They're going to be joined by Mr. Temba Kumalo, the Principal Advisor to the Secretary General at AfCFTA Secretariat. Temba, thank you for joining us. Next up is Dr. Nkundwe Mwasaga, Director General of ICT Commission in Tanzania. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to call back on stage Honorable Dr. Juma Mukwana, the PS for the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, to join us on stage for the final sit. And also joining us remotely, you'll see on the screen, is Mr. Tabiso Tukani. He's the Chief Director, Strategy Department of Communication and Digital Technology in South Africa. He's going to be joining us remotely. You'll have a look at him on the screens. Angela, I'm going to hand this panel over to you as you lead us in understanding the state of smartphone penetration in Africa and why local manufacturing is important.
Right, thank you very much. And we also thank you for your patience. I know we're standing in between your a tea break that's long overdue, so we'll try to make it very interactive, and we're looking forward to the thoughts of our esteemed and distinguished panelists on the stage. And so without further ado, I would like us to just quickly, you've heard from Principal Secretary for Trade here in Kenya. And, now I'd like to just maybe invite the other participants to quickly introduce themselves before then we fire the questions, because then you have context of from where they are speaking from. So may I also invite, I hope you all have your mics next to you working. I'd like to start off with Dr. Mwasaga, if you can introduce yourself, and then move on to Stanley and Mr. Temper. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Nkundwe Moses Mwasaga. I'm the ICT Commissioner of Tanzania. ICT Commission is vested with two functions in my country. One is to coordinate the implementation of ICT policy of the country, and function number two is to promote ICT. So in that two functions, basically, I'm the one that looking at how to build the ICT industry in the country, and this discussion that we have today is very interesting to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Stanley.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Stanley Kamanguya from the ICT Authority. Our sole responsibility at the authority is to digitally empower Kenyans. And we do that through a number of initiatives. First is by providing digital connectivity. Secondly is by building capacity for the citizens and the civil service. Thirdly is through building systems to serve citizens by the government. And lastly is by enabling a thriving ICT sector in the country. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Angela. Thanks, Angela, and good morning, colleagues. Temba Kumalo, one of the advisors to the Secretary General, mainly coordinating work around what PS referred to as we barely managing 15% of intra-Africa trade. The issue is what are the priority sectors at which we see biggest opportunities to improve that percentage? And if you would obviously look at import basket, there are a number of products where we import the most as a continent, but we also have industrial capacity that exists somewhere to be able to at least pursue an import substitution strategy. Those will be automotive sector, pharmaceuticals, agro-processing, and the aspect of transport and logistics. So that's mainly what we are looking at. Thank you very much.
And thank you so much. So with that background, I'd like us to start off with Honorable Permanent Secretary, Dr. Juma. Thank you so much for your remarks, and I think you gave us a very good context of how Kenya is looking at unlocking these opportunities. As we've mentioned, we do have already the CFTA, as Mr. Temba has mentioned, and so now it's about doing something. So when we look at what you shared with us, what are the specific policies or any incentives that you're looking at to implement and attract that investment, particularly in smartphone manufacturing? I'm sure these policies and interventions apply to all sectors, but maybe you could speak a little bit more clearly on, or at least targeted for the topic of the day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And yes, this is, as I've said, Kenya has put the digital economy at the core of its reform agenda, and we are working on a number of areas to open up that space, the fiber optic, making sure that people that live even away from the capital city are able to access internet services. The idea of putting Wi-Fi, free Wi-Fi networks in public places, in educational institutions, because then you create the demand that you are looking for, that people are able to afford access and connectivity to the internet. That also encourages them to try and acquire a smartphone. And as I've indicated, we also been working for several years, putting up our own Silicon Savannah at the Konsa city, where we want to build background infrastructure that can support, because as you can see, ICT is expensive, but you also need to have a true and solid foundation even if you put in the rules, the regulations, the incentives, but you really need to lay the foundation for it to go. And that's why for us, the Concert City has been a major driver for us. The issue of data centers, a lot of our data was stored outside the country. And so when we set up the Concert data center, where even all government now data is also stored, and even the data literacy, if you look at ICT training in our universities, in our TVET institutions, because you create a more awareness, you create a bigger appetite for people to want to participate in that economy. So I would say that then you come to the policies. We have an ICT policy, we have an ICT act within that environment, and as I've said, even government, because we don't want a situation where you are making a law for other people to adhere to. So as government, as I've said, we have 18,000 services that have been put on a digital platform, which means that even as you make your phone, if you want to apply for an ID or a passport and you don't have a smartphone, it means that you are going to borrow from somebody. Of course, we have our Huduma centers where you can go. So in each of the areas, we have nearly a lot of Huduma centers where the government has put computers and young people that can help you to access government services using public computers. So if you're applying for a renewal of a passport or something like that, so you can see that part of it is creating the right policy, but also creating the right demand, and also demystifying, because ICT can be quite overwhelming for some people. So when they see that you are using it, then it comes, and then of course the tax incentives, so that when you make the phone, again the demand is there because you have all these things in line. So I would say, and then of course we have participated in the issue of like, you know, the government is running what we are calling the Hustler Fund, where people can again borrow money or small monies to buy some of these phones on small scale. You can borrow, use, and continue. So what I would say is, for us to really move in this direction, we need a holistic approach to look at both the software and the hardware that will drive this transformation. Thank you.
And thank you for those thoughts. And I really picked up on, you know, a lot of the things that makes Kenya sort of stand out in terms of how digital government has really adopted the leveraging technology. And you've mentioned a couple of things like, you know, our Huduma centers, the service centers, the number of services that are scaling on our digital government platform, as well as, you know, our flagship Konza Technopolis. In the context of my earlier remarks regarding, you know, our ambitions as Africa towards becoming digital nations and looking at the various pillars of digital consumer, digital business, and digital government, as we've said in our Digital Africa Index. My question is to you, CEO, Mr. Stanley, just to piggyback on that Konza Technopolis. Yesterday being a landmark where the Technopolis Bill, as we call it, was passed, which is now paving the way for that sort of scaling up of the idea, you know, to the county level, how we can innovate, how can we develop more hubs, innovation hubs across the country, and really remodel and recreate the Technopolis approach so that the Silicon Savannah can grow. When you look at that lesson and how others can also pick from it, my question is, with such an initiative, how is Kenya aligning and how can others learn from our tech ecosystem to support this ambition of local manufacturing of smartphones?
Thank you for that question. And indeed, that legislation is going to go a long way in advancing our digital transformation journey. Just to go back to Konza Technopolis, Konza, who is our sister agency under the Ministry of ICT, was actually identified as a flagship project under the economic pillar of the Kenya Vision 2030, with the objective of driving the country towards an industrializing country by the year 2030. And therefore, it was set up as a model smart city, first of all, for the government to invest in building a digital city, but also to provide an opportunity for investors to come in and take part in the country's digital transformation. And I think we have seen a lot of investors now setting up at Konza Technopolis, and also looking at the areas of research in the science and technology to power our innovations. So the idea, therefore, just as we have seen the initiative under the Ministry of Trade, where we're establishing special economic zones across the country, is also to establish similar technology parks or hubs across the country. And this is also tied in with the area of local manufacturing. You know, already as a continent, we have a lot of the critical elements and minerals that go towards technology manufacturing. But you find that by and large, we've been exporting these particular elements to other countries, and then we have to import them back. And as you heard in one of the discussions, actually pay a lot of taxes to import our own element. So one of the things that the government is then doing is to really encourage local assemblies and manufacturing. And I think we have a real opportunity of trying to identify which specific components can be manufactured in which country, and then try and break the trade barriers. And I know that the African Free Trade Area is doing a lot of that work. But I think the digital platforms will quicken, you know, the breakage of this trade barriers. Because if you go to countries like China, for example, the people, if you want to get a suit, there's a specialized company that only handles buttons. There's another specialized company that only handles zips, and so on and so forth. So for Kenya and the region, we need to identify the niche for each of the countries, and, you know, have a plan towards developing specific components in specific countries, and then open up the markets for this cross-border trade to happen, so that where we have set up the manufacturing plants, then they can have easy access to this component. I think also on the area of skilling for manufacturing, we have a lot of skill, at least as a country, when it comes to the soft side of digital technologies, from programming and softwares and so on. We are still lagging behind in the area of technology manufacturing from a skill perspective. And this is where also research institutions, institution of higher learning can plug in, so that we look at the entire value chain of the education system to set up our citizens and the people coming into the workforce to be ready for manufacturing. I want to pause there.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think that's a good picture you've painted, and the opportunities as well as the barriers, as you've mentioned. I want to just move on to Daktari here, DG. And thinking about it from just scaling. So you've heard from Kenya's side of how they're looking at the approach of that. In my earlier remarks, I had shown that when you look at the sub-regions in Africa, East Africa, in as much as we have a flourishing tech ecosystem, as he's mentioned, and all, you know, trade, particularly the sector of trade in services is very high. Maybe how are we looking at it from the perspective of Tanzania in terms of these same barriers, so that East Africa is not the biggest lagger, so to speak, in terms of the usage of the mobile internet?
Oh, thank you very much. That's a very brilliant question. First, I would like to give them some few statistics about Tanzania. When it comes, for example, in connectivity, 3G, we have a penetration of 93%. 4G is 84%. 5G is 15%. So in that regard, we are, in the part of supply, we are doing very fine. When it comes to the manufacturing of smartphone, we have a factory, and it started 2 years ago to manufacture startups, to manufacture smartphones. Now, there is two things in manufacturing of smartphones, especially in our continent. We need to look on how we strategize and what we want to achieve in a short term and in a long term. In a short term is, of course, we have to start with semi-knockdown manufacturing, where you import components and you assemble the device. In a long term is complete knockdown development, of which now, if we want to achieve that, and this is how Tanzania we're looking at the policies, the taxation is one component, but the bigger one is to solve the equation of energy, because some of these components, especially precision components, they need different type of electricity than the one that is dominant in the continent. Most of these countries that you find, they are larger supplier of components. The countries like Taiwan, China, and Vietnam, you find they require electricity from nuclear. The main reason for that is because the frequency, it doesn't fluctuate very much. My background is in supercomputing. I've learned on how to design these systems. This system doesn't need this electricity we have. Because the way they manufacture them, it's based on probability. So if there's a lot of frequency, many components will be not function as it's supposed to be. So we need to make a very long-term strategy. And I don't believe that every country in Africa, these 50+ countries that in Africa, they can all be manufacturing. I agree with my colleague that we need, if you want to create a market, the one that we want, I think we have to start with the regional blocks. And we need to have a regional block strategy. Like this block will manufacture this kind of component, another block and this and that. And then there's a question of semiconductor foundries. These are expensive ventures, and I think we can agree as a continent to pool our resources so that we can have at least one foundry or two to manufacture. Because to manufacture components, you need the economic of scales, right? If you look at the population of some other countries, even if you put there, the local market cannot sustain such a kind of investment. Now coming to Tanzania. The number of smartphones that we have, the one that we can see them in our network, they are 22 million. And they keep growing. So that's a big number, and it's a big number for us to start to have more companies that they do SKD, right? Being components, and then you make smartphone. But the way we look at it in our government is we look not only in smartphone, basically we look at digital devices manufacturing. Because from technical point of view, the same foundry can manufacture tablets, can manufacture smartphone, can manufacture laptops, and any other things. What depends, it's if you have the original design of the equipment that you want. That's where we need universities. We need universities that are specialized in electronics and computer engineering to be able to create our own design. Because designing is one. Once you have the design, you can get component everywhere. There are countries that they manufacture component and they're standardized. Once you have your own design, and basically to create a design nowadays, it's not more than 300,000 US dollars. It's not a 1 million venture. You need to have your people, they can get expertise from some other country, you design your own thing, because all these brands that we see them, like for example, I've heard a lot here, we talk about the Apple products or the Samsung. Not all components are manufactured with them. Yeah, so it's about how you integrate, how you source different components, you make them together, create your brand. So these are the things that we need to look at. So I I see like there's a following kind of model that we can follow, and this is what Tanzania we are following at. One, I believe that we can design, because design is an intellectual. It doesn't have a limitation of like electricity or equipment or whatever. We can design things, and then components we can source, right? Assembling, we can start by assembling, or we can start even manufacturing in other places, because there are advanced countries that I know they are concentrating on design, but manufacturing, they do it in a different country entirely. Or we can decide to say, we design, we want to manufacture, and also to assemble. But that one needs a long-term strategy than the way things are. So from the way I see how these things are, is if we want to achieve that, we need to solve the following complex equations. 1, energy equation, right? 2, transportation. 3, forex. Because if, for example, you create a factory here in Tanzania, in Kenya, to save the whole of the continent, you have to remember you'll be importing a lot of components. And those components, they are not imported by Kenyan shillings. You need to have forex, you need to have dollar. So it's a financial complex equation altogether. And then your education system. Many universities, I'm not saying all, but many universities in the continent, and I've seen some countries in Europe, they were concentrating in computer science and IT. When you want to start to manufacture things, we concentrate also or more in electronics and computer engineering. You need people who can design these things. We know where we are now, we are talking about Internet of Things, and there are a lot of equipment. They'll be having semiconductor, they need to have connectivity, and basically those are the equipment that we need to have apart from smartphones. So we need to have designers of that. At least we have to start with designing. And then we have a plan of making sure that all major things that are needed to have actual smartphone manufacturing is done locally. So I like when I heard that our target for smartphone to be considered as that had been manufactured in a continent is 30%, but we truly need to look, and we have to look at those components that I've talked about. We have to look at the logistics, right? If you are manufacturing in Kenya, then we need to look how logistic is it in Africa. Right? Is it easy to export things between countries and countries? Then you need to look at financial part, right? If you say you target 700 million customers, you have to understand one device needs many, many components. So you need to have a lot of forex to import all those components and then to be able to solve the other problems. And so I think we are going in the right direction, but I believe that in the short term, we have to look at SKD way and how our policies can work together for us to be able to achieve that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I think he was just speaking to you, Themba, I suppose, at this rate. Because honestly, the strategies that he's outlining and where the focus should be is exactly the essence of the CFTA and all the protocol instruments that have been released to address logistics, to address payments in foreign currency. All this is what we're saying. And actually, we talked about it earlier, talking about we have strategies in place, which is a very good thing. So we're off to a good footing. So looking at the next 40 years of our AU, which we all have a mandate and we are all working on the same path to deliver, what are the mechanisms that you, as the advisor to His Excellency, are looking at to place, monitor progress for these strategies, that the protocols that are in place to address trade in goods, in services, where exactly our industries sit, so that we hold countries accountable, as Honorable Daktari here has also stated. How do we also hold them accountable for their individual contributions towards the collective agenda of the Africa we want?
Thank you very much. And hopefully I'll get to a point where probably maybe we are setting high targets, but unfortunately if you are to pursue industrialization in the continent, then there are certain percentages that you will have to talk about. And one of them would be at least 10% above the 30% that we're talking about, which is what the trade negotiators actually agreed at. So on the onset, the rule of origin applicable to a smartphone to benefit under the AfCFTA is 60% value of non-originating material. So it's 40% local content. So the SKD level, just like we talk about it in cars, if you produce a car at 30% local content, you are not manufacturing until at least you get to 40%. And obviously, even when we talk about 40%, it's actually the minimum that we're talking about, because if we are to industrialize the continent, then we should look at that as a bare minimum of what we should be able to achieve. Yes, we are starting at a very low base because of our different levels of development. But maybe to go back to your question, the Secretariat is there to help member states implement the agreement. We're not policing anyone, but fortunately, the agreement provides for a periodical review of the agreement itself, but also a review of implementation. Right now we have 48 state parties to the agreement. And I think it's a political commitment that we should be able to ride on in order for us to be able to achieve the goals that we have set ourselves. We look at this, yes, we say 90%, the Secretary General was saying in terms of imports, but if you then look at numbers, you're like talking about $4 billion or so that we spend importing this. In the main, it's not so much about money, but it's export of jobs, because where these phones are being produced is where jobs are being created. And therefore the issue is, how do we leverage on the economies of scale being provided by the AfCFTA to justify those type of investments, and how do we commit to those? As you said, we have these protocols: investment protocol, intellectual property rights protocol, digital trade protocol, competition protocol, which is more of an opportunity for us to create a business-friendly environment to support investments in the continent, so that you don't have to worry whether you are investing in Kenya and you're looking at the East African market, but now we are looking at this bigger market for your product to be able to move across. And therefore, part of our work is then to ensure that that product, as a complete product or as an input, can then be able to move across borders. But one key element is, I'm South African, but if you were to set up a KFC in South Africa, you need finance from a DFI. You can hardly get the funding, regardless of where you want to position your KFC, whether it's in a bus station where there is quite a number of people, they're going to buy. But the reason why DFIs will probably not give you money is because we have no contract with people who are there. Yes, they're going to buy, but we have no contract, so we have no uptake. And we may therefore have to look at what procurement policies are we putting in place as African countries to justify these investments being made, so that where investments are made is security of a market that companies can then be able to serve. And you will have seen that in some countries where I think, as my colleague from Tanzania was saying, that you then have, I guess I'm losing my train of thought. You then have an opportunity where you look at the different lines of production, where schools can be able to say, or government can be able to say, if you produce tablets we're going to buy the tablets as we technologically advance our schooling system. Then at least when you invest there, you have got guarantee that there's a market for this particular product. You have countries that are able to buy smartphones for their own government employees, and therefore you have such kind of a guarantee of a market. And if you therefore look at that at a continental level, it might not necessarily be a procurement policy for the continent, but probably at a declaration level that we want to support this initiative, and we pleading with state parties, whether in the AfCFTA or just members of the African Union, to be able to support investors or manufacturers of cell phones in the continent as our quest to support industrialization in the continent. I think that's the direction that we would have to take, and I think we're in a position to do so at continental level. Hence, Secretary General's endorsement of this initiative with a view of ensuring that we can then be able to bring this agenda to the table of the African Union leaders to ensure that we can be able to pursue that mandate. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I think, wow, I think you've opened up, I don't know how many workshops, discussions that we have to look at before even we get to the next AU meeting. And Dr. Tokmo, he talked about rules of origin and, setting the bar at 40%. So Shiko, there's some work to do to meet the agreed, protocol of 40%. And it makes sense, right? It makes sense that it goes hand in hand. It's supply and demand. You also talked about, how we need to look at it from the perspective of procurement. That's another workshop already out there, because then we have to look at that. It's not just solving the problem of manufacturing, but actually the procurement aspect, because again, that's how we attract capital. So, over to you folks. Are there any questions in the room, one or two you'd like for the panelists here before we break? I know we have breakout sessions that will go into the details of what we've been discussing here, but I just wanted to just see if there's anyone in the room who has a question. We'll take one. Is there another, or we'll just stop at one? I think there's just one then. Please introduce yourself. Oh, there are two then. The lady also on this side of the camera. So there are two questions. Introduce yourself and then just be very direct with the question so that we can wrap up. We'll take both questions and then anyone in the panel can answer.
Hello. My name is Michael Mbaye. I represent the French government, an element called French Tech. So our work is basically to foster innovation in the different ecosystems. My question goes, it's French related, and basically to the AfCFTA. What are the concrete actions you're doing to kind of bridge the asymmetry of information between Francophone and Anglophone Africa? Because I've dealt with entrepreneurs from both sides, and when you talk to one about the other market, it's like a whole new world. So, we can talk about language barrier and other things, but are there the insights that you've discovered that could kind of bridge the gap and foster more collaboration that would then serve the purpose of this summit? Thank you.
My name is Maureen Amakabani. I'm in the startup ecosystem, and my question is directed to the PS. I'm curious if Kenya has any intentions to mainstream this conversation at school level, such that is Mr. Kamau still driving a bus, or is Mr. Kamau now a manufacturer? Mr. Kamau is a book we read in primary school. Are we looking at building laboratories in schools? Are we looking at teaching this in the curriculum, such that the interaction of this conversation is not starting at university level, but at primary level? Because the average age was 19.5. The average age of the African person is 19.5. And even just by looking at this room, that person has already been left out in this conversation, even by looking at the population in this room. So are we looking at integrating, including Ministry of Education? How does that look like?
Anyone can start, it's fine.
Maybe let my senior brother be the last. The language issues, and as I said, the Secretariat can only do so much. But one of the issues that we are currently dealing with in as far as trade facilitation is concerned, because we have identified some trade corridors, the issue of the high cost of transport and logistics is mainly on the basis of what happens as goods move from, probably even after entering our continent, from one border to the next. So if you look at Abidjan-Lagos trade corridor, Abidjan being in a French-speaking country, coming to Ghana, English-speaking country, coming to Togo, French-speaking country, Benin, French, Nigeria, English. No interoperability of customs systems. So we are now trying to therefore work with partners that can be able to help us solve that problem, because it takes therefore days for shipments or trucks to move from Abidjan to Lagos, which contributes to the high cost of trade. We partnered with Trademark Africa, which used obviously to be Trademark East Africa, and you probably know them better, because of the work they'd been doing in the EAC, and we felt that given that experience, they should be able to make a continental contribution to just help us deal with those challenges. So I agree with you. It's a huge problem, and probably even huge for small businesses that do not have deep pockets to be able to deal with these challenges. Hence, key to our focus, and as directed by the Secretary General, is then to ensure that we could be able to look at ways to ensure that SMMEs can benefit from the AfCFTA and our primary targets in as far as whatever help is concerned. The second part, we have an intellectual property rights protocol. As you will probably know, in as far as IP regimes are concerned in the continent, you have ARIPO and what is the second one? But we have got two IP regimes that serve French-speaking countries and English-speaking countries. And part of what we're doing is therefore to establish a continental IP office that can be able to serve everyone, as a way of ensuring that we can be able to link all our countries into a single IP regime that serves the continent at large. So those are some of the issues that we are currently dealing with, and hopefully they will be able to make a meaningful impact that we so hope to achieve. Thanks, Moderator.
Thank you so much. Again, more information, more input for our breakout sessions later. And Honorable PS, I think we'll let you close this discussion with your remarks and response to that question.
Thank you. I wanted to start where the AfCFTA colleague has left. I think that part of what we need to be alive to is we still have sufficient challenges across Africa in terms of cross-border trade, and the geography of this continent doesn't make it any easier. I think sometimes it escapes our mind that although Douala in Cameroon is only 3,500 kilometers from here, if I'm exporting from Kenya to Cameroon in Douala, from Nairobi I have to go to Mombasa if the Suez Canal is open, past Egypt, past Algeria, past Morocco, past Senegal, past Ghana. By the time I hit Douala, I've actually covered 10,000 kilometers. So either way, as much as we are talking about intra-Africa trade, it's easier to export to India. I mean, India is only 5,000 kilometers. That's a half of that. Even if I wanted to use the other side of South Africa, Angola, I would still need 10,000 kilometers for me to export from Nairobi to Douala. So we have enough problems. That's what I would like to say. And we are still adding more problems for ourselves. So it's not easy. And we don't have roads, we don't have railways. If you are going to export, I remember we tried, I think, to sell under the FTA some tea to Ghana. it took almost, tea from here to China is 10 days, 14 days. India is 1 week. Dubai is like a few days. Europe, I mean, we'll take our tea, our coffee in 5 days. The tea to Ghana took 60 days. So we have, so you ask yourself, is it even viable? And remember the routes, the ships, if you look at it, in fact, for you to go from here to sell something in Ghana, you have to go to Dubai. Then you find your way back to Africa. So what I would like to say is we have enough structural issues. Definitely we are addressing this through the AU, the AfCFTA, and all this. But my sense is, if I was to be honest, is to say that sometimes we are fighting, we are competing over capacity that we even don't have. So we set rules. For example, I'm looking at the rules of origin. We are importing phones. If you put, and I'm not blaming anyone on this, under the rules of origin, 40% are phone that is made from here, you are sure you will never make that phone. That we can take to the bank. I know we have been having the issue of automotive, where South Africa, for example, has been insisting under the AfCFTA that local content must be 60%. How do you start from 0 to 60%? So sometimes what it means is that if we can't hit it, then we continue importing. And I've said here that we are already importing 80%. So if you put a local content that is too high to achieve, basically what you are saying is continue importing. So I think that we will really need to get very realistic. If you are not at 2%, the way my brother from Tanzania has described, it is almost impossible, a miracle for us to do 5%. So how do you put it at 40%? It means for the next 200 years, and you can take it to the bank, you are going to be importing. Because then you can't build local capacity. What you have killed is an initiative where Africa would make a phone to sell for itself. And I'm not being the promoter of bad news, but what I see is even doing 3% is impossible. By the time you generate original components, for you to be able to assemble a phone, so how do you put it at 40%? So that's one area I wanted to look at, and that's why I've said, and sometimes we put it at 40% because we really fear each other, even where we have no capacity. That's what I said. We really don't have the capacity, but you are even making it more impossible for you to do it. And that is exactly where we are. Let me give an example. I look at the air transport. Not everybody in Africa has an airline, but look at what we do here. The other week I was traveling from here to Djibouti. Our KQ flight from Nairobi to New York, which is 12,000 kilometers, costs you about $2,000. But a 2-hour flight from Nairobi to Djibouti is $4,000. That is the Africa you are talking about, and that's the Africa you are looking to integrate, and that is the Africa you are trying to do business with. So we really have to stop competing, be realistic in our plans, in whatever we do, and become part of the global manufacturing system. So initiatives like AfCFTA should really help us to get there. But when I look at the rules of origin that we are doing, we are actually making it completely impossible for us to function in that space. The other issue that I wanted to look at, because we are part of the global system, but really we have to look at these issues from where we sit. And as I've indicated, we have a very, very tough terrain, no roads, no railways. We are importing a lot. And part of the reasons why we are putting these initiatives together is for us to manufacture for ourselves, but we really have to be very, very careful with the kind of rules of origin that we put for ourselves, because if we can't meet the target, then we go back to supporting other people. And the usual what I say, Africa is vibrant with young people that are looking for jobs. Every time you import from somebody, you export those jobs. So we are doing a lot of exports. If I go back to the last question, which was asked about integrating digital skills to our education system, I think we have changed our education system to the competence-based education, We are introducing literacy, digital skills at a very early age. Now I know that kids have closed. There's a lot of coding schools that are going on between now and January. So I see us getting into that space pretty fast. Thank you.
Wow. I'm looking at my MC here. The rebuttal required by...
If I don't...
He just wants to close and then we're done. No more after that. I hope you guys can indulge. I really hope so.
No, I'm not closing, but if I don't say this, I may get fired from work. I think the point which DG eloquently... Oh, okay. So yeah, PS. Sorry, I'm South African. I'm used to the DG title. That PS eloquently makes around the issues of local content. It's for us is about how do you ensure that we can be able to work together to reach what will help us industrialize. Part of, if you look at the intra-Africa trading as far as smartphones are concerned, you will see some figures saying South Africa to the rest of Africa, but those phones may not be produced in South Africa. It could just be a resale of cell phones, including those that may be coming from Cabo Verde, which appears in that list. But we have an opportunity, as colleagues were saying, to then look at how do we cumulatively reach the 40%. No one, not all the 55 members of the African Union are going to have cell phone manufacturing plants, just like they're not going to have car manufacturing plants, but they can be able to contribute into that production. And therefore, that ambition is about, if we have to industrialize, what is a local content that makes sense to be able to do that so that you can be able to benefit under the AfCFTA framework. To import, you can still import and probably not even, or assembly and not even sell to your neighbors like it happens. You will have examples, whether is it in SADC or EAC, where countries will be assembling cars that cannot even go to their neighbors, how much more at the AfCFTA level. But we believe that we can be able to utilize the accumulation rule under the AfCFTA agreement to ensure that countries can be part of that value chain, because that's how we're going to be able to build these regional value chains. Those that have got cobalt or lithium may not necessarily have capacity to be able to assemble or even produce batteries, but they can be able to process it for those that have got industrial capacity to be able to do so. And cumulatively, you can then be able to get to that 40% local content, which, as I said, should be an entry point if we were to industrialize the continent. The issue is, how do we work with investors, manufacturers, financiers, so that we can be able to build that capacity over time. It's not going to happen overnight. As Secretary General always says, industrialization is not about taking a pill and tomorrow industrialize. It's going to have to take time, but at least we should be able to commit to that process. Thank you very much.
Wow. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I think you have enough food for thought, and you'll sleep much more wiser tonight. It's a lot to discuss, and I think it's good information for us to think about, so that we use these 2 days to be able to move the needle a little bit much further, given the great insights and thought-provoking conversations we've had. So I hope you've had a very good time. And so I hand over back to our MC to lead us to something.
Thank you very much. I want to ask you just to stand so we can take a nice group photo with the panelists for this ministerial panel. Round of applause for them as they do so. That was a good panel, very, very insightful. Yeah. Keep smiling. Well done. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Angela, also for being a fantastic moderator. We're going to jump to the next panel real quick, but here's what I want you to do, if you may. We have some tea, some coffee, and some snacks outside. If you could go and grab them and come back in with them, we'll have our tea from the room. So get your tea, get some coffee, get some snacks. Start the next panel in the next about 3 or so minutes. You can use the washroom. It's a nice bathroom break. So 3-4 minutes, get our teas, come back. Let's have them from inside as we prep for the next panel.
So they put for you, so you continue. Of course. We should go down to 3%, 5%. 5 years, you said 10%. I should say this.
Check. Please grab your teas, your coffee, and then come back so that you can go to the next session. Grab your teas, grab your coffee so that you can go to the next panel.
but you can't be. Hey, black child, do you know where you're going? Where you're really going? Do you know you can learn what you want to learn? If you try to learn what you can learn. Hey, black child.
Check. Good. If you're outside, please grab your tea and then come back in. Feel free to have your tea from inside so that you can get started on the next panel in the next few minutes. If you're outside, our ushers are going to usher you in so you can get started on the next panel. Ushers, if you may, please usher them in so that you can get started on the next panel, the next 2 or so minutes. I'm going to give the people outside 2 minutes to come in, and then we get started on the next panel. 2 minutes, and then we can get started on the next panel. Check. Good. Okay, thank you very much. I hope you've all enjoyed your tea, your snacks. Feel free to get another cup and come in with them. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention, I want us to proceed to the directors panel. We'll be talking about Pan-African policy and practice for Africa for must rise together. I'm going to invite the moderator for this panel, Dr. Shiko Gitau, the CEO of Qhala, to come and to lead the panel and join us on stage. All right, thank you, Shiko. I'm going to invite Mr. Michael Mutiga, the Chief Business Development and Strategy Officer at Safaricom PLC, to join Dr. Shiko on stage. Thank you, Mr. Mutiga. Joining them on stage is also going to be Mr. Aaron Mwandia, the Deputy Director, Digital Technology and Innovations at the Ministry of ICT in Zambia. Mr. Mwandia. Thank you, sir. Joining them also, all the way from Egypt, is Mr. Yasser Abdelbari, the Executive Director of Electronics Industry Information Technology Industry Development Agency, that's the ITIDA, all the way from Egypt here to join us. On this panel as well is Mr. Tokmore Chidede, the Senior Digital Trade Expert for AfCFTA in the Secretariat. Thank you for joining us. Love it. And finally, here for some gender balance, we have Ms. Pauline Kimoto from the ICT Authority of Kenya. Excellent. This is the directors panel. Like I said, they're going to be talking about Pan-African policy and practice because Africa must rise together. Dr. Shiko, over to you.
Thank you so much, Baraka. I hope you're not going to get bored of my face the whole of next 2 days. But it's a pleasure to host this panel because it continues what we were having at tea. I love the fact that we finished a panel outside and then a panel started inside, and the panel continued on the outside. Even the PS was extracting himself, like, I have to go. But at this point, so I love that because it means that we are having like some good conversation and good content, and I'm hoping Talk More and Tambi, you're going to have lots of content as we design the sandbox. So we have heard today from the previous conversations and the lots of conversations that were happening outside that it's policy and practice that is affecting how smartphones are being created and used in Africa. There was a huge discussion around what is the right percentage of locally sourced manufactured smartphone. But we want to talk about this because we had the ministerial one, which is they are the policy makers, they are the ones who speak, but this group, they're the people who actually do. So we want to have that conversation, and I'll just want to start with like everyone just introducing themselves, your organizations, and why you're excited about this conversation. We'll start with you, Mike, going down.
Thank you. So my name is Michael Mutiga. I am the Chief Business Development and Strategy Officer for Safaricom. And it's been a key focus of ours the last couple of years in terms of digital inclusion and what you're doing in that space. One of the things we did in the last year was our device factory, which we'll speak to in the course of today. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Aaron Mwandya from the Ministry of Technology and Science in Zambia. I'm in the Department of Communications, where we oversee policy and strategy around digital transformation for the country. I am excited to be here because most of the discussions that we have had today are very alike what we're doing in the country. And on affordability of smartphones, we have a use case already with which we recently launched through MTN Zambia. They are providing a smartphone that is $25 worth. It's a 3G, and it has components which make it affordable and accessible. Okay, our target is the underserved and the unserved areas, for which we do provide universal connectivity through the Universal Fund and so on. I'm very excited to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, distinguished guests. This is Yasser Abdelbari, Executive Director of Electronic Industry Initiative in Egypt. As I'm working with ITIDA, Information Technology Industry Development Agency. It is an executive affiliate, belongs to the Ministry Information and Communication Technology. ITIDA is like the, sometimes we call an executive affiliates for developing and enabling and reshaping the ICT and the electronics industry in Egypt. Is established by 2004. Is a one-bait mandate. Is like the strategize the ICT in Egypt, and really it's the put like the a good strategy, long-term strategy to develop and update it a long while to be aligned with the emerging technologies. And recently by 2016 already we got a mandate also to execute a strategy for the electronics industry as well. With the several pillars and objectives to attracting investment, to build the capacity and the talent, to inspire and embrace the innovation and the entrepreneurship, and that is the policy advisors, and even though to build some ecosystem and infrastructure for ICT as well.
Thank you. Tokmo.
Thank you, Shiko, and good afternoon, everyone. Tokmo Chidede, Senior Digital Trade Expert at the AfCFTA Secretariat, here to share how the legal instruments of the AfCFTA are poised to support this initiative of Smartphone for Africa, and also to learn how this Smartphone for Africa will contribute towards the achievement of the objectives of the AfCFTA, in particular the objective to create a single digital market and also to boost intra-Africa trade. Thank you very much for having us.
Pauline.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pauline Kimotho. I head the Legal and Policy Department at the ICT Authority. My boss has just exited the stage, and in good manners, I will acknowledge that I'm sitting here on his behalf. Everybody here is talking about smartphones, but smartphones have to have somewhere to connect, and that is where the ICT Authority comes in. We are currently carrying out the digital superhighway, which was mentioned again by the PS and the CEO, and in good manners, I repeat what they said, so that government is talking as one. Thank you very much, Shuko, for having us.
Thank you. That is quite diplomatic of you, Pauline. So in tech, we have a methodology called working backwards. We start with a vision and work backwards to how we implement it. So my first question is actually to talk more. How does the AfCFTA envision leveraging smartphones to drive the digital trade and economy integration across the continent, particularly in the rural and underserved areas? You've spoken about the single digital marketplace. How do we get there? That is our vision, starting with single digital marketplace. Walk us.
Thank you very much, Shiko. Just so you know, the AfCFTA has adopted a protocol which is legally binding. That means it has legally binding commitments. A protocol on digital trade seeks to harmonize the regulations that support a single digital market to address this challenge that we have of disparities in policies that hinder digital integration or the objective of a digital market. Coming back to the question, this policy has been adopted. It is in the process of being implemented. We just finalized the final details of the annexes on the protocol on digital trade. What we see, the challenge is not only the harmonization of regulations, but also the devices, the connectivity, the digital infrastructure. The vision that we have as the AfCFTA is all the objectives that we seek to achieve in the AfCFTA. We depend solely on the use of digital technologies. And these digital technologies will help us to leapfrog the industrial revolutions that we have missed, will also help us to create a level playing field between the small, medium, and large enterprises, also to help us to bridge this, to close this digital divide that we have in the continent. Coming back to the issue of the smartphone, the protocol on digital trade focuses so much on how do we make sure that we use the locally manufactured devices and not only support the manufacturing of such devices, but also to make sure that they are affordable and they can be used and they are tailored to the needs of the continent. In this issue of cross-border digital payments or cross-border trade in general, we have seen the potential that smartphones have in enabling the participation of small and medium enterprises, women and youth enterprises, persons with disabilities, even the border communities. And it has managed to lower the cost of doing trade, not only from the cost of transactions perspective, but also in terms of access to information. About 2 months ago, we have been commissioned by the Council of Ministers responsible for trade to undertake some feasibility studies where we are visiting the borders to look at how the traders at the small scale traders at the borders are doing their trading. And we have seen how smartphones are playing an instrumental role, even in terms of access to information, whereby they do not have to go to the offices to get information. Information is just being circulated on their smartphones. Information is just being sent to them. They've created even their ways of communicating. And also in terms of payments, how they've managed to use mobile money, and which is affordable, which also resonates with the realities that they do face. But again, the issue that we still have is these smartphones, if you look at where they are originating from, they are not from the continent. And that is why we feel that this vision of a smartphone for Africa is something that is very critical for us in the African Continental Free Trade Area, but also to make sure that this phone supports this vision of digital market, and it is affordable to everyone and anyone. And we'll share more in terms of what we have captured in the legal instruments that we do have. In particular, what are the measures that the governments have committed under the Protocol on Digital Trade to ensure that there is digital skills development, digital literacy is being enhanced, and also making sure that we lower the cost to make sure that these devices, including the smartphones, are affordable to everyone, and the small and medium enterprises can also be able to buy this. And there are multiple benefits when you look at this smartphone manufacturing in terms of job creation. That is why my colleague was talking about of course it sounds, 40% sounds like it's a higher threshold, but let's not look at this as an individual country. We are creating Africa as one country. So the 40% doesn't mean it has to come from Kenya only. The 40% can come from South Africa, Zimbabwe, for so many countries. And if you look at that creation of the value chain, you look at the costs of trading, that all those components that are being used, they are moving duty-free, and also the value chain that is being created, there is support of industrialization, not only from a regional perspective, but also from a continental perspective. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that talk more. I mean, he deserves a clap, right? Because that's the vision for Africa's single digital marketplace. Mike, you're next. And what Tokmo was talking about the border visits is something that I know the Better Than Cash Alliance representative here is conversations we've had. If you're to have a smartphone for Africa, one of the biggest asks has been embedding payments into it. And you know Safaricom has done this, right? You have payments covered. But as private sector and as a leader there, how do you foster the technology adoption for local manufacturing across Africa? So you have to step back. Safaricom has done it for Safaricom. We all have M-Pesa apps. What does an M-Pesa app look for Africa, and how does that fund look like, given that you're already doing those two, but disjointedly?
Okay. So thank you very much, Shiko.
Is your mic working?
It is working. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I think on the first part is, you're right. We've managed to embed the M-Pesa app into the phones. But if you ask me, the question isn't embedding an app in terms of financial inclusion. The question is, what is the cost of the device to begin with? That's the first part. The second part is, even if you drop the cost of the device, how do you transition people from the traditional ways of transacting, whether it's cash or whether it's the old USSD codes, into a mobile money platform, right? I'll give you an example of ourselves. We have 45 million subscribers. We have about 60% of those now on smartphones, and we've got 30 million people on M-Pesa. 35 million people on M-Pesa. But we only have about 4 going to 5 million people transacting on the app, right? So it's not an availability of the app issue. It's an element of how do we transition people's approach to how they transact to use the app more regularly. I think that's the first part. In terms of from an African perspective, there are a lot of mobile money players. We have, for example, ourselves as M-Pesa Africa. You have Momo and MTN. You've got a number of OTT operators. There's a lot of, the apps and the platforms exist. I think the bigger question is, how do we get more people having smartphones, and how we transition behavior to ensure people are a lot more comfortable using the smartphone and the app to transact. So for example, maybe the future is, how do we embed QR payments more regular, more forcefully? How do we ensure that certain payments, whether it's maybe utilities, etc., happen only through these channels? That way you change the behavior away from cash into mobile apps.
Awesome, thank you. And Aaron, one of the most exciting news I had when we were doing this research is hearing that Zambia and the DRC are collaborating in battery manufacturing. Like, I was like, I think we mentioned to Zach, it's like, oh my God, we have batteries, tick. We're trying to get all the components. You're saying, oh, I think we have batteries, I want you to talk about some of the initiatives that the Zambian government is doing and what the lessons you're learning continuously through this process.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Shiko. Allow me to begin from a reference to the presentation by Angela, where she showed a slide for the fight of the Gs. Okay, why 2G is actually showing a green, and that we are benefiting more through digital inclusion than our target internet connectivity. All right, so for us, what we see is that is not a problem. Okay, we see a solution already. What we need to do is how do we then innovate to bring internet penetration and usage to the levels that we have achieved from the 2G network, especially through a service like mobile money. So in our use case, what we are doing is to increase the usage of the internet. We are deliberately pushing some of the services, government services, that are very attractive to the citizens, like social cash transfer. All right. Instead of currently using USSD, we say, okay, now to get your social cash money, our allocation, you need to have this app. All right. So slowly people start to say, for me to get that money, I need at least a smartphone. We have initiatives on the services in farmer input support. Okay, so to get your coupon, nowadays we are moving slowly the services into using the applications on the internet, and slowly we are seeing some increase in the usage. As a country, our internet penetration is quite low, at around 31%. We have a presidential directive for digital inclusion in that space to reach 80% by 2026. So we need to be very innovative in terms of how we push those numbers. Yes, Shiko, Zambia and DRC entered into a government cooperation for lithium battery production in 2022. So the strategy or initiative is to utilize the rich mineral resources that either country have. Okay, if you combine the two countries, you note that we could be the biggest producers of copper, we could be the biggest producers of cobalt. We have in Zambia deposits for lithium, manganese, all the components that are required in the battery, in the lithium battery production. And I am privileged to be in this meeting because when I came first, I was fighting myself, trying to understand why this smartphone manufacturing strategy is. But I think it's starting to form here that we need regional synergies. We need to identify a country A that has this advantage, all right, and identify country B, which is rich in, human capital, country F, which is producing and adding value to its minerals. So I would put Zambia as country F because we have the lithium battery resources. What we need to do is, can we add value? Like I heard in the last presentation, we have seen that Africa, we export a lot of raw materials, okay? Thereby, we don't benefit much as we lose when we start to import the finished product. So if we can enhance our efforts and strategies as African countries, we start to see where our competitive advantage is. If it's in the production of lithium batteries, for instance, can we add value in the value chain? Then can we find synergies into the region to where we export? Can we open up the borders? I think we are beating about the bush. What we need to do in Africa is let's open up the borders. All right, let us reduce the cost of trading between ourselves. Our president, during the recent Africa Digital Summit, directed us to move from what we call one border stops to non-border stops. So basically leverage on the technologies to create ease movement of goods and services around the various trade advantages that each of the countries have. So that is some of the efforts that we see we can contribute in this ecosystem. And I'm happy because I wanted actually to be on the other side, so I start asking myself, why are we trying to do manufacturing dotted all over? We are going to fail if we don't create the critical mass, the market. All right. I stand to, I await patiently to listen to the use case, cases of Rwanda, Egypt that are manufacturing. And I want to see how they are meeting the economies of scale, okay? I know they are, like Egypt probably has got the capacity in terms of population, but if you're going to invest in the manufacturing of batteries, and it's expensive as we saw from the power to other components, can we start to see that if we created competition in manufacturing, and that's why probably Qhala as digital consultants, you need to start to bring us together so that we start to align our policies and directions and regulations so that we look at collaborative efforts towards achieving the same goal. We want to open up the market. We don't need to worry about the competition from the brand types, all right? The brand types have got their market, all right? We can strategize around what is our target market. Our target market is the person who needs an affordable device, a good device, a device that they can depend on for their day-to-day services. And the population in those spaces are huge. We just need to open up. If you open up Zambia, Botswana, and all the neighbors to this population, tell them this is a phone that will give you this. Even TikTok and WhatsApp, they'll be very excited. It's not a service that they can say no to because they saw they can dance and make a video, somebody, oh, you can earn money and stuff. They'll be excited to do that. And those are the populations that are not yet brainwashed by the brand, okay? What they need is a smartphone that will do what they want to do.
It's true. I like
Thank
that.
you so much.
I like that. That's the population that is not brainwashed by the brands. I love that quote. We should be using that. So you've spoken a lot about Egypt. Egypt is sitting next to you. I was in Cairo, and the whole of Cairo is the whole of Kenya in terms of population. And I remember I was moving from the factory to Mr. Ziasa's office. It is 100 kilometers. I'm not kidding. And I said, oh, no, don't worry. It's like 80 kilometers from here. I'm thinking 80 kilometers is another city in Kenya. I know, but I had so much fun learning the Egyptian ecosystem, and I saw what it means to have a phone made in Africa. And it affirmed that this is actually can be done. So, Mr. Yarsa, thank you so much. I know he landed this morning, so he might just be a little bit sleepy, so thank you for the sacrifice. But Egypt has advanced in electronics industry. How can your country share your expertise with other African countries to foster local manufacturing? And we know that Egypt is part of Africa. How can we learn from you? And for context, when they say they produce 16 million phones a year, I was like, wait, what? That is a lot of phones. How?
20 million.
20 million now.
It's like the 20 million as usual, but like maybe that like the last 2 years, it like becomes like 16 due to the some financial issues and inflation.
No, you can continue answering the question as you're explaining the numbers. I was like, oh my God, that's a lot. You say 20 million is a lot of phones. That's you. So how can you learn what is Egypt doing right, and how can the rest of the continent be learning from you?
Yeah. Okay. Really, at the beginning, I'd like really express my gratitude to inviting me in this great event and important event for Africa, to share our knowledge, to share knowledge with each other, not only our knowledge. Really, like even like within this few sessions and panels. Already I got a lot, by the way. That is like we have to exchange knowledge. We have to exchange the experience. Sure, not only Egypt has such an experience in electronic industry, but also Kenya, Zambia, Rwanda. Each country has its own competitive advantage. And we have to complement with each other. This is very important, and we are not competing we are not competing with each other. This is we are collaborating. We are consolidating our effort to really achieve the digital Africa and like that. And sure, like I'm happy, yes, to share our experience. Yes, it's like in electronic industry we have we began the electronic industry early in 1960s. At that time, even initiating the electronic industry in a public companies. But now it's like the waves, like in the 60s, and by 90s already that's like the second wave. And for the electronic industry, and the third wave, it like is after like 2015, like this is what we call maybe third wave of electronic industry in Egypt. And sure, we would like we have a lot of maybe I'll share maybe the next session. I'll share all what we are doing about the strategy for boosting the electronic industry in Egypt. But sure, it is also building and developing our strategy tapped on the collaboration and with the other African countries. Sure, we can collaborate in as we are our colleagues and the really distinguished speakers talking about why we don't classify some countries into has an advantage in such component to complement with each other. This is very important. Okay, even let me with the strategy, we already identify what is the possible component and the materials can we do it, and to deepen the local manufacturing as well. Yes, there is some countries have such advantage to produce a product. To produce like smartphone, the complete smartphone, and others components have other countries have advantage to produce some component, like Zambia has very very important really, and we are looking for why we collaborate with each other to make it and to enable Zambia to be the lithium battery hub. Not only for a smartphone, for even the smart devices, laptops, even EV, electric vehicle, storage for the solar energies and renewable energies and so on. This is the why not? But we have to consolidate our effort. Have it's a vision, okay, but sure that it maybe that the other developed countries, even like China or others, sure that they would like always to be ahead, or has their own technologies and keeping these technologies at their own. But if we push to make the localization and put together at the Union, African Union, to build the industry, to build such a component, and we have to identify this is and declassify the advantage of each country and declassify which we will in a short term and long term and so on. This is a plan in the long term. Sure, we can. We're happy to help and even the other countries for the capacity building. It's very important. Now we are talking local manufacturing, design, and IT development, and so on, so on, so on, so. But what about the talent? It is we have the available talent. That's why we see our main competitiveness and competitive advantage is the talent. That's why we capitalize on the talent to upskill those talent up to the industry needs. Not just from the educational level. No, it is we have the best practices, we have the upskill with the practical experience, with the best practices. This is very important. Sure, we can cooperate intensively with the other African countries to develop and make the capacity building in the industry, in the different disciplines or domains of ICT in general, not only for the electronic manufacturing or and the vocational training and so on, but also for the electronic design, for ICT, other domain and disciplines, all these. Sure, and already we launched such a program called FWD, sorry, this was like 2 years ago, with the African to even like for the capacity building with the African people and the African youth, and also like we can highlight and collaborate in this manner. We have also to collaborate in innovation and the startup ecosystem. We have we have a lot of initiative for preparing and developing the innovation ecosystem and entrepreneurship, and sure we can collaborate more and more in this issues, and sure we can help each other and exchange our experience. Why not? This is very important. We are not competing with Kenya if they established the manufacturing for mobile manufacturing facilities. No, we have to help them. While already we have a challenge even for the transportation, we have a challenge for the logistic issues, for the barriers, trade barriers and so on. Okay, that's very important even to Kenya to serve some around countries. And Egypt, okay, it's I think this is the last panel, already raising the issues. Okay, why not establishing even for a or the mobile phones or smart devices? Why not establishing like the hubs, like hub in the north, hub on in the west, hub on the east, hub on the in the south. This is also very important.
That's true. Thank you so much.
Yes,
that hub, during tea, I had that conversation going deeper. And yes, we have lots of work to do to design how this look like. Madam Pauline, we've had the vision. We've had some practical implementation challenges and opportunities. But how can the African governments facilitate to harmonize smartphone standards? I love what he said. We move away from the brainwash around smartphone brand to a standard that will lead to the African hubs, but for smartphone manufacturing that is sustainable and scalable on the continent.
Thank you very much, Chico. The first place we start is always policy and regulation, and we must have policies and regulations that are market-friendly. We've had discussions around the issue of local percentages here, and it's a very passionate issue. I can see my friend from Safaricom shaking his head vigorously because we are still at 30% in terms of telecommunications industry, and it's still an issue. I would urge us to take advantage of the kind of constitutional dispensation we have in this country that allows us to have public participation. And I will throw the challenge to my colleague again that we need to push government, ourselves, to move some of these policies that are not friendly to the things that we want to achieve. The second is the taxation regime. When you talk about tax in Kenya currently, there are very difficult conversations around taxation because we seem to be going in one direction and the industry seems to be going in another direction. And so I use again my training as a lawyer to say public participation has been given to us as a gift from God to influence the policies that will make our work and our businesses easier to run. I've listened to him giving an example of how we don't use the M-Pesa app, and I was laughing because I'm like, I am one of those who don't use that app. And the reason I don't use the app is because we had an incident of information security the other day. And that day, if you're in this country, you know that M-Pesa was down, and they kept telling us, if you're on the app, please go and use the drop-down menu, that one, the drop-down menu. That talks to an issue of capacity, which is an issue he's just discussed about, which he said that you have to equip the people to make use of what it is you're putting into the market. It talks to an issue of our own understanding and accepting of technology. We are very passionate as a government in pushing technology use. As you know, we have moved the government services, it has been said here by my seniors, to e-citizen. We have talked here about connectivity. We have talked about digital skilling. Where we need to do a lot of work is policy, regulation, taxation, and that one, ladies and gentlemen, requires all of us to be on board. Please don't leave it to the technocrats. It is not us who are in the market. We may not understand it very well, and when we get it wrong, please don't send greetings. Visit us in our offices. Our doors are open. We are willing to receive you. So I will speak a bit about what we have been doing at the ICT Authority so that then also, as an example of government's role in building penetration and acceptability of usage. I talked about the 100,000 kilometers of fiber. I know that figure has been said so often, but nobody breaks it down, so I will break it down for you. The 100,000 kilometers of fiber are based on 25,000 primary schools that we gave the digital devices. That is, there was a project under government, DLP1. It was famously the laptop project of 2013. So we then based an assumption that each of these schools is about 4 kilometers from the nearest North B node. So if you do 25,000 times 4, you get to 100,000 kilometers of fiber. So it's not just a number that exists magically, it is a number that is worked on logically. Somebody has talked about capturing them before they get brand brainwashed. So in our thinking, when we capture people at a young age and equip them with digital skills, then the transition is easier. If you have a parent and they have had to renew their driving license, you now know that cyber cafes are booming businesses once again because there is a lot of people in Kenya who cannot access government services because they don't have smartphones and they have to go to the nearest cyber cafe. So capture them when they are young. Connectivity. Then we are now going to the second phase. We are doing a digital literacy program again, the second phase. giving gadgets and devices to school, again, to equip the students. We are doing digital skilling. This holiday, if you go to the smartacademy.go.ke, we are doing training on cybersecurity for children and even for citizens. And I would encourage anybody who has a child that is idle in the house, please let them sign up for that course. It's free. And it will take a bit of the headache. And Safaricom, you could partner with us in training Kenyans on how to use your app so that the uptake is a bit faster. I hope he has heard me. Please, yes. And then on the issue of how do we transition graduates and how do we make sure people are market ready, again, my colleague from Egypt referenced that. The government has been very active in engaging the graduates from ICT. We have the Presidential Digital Talent Program. I would challenge the private sector to support us on this. Again, I'm looking at my colleague from Safaricom. We do have private partnerships, but it has been tended to be the IBMs and the Huawei's of this world, so a bit more of local participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, awesome. So what I'm hearing from this panel is that we have, as Africa, the capacity to build for Africa. Everything from the actual phone to the content that is being consumed to financial services. The one thing I wanted to point out is when I was in Egypt and some of the other manufacturing we've visited as a team, we realized that the manufacturing of mobile phone is primarily female. Yes, I know, I wanted to capture that. Why? Because women have small hands, and when you're putting it together, they need small hands. I didn't know that until somebody explained to me, because, oh, this is a tech space and there's so many women. They said, yeah, because we need the small hands. It's always an advantage. So I just wanted to put it out there. So if we need to do this for women, to hire more women when you're talking about talent. But as we wrap up, I just want to just go around and just asking a single question. What is the one thing from a policy and standards perspective do you think will unlock the smartphone for Africa? And I remember when we were consolidating these results and talking to different players and getting like peers to look at it, they're saying, are you speaking about a singular phone or many phones? He said, we're not talking about a singular phone, we're talking about a standard phone, a phone that Africans will actually use, can afford, and gives them dignity. As Zach was talking about, like, what every year somebody buys a phone, actually it's something like every 6 months. Because the phone breaks, the battery pops, something goes off because they're so cheap and there's no quality control. So we need to also provide dignity to our people. Remember we said it's to learn, earn, and connect, but with dignity. How do we do that? And I will start with Pauline coming this way.
It has been said consistently. We are strong together, and when we pull apart, nothing works. The PS of Trade gave a very good example of the trade barriers that exist in Africa. And I'm happy my colleague here, they are developing the protocols. But the day we manage to think together and pull together in the same direction, then we will have the smartphone. Before that day, it's a long walk to freedom.
Thank you very much. That was very funny. From the AfCFTA perspective, the reason why intra-Africa trade is low is because of the cost and the fact that we are still at the bottom of the value chain. We are still producing raw materials and exporting raw materials. And if you look at everyone produces raw materials, so no one wants to buy anything from the other. That is why we sell our products, our raw materials, and then they are sold back to us as finished products. The regulatory framework of the AfCFTA is built around supporting industrialization and value addition. Why it is also difficult for the African countries to trade among each other is these tariffs and non-tariff barriers. What the AfCFTA has done is to make sure that we remove all the import duties on the products that are being produced in the continent. And the moment we produce the things, for example, the smartphone, we are creating jobs. It's not only production for trading, but for also creating jobs for the unemployed. There are non-tariff barriers that you don't see when you are moving goods from point A to point B. And there is a comprehensive legal framework that is aimed at ensuring that all these hidden costs when it comes to transporting goods from country A to country B are lowered. And this also makes the trade easier, and even the products themselves are affordable. That is why today even the same product can be expensive to move from neighboring countries, but it's cheaper when it's taken from overseas. It's because of the non-tariff barriers, and we have quite a comprehensive policy towards elimination of these non-tariff barriers. And in terms of standardization, it doesn't mean that if things are being produced in the continent, they have to be poor quality. We still have standards that we have to maintain, that when the product is being produced in the continent, it still needs to meet certain standards for it to perform certain functions. And I think the same applies even to the smartphone. It doesn't mean that if the smartphone is being produced in Africa, it has to be poor quality. And this is something that also applies to even the usage and the uptake of the phone. The phone can be affordable, but if the quality is very poor, we are not going to use it because it cannot perform certain functions. So I think in a nutshell, the Continental Free Trade Area has all these policies and commitments that governments have made to ensure that we produce these products at a very high quality, but still be able to lower the cost. And the lowering of the cost is being removed in terms of customs duties, import duties, because when a smartphone meets all these rules of origin that we have talked about, it means it's not going to be subjected to customs duties. If this smartphone that we are talking about meets the rules of origin that are stipulated or agreed in the AfCFTA, it means that phone will not be subjected to customs duties. And we have removed or eliminated these non-tariff barriers, which also makes the trading costly. Then it means we are also targeting or making this phone affordable and cheaper so that it can be afforded by everyone else. And of course, on the quality should not be negotiable. We should maintain the quality such that this phone compete in the market with even non-African smartphones. Thank you very much.
Okay, frankly speaking, I'm not worried about the quality. What is already produced in African countries and so on. That's why now, okay, I agree or not agree. Okay, is it the leading the manufacturing, local manufacturing in Africa in general now? Is it the international brands? We are rely on the international brands. We acquire and invite about it is made in Egypt or made in China or made in Korea. No, it is like that. It's Oppo. Okay, is it like that? They got to make that, and we are doing these exercises with all the players, even in Egypt, and how to break even, to reach even the same cost of China, even in China or in Vietnam and so on. This is a challenge when we reach. This is the production economy of scale, economic scale, to reach and so on. And sure, with the policy, with the taxation policies, and this is very important. And that is another issues. Okay, I think it's all of us talking about it. Is the logistics between in the African countries. Really, this is a big challenge. Yeah. Once, okay, talking, and we are encouraging even local manufacturing to export from Egypt to the other neighbor countries. Okay, they said do you think that how much cost and how much time to send these goods to the middle of Africa or even east of Africa of west of Africa? It's like it's like the spend a lot of time and a lot of money as well. Shipping the goods from Vietnam or from China or from India is much cheaper and much faster. We have to solve these issues by any means. Unfortunately, we don't have like the cheap cargo airlines or frequently cargo airlines. It's sure that for the material of mobile phones or even like the complete handsets, okay, it's easy to ship by air. Yeah, but where? How to do it? Unfortunately, yes, it's like the last station, okay, like the he already gave an example about, okay, I spend 60 days to ship the goods from, I think so, I'm not sure that from Kenya to Ghana. To Ghana. It's crazy. We have to find the solutions for this, and okay, we already give some subsidize for the cost, but not all the time we can subsidize. But how to solve even for the cost? But how to solve this transient period?
Okay, Aaron.
Thank you, Shiko, and I'll be very brief. And for me, I think we are quite aligned, and for most countries. In terms of policy and regulation, I think individual countries and severally, we need to be deliberate in the way we drive this agenda for digital transformation, digital inclusion, around these synergies, around competitive advantage, around fostering collaborations within the region. It is until we are in that space that we differentiate between growth and transformation. All right. We in small spaces are growing. Okay. So my internet penetration is 21%. Now I'll move to 22. Yes, we are growing. Okay. But are we transforming? Okay. So we need to be asking those questions. And if we don't have the capacity, how do we synergize and collaborate? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks. I think I'll be the briefest as a practitioner. I think I'm very clear about a couple of things. Number one, tax. I know the team has spoken about tax, but it's not just cut the taxes, right? It's first of all leveling the playing field. If we are a market where 80% of your devices are gray goods, right? Then how are you going to build a local industry, right? You can't compete, right? And then also where you have the tax incentives, for example, VAT or customs, if it's on a refund basis, which is the current structure, where it's not exempt, it's zero rated, so you pay and then claim back, and it takes months to get your taxes back, then it says, you're tying up working capital for these operators. So that's also going to be a challenge in of itself. I think we need the ability to trade across border. If you think about it, East Africa, including the DRC Congo, for instance, is a 350 million market, right? That's getting the size of Indonesia, right, in terms of size. So if you're able to trade in a market of that size, then you've got base demand that can justify the investments in technology, in the chips, in the et cetera, that are used to make it a lot cheaper. Egypt is a very good example, right? Because you're talking about a base economy of 90 million people. And if you add that across the markets of Northern Africa, then you're looking at where you've got base demand that justifies it. So since we can't produce more people quickly, we have to open up. We have to open up the borders better, right? I fully agree, and I with my colleague from Egypt. Quality is not an issue, all right? And I'll give an example of the phones that we're doing, not to pat ourselves on the back, but we've got a lower return rate than some of the international brands, all right? So it's not a quality point, it's a perception point. That do we trust our own production, our own goods, right? As opposed to an American Apple or even though it's made in China, but an American Apple or another country versus your own. So it's a perception thing that buying Kenya, building Kenya, or buying our own countries by Egypt, right, is the right thing to do. And then the last point I just make is, quite been touched, is power. And I know we talk about powers and big infrastructure, etc. But the point the PS made earlier this morning around the fluctuations of power is key to electronic equipment and other kind of sensitivity and nature that we need to get into. You will not have chips being manufactured in your country if the lights are going off, right? Or you're going back to diesel backup and diesel generators, your cost will never be efficient, right? So those things in terms of holistic, the infrastructure, the power, the ability to trade borders, if my goods are going to get stuck at the port for 3 days, again, that's completely undermining my working capital. All those things need to be taken from a policy perspective to make, and then let the private sector run. They will do the rest.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm so happy that taxes have been mentioned many times because KRA, the Kenyan Revenue Authority, is in the room. So if you want to see them, you can see them outside this room. And they are listening to all the feedback. They're going to be speaking later on today. So thank you so much. I think what this panel is showing is that there is potential. We are not scared about quality. We have the raw material, but we have to work together. Yeah, we have to standardize our policies, and logistics is a big conversation that has come out this morning. Like, we have to speak about logistics. How do we solve for logistics? Should we have a cargo-only carrier to be moving things around? Should we have blocks to be doing this? So that's a conversation that we should be taking up and saying, how do we solve for logistics? So thank you so much. I'm in between you and lunch is almost closing. So they're telling me that. So thank you so much. And let's continue the conversation at lunch, because I think this is like a hot topic. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Round of applause for the panel as they stand and take their group photo. Yeah, please, it would be nice to have a group photo. Pauline talked about a long walk to freedom. I'm pleased to inform you it's not a long walk to lunch. Lunch is right through that door. You're all going to get a food voucher. The Ashes are going to give you a food voucher which you can present at the cafeteria at the restaurant, and then you can have your meal. It's about plus or minus 5 minutes now to 2 p.m. May I ask that we try and get back by 2:30 so we can go on with the next panel, if we may. Photographers, are you happy? One more? Okay. All right, I think we have some good discussion points for lunch as well. Bon appetit. The hashtags to use for this summit are hashtag smartphone for Africa, hashtag SFA 2024, and finally smartphone for Africa summit. Again, the three hashtags are hashtag smartphone for Africa. Use that as your primary hashtag. You can add on hashtag SFA 2024 and hashtag smartphone for Africa summit. And we're going to have a great time. Reminding you all that this was done by Qhala, GSMA, Smart Africa, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, with funding support from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. We've had a great morning, great discussions, great insights as well. And the party doesn't stop there, it goes on. Here to give us some more insight on this particular study on what does Africa want when it comes to smartphones. I want to invite on stage Dr. Wanjiru Mboro, the head of research at Qhala. Please, round of applause for Dr. Wanjiru.
Good afternoon. If you can help me with this. Okay. Thank you. So in this session, I'm going to present the work that we have been doing across Africa. And the research, the main aim of the research was to understand what are the factors that are hindering smartphone adoption in Africa. Over the past 5 years, we have seen a tremendous growth in mobile subscription across Africa. MNOs have been working hard to expand the mobile network broadband, and they have invested heavily. And currently, 87% of Africans are covered. They have access to mobile network services. And from this chart, we can see that the mobile subscription is growing. At the moment, it's at 44. And by 2030, we expect it to be at 50%. So, despite the growth and the mobile network coverage in Africa, we have seen that the growth of the smartphone adoption has been lagging behind as compared to other as compared to other regions. And in sub-Saharan Africa, it currently stands at 51%. And sub-Saharan Africa has the highest usage gap, with over 70 million people who have access to mobile network services, but they are not using them. So in this research, we wanted to understand, why are you not using these mobile network services? So we decided to conduct a series of studies. We are conducting them in different regions in Africa. And we started with 3 countries, that is Kenya, Rwanda, and Zambia. And in this presentation, we are going to provide the findings of factors hindering smartphone adoption in this country. So in terms of methodology, we interacted with customers, the mobile network operators, people who sell phone, Tier 1 and Tier 2 for sellers, just to understand what are the issues affecting the smartphone adoption in their regions. And based on our finding, we identified several issues that are affecting smartphone adoption. And the major barrier is the device affordability. Data affordability is also an issue. Social norms, where beliefs, cultural beliefs, religious beliefs, people believe that it's not good to own a smartphone or to use the internet. The connectivity experience, we have said that we have, the continent has 87% access, as in people, 87% of the people in Africa have access to the mobile network services. But some of them were saying, yes, it's there, but the experience, the quality of this network is poor. In terms of literacy, people do not know the benefit of using this, of a smartphone. And also in Zambia, what we identified is that the power outages is affecting smartphone adoption. So all those factors that I have listed, we group them into two. Factors that affect the ability to pay, that is the affordability, and the factors that are affecting willingness to pay. This is where a customer can afford a smartphone, but is not willing to buy or to own one, or even though they have one, they're not using the mobile network services. So under ability, I said the major issue is the device affordability. And so most of the people are saying that the cost of the smartphone is high. So we asked them, how can we improve, how can we lower the cost of this device? And these are some of the suggestions they provided. They said, especially in Kenya, we noticed that most people own the smartphone using the device financing services. So these services help people who cannot pay the total cost of the smartphone to own the smartphone. So they were saying, can you create awareness of the benefit of device financing? In Rwanda and Zambia, we identified that these services are not popular. They had been launched, but they were not popular. So what they were saying is if the government and the MNO could help them using the digital ambassador, help them understand the benefits of these services, they were willing to adopt it. Something else, and I think Shiko mentioned, is the refurbished phones. People can't afford the total cost of a new phone, so most of them do get a refurbished phone so that they can enjoy the services of the phone they like. So they were saying, can you provide market for refurbished smartphone? I know there are regulations in Africa where it prohibits the sale of this phone, but can we rethink and see how we can make this market available for people so that they can own a phone at a lower cost, but with the same specification? And in Rwanda, we all know there was Connect program that worked, helped most people, especially in the rural area, to own a smartphone. And we saw, from the interaction we had with people from Rwanda, they said that it was successful, helping most people to own a smartphone. Is it possible, using the Universal Service Fund, for other countries to have such programs where people have access to smartphones, where they can share them, maybe in their household? So that's something else that they say, especially in Rwanda, they say that it worked well. In terms of phone insurance, most customers say that they don't own a smartphone because their phone may be broke or it needs to be repaired. And they were like, I can't afford a new phone right now, so I'll be using a feature phone. And they were saying if there was a market for insurance services for the phone where they can pay between 1% to 5% of the total value of the smartphone, they were willing to take up this insurance. And this was across the 3 countries where they were saying the cost of repairing a smartphone or cost of buying a new phone when you lose one, it's high. And they were willing, if the MNOs could replace the phone using the insurance services, that's something they were willing to adopt. And in Kenya and in Rwanda, we identified that, especially in Rwanda, there were no stores where, especially in rural areas, where customers could repair their phones. So they will have to move all the way from the rural area to Kigali to get these services. In Kenya, the same thing, where they were saying in rural area, you have to move to the nearby city so that you can repair your phone. And they were saying, can MNOs bring these services to us? Can you have like a basic, maybe a station at the stores where you can repair these phones for us? So bringing these services to the grassroots, to the rural area, will help people who are currently using feature phone to repair their phones and continue using the smartphone. In terms of data, we know the cost of data is, that's why I say there are people who have the smartphone, but they don't use it quite often because the data cost is high. One thing they were saying, the expiry period is a bit short, so they were saying, can they prolong the expiry period of the short-term data bundles? That's one comment that we got across the 3 countries. In terms of promotions. In Rwanda, they were saying when there are promotions, most people tend to use the internet quite often. So if they could have this promotion, then maybe we could, most people could access the internet. And in terms of device financing, I said it's working well in Kenya, but not in Rwanda and Zambia. Why? And they were saying, in Kenya, one thing we realized is that they're saying it's not transparent. And if they could make these services more transparent, more people will adopt them. In Rwanda, they were saying, since most of these services, in Rwanda and Zambia, most of these services are provided by MNO, can you have like social groups, phones offered through the social groups where they know each other, so they can trust each other, unlike these services unlike services provided from MNO, they were saying they would prefer having the social group or the phones offered through the social groups. So that is in terms of affordability. When it comes to willingness, I mentioned this is where a customer can afford a smartphone but is not willing to own it, or has a smartphone but is not using it. And one of the issues we identified is the connectivity experience. Most of them were saying the quality of internet, especially in rural area, was poor. So they were asking, can the MNOs improve the quality of the network, especially in the rural area? Digital literacy. Can we, as MNOs and government, work together with digital ambassador or local influencers to provide community-based, digital literacy programs? That's what they were asking for. In terms of social norms, where culture and religious belief hinder people from owning or using the smartphone, can we also use the local ambassador? For example, if it's in a Christian community where they believe, for example, that the smartphone is a device is an evil device, can we work maybe with the leaders in church so that they can help them understand the benefits of using this tool? Or can we provide services or content that they can relate to so that they see the benefits of this tool? And lastly, in terms of content relevance, most of them said they can't understand the content shared in English. And in Kenya, where I think, where Safaricom had worked with Google to provide this information in Swahili, most of them are saying they don't understand pure Swahili. They understand Sheng. So how can we make this information relevant to these people? And for example, people in the rural area, can we provide information to do with agriculture on how they can improve their farming experience? So that is the information they were saying. Instead of providing a lot of information that they cannot relate to, can we have, like, for example, pre-installed application that can help them, say, to do with weather forecast, to do with farming experience? Those are some of the information that we got from the customer. And also in willingness, they were saying that the smartphones that are available in the market do not meet their needs. The young people who are creating content, they want smartphone with good camera, large storage capacity, and And for example, in Zambia, where there are power outages, they were saying they want a smartphone with long battery life. So they're asking manufacturers, since here we are talking about manufacturing a smartphone, these are some of the capabilities and features that we should consider. And something else that we noticed across these three countries is that phone sharing is common. Where people use in a household, for example, you have a smartphone, but your daughter or your wife does not own a smartphone, they will share this device in the household. And so they were saying, so the experience, what they do is that when you borrow the smartphone, you insert your SIM card, then you continue using it. And they were saying they want a smartphone with dual, we know they are dual, smartphone with dual SIM cards, but also those with multiple SIM cards, or an example of a multiple profile where if you use your own profile, you're not able to access the other person's profile. And in this case, you are able to maintain data privacy. The other suggestion was to bring the smartphone shops in the rural area so that they can have access to them, working with the ambassador and to help them understand the benefit of smartphone in terms of where they're wondering what's the need of owning a smartphone, yet the feature phone is working well. And lastly, in Zambia, they were saying if they can have options of power supply. And they were saying, if I can have a smartphone that is charged using a solar battery, they were willing to use these devices. So these are some of the factors that were affecting willingness and affordability of a smartphone. And just like I've mentioned, these are some of the user behaviors we identified in Africa, and I think I've mentioned some of them. Phone sharing, decision of owning a smartphone, it depends. Your friend, which phone is she using? Your brother, which phone is she using? Or which phone like most people are using in your community? So they will make decisions based on the information they are getting from their family members and relatives. Gifting is common, and also most people use multiple SIM cards to enjoy the services provided by the MNOs. So based on this feedback that we got from the customers, we decided to map some of the recommendations that could be implemented to improve smartphone adoption. And the main thing that we see is expiry period of the smartphone. That's something that could be implemented easily and the value is high. So if we could increase the period, most people could continue accessing the internet. And providing community-based digital literacy, that's something that was common across the 3 countries. Improving the customer services so that people do understand the benefits of these smartphones. Insurance services, market for refurbished phone. And also, like I mentioned, improving the quality of the network connection provided, especially in rural area. So this summit focused on understanding how we can manufacture smartphone. And as we think, manufacture smartphone in Africa, and as we think about that, these are some of the questions we should be asking ourselves. How can we improve smartphone adoption? And from this study, we have seen the reduction of cost of smartphone, and based on the monitoring and evaluation study we conducted in Kenya, we realized that the cost, when the government waived the taxation imposed on mobile sector, if they are waived or reduced, the cost of smartphone, of assembling or manufacturing smartphone in Kenya, the cost of the smartphone manufactured or assembled in Kenya could be affordable. Device financing, it's working in most countries. Can we popularize it so that most people who cannot afford a new phone can use these services to own a smartphone? Working with local influencers to promote the smartphone adoption. This is working, especially in Rwanda. Can we adopt that program of digital ambassador working in rural area and informing people how they can benefit from using a smartphone? And also localizing online content, that's something we should think as we think about manufacturing smartphone. And lastly, we are talking about manufacturing our own phone. But before that, can we also legalize or establish a market for refurbished smartphone? These are some of the things we should be thinking so that we can improve smartphone adoption in Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Wanjiro, for your insight as well and for the good work done. A round of applause to her and her entire team. It's very, very good work done. Now, when it comes to the digital uptake, there's some 2 countries which have stood out from this study. One was Egypt, another one is Rwanda. We'll be hearing insights both from Egypt and from Rwanda. I'm told the Rwandan team is ready online, ready to join us. From Rwanda, we have Fidel Karenzi, the senior technologist in the digital age infrastructure and platforms interoperability from the Rwanda Ministry of ICT and Innovation. He's going to be joining us live from Kigali. All right, I can hear him getting ready. Can we do a visual?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I think my web camera is not working, so for that.
All right.
Yeah. Can I get started? I think my web camera is not.
Yes, we can get started. We can get started. Do we have visual?
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much, MC. Good afternoon, dear guests and delegates. So, my name is Fidel. I'm representing the Ministry of ICT and Innovation. Thank you for the organizers. I see Qhala. I've been working with the Qhala for they presented the research. I'm glad that we are presenting the findings, and also wanted to share the Africans manufacturing and assembly capabilities. So, lesson learned. Basically, Rwanda also has also established itself as prioritize digitization as a key enabler for our digital economy. So this topic comes in the right time when all African governments are really. Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear. I'm back. So I've been saying the topic is coming in the right time when the governments are really digitizing their government services, also trying to ensure that they enable our digital economy. So our electronic devices are very critical in ensuring our citizens consume the online services. So much has been said by the previous speakers, but I also want to echo and reaffirm some of the non-negotiable pathways to ensure we have a resilient and sustainable manufacturing ecosystem in Africa. Yes, we said much has, despite the efforts made to establish the manufacturing production in Africa, we have, as you know, we have 1.4 billion people, and this presents a very big market, potential market for our homegrown solutions. So one of the impediments or the challenges for, can you hear me?
Yes, I apologize. He's not able to use his camera, but we can hear you, sir. We can hear you. Go on.
Okay. Thank you so much. So I've been saying the previous speakers mentioned the non-negotiable pathways, and I wanted to reaffirm this. Of course, these are proven by our own research we did in conducting what does it require for our manufacturing ecosystem to work and to be profitable. So one of the key impediments or non-negotiable was access to market. So the previous speakers spoke about the AfCFTA, of course, and also wanted to add, Africa has many regional blocks that we can collaborate with in order to scale up the market. So one of the challenges our manufacturing ecosystems are facing ability to scale to the market. So we believe the governments could work together and establish a common market that would benefit from the manufacturing investors and be able to make a profitable business. So here we are talking of 1.4 billion of our population. Our study we conducted last year, we found that at least for a manufacturing company, a manufacturing investor to make profitable business, must produce at least 5 million devices per year and sold. So it's critical that this number is achievable with this population we are talking about. So only missing is for governments or for regional blocks to work together and make sure that these devices get to market. So I must also commend the work done by Egypt in unlocking the potentials in the manufacturing ecosystem. And again, one of the another a non-negotiable pathway is strategic partnerships with EMs, electronic manufacturing services, and original equipment manufacturers. These are very critical for when you want to do a technology transfer, knowledge transfer, and also even establishing the manufacturing hub in Africa. So we know there are many of the like the African market is mainly dominated by the Chinese manufacturing companies. So if we could attract them and also make sure that they base their businesses, their manufacturing in Rwanda, in Africa, this would this would would help in reducing the cost of production, in the cost of the devices, and also addressing the affordability challenges. Another aspect we look at is as a non-negotiable is how do we make sure that the telecom companies or MNOs take their part. We understand the telecommunication companies have got the large subscriber base, and the consumers of the mobile data are the consumers of the devices. So once these telecoms commit to offtake the devices that are being produced, this would incentivize or would attract the manufacturers to be onboarded in Africa. So here we are talking of, we want to make sure that we've been seeing some of the government, some of the investors in manufacturing putting conditions to the governments to offtake the devices to put minimum offtake of the devices that are being produced by the manufacturers. So if combination of market scaling to the market and also the offtake by the telecommunication companies, this would attract the investors to come, the EMS and the OEMs to invest in Africa. Another aspect that is very important as a lesson learned is a robust research and development. So we understand our Africa needs different devices. We want devices specifically for agriculture. We know much of our regions don't have electricity, so we need to make sure that we produce the devices with longer battery lives. This has been said by the previous speakers, but I also wanted to echo this. This is a very important aspect as a lesson learned to ensure that we have a tailored products for our local needs. So we talk of people with disabilities that needs their customized type of devices related to smartphone or even a laptop in a localized language. This is a very important aspect when it comes to the African market. And also, yeah, the competitiveness. Affordability is very aspect in terms of the offtake of the devices and also penetration. So this has been proven last year. Actually, this year we launched Connect Rwanda. The previous speaker spoke about Connect Rwanda. So in the last 4 years, we launched the Connect Rwanda initiatives 1.0 and 2.0. 1.0 really was where people were giving free smartphones, and then we could distribute them to the people without smartphones. And later, we worked with Reed Hastings, the CEO of Netflix. He was able to provide the philanthropic support and incentivize the $20 smartphones, which was accessible to a $16 smartphone. So we were able to distribute at least 1 million devices starting last year, end of the last year, and now at least 1.1 devices, 1.1 million devices, smartphones have been distributed. So we saw how affordability is very important. And when we talk of bottom of the pyramid, these people, they don't look at the brands of the phone. what they want is they're eager to use the smartphones irrespective of the brand. So this is a very much a very important aspect in terms of affordability. We need to make sure that our smartphones are affordable, and incentivize all value chains that would hinder the production of a smart device, including related laptop and smartphone. So again, I've been asked to talk about the vehicle industry. Rwanda, we've made significant steps in the vehicle industry. We already have a Volkswagen assembly plant in Rwanda. It focuses on electric vehicles for both local use and the export to African market. So we currently have the part of the mandate of the Volkswagen is to ensure they also produce the electric vehicles that are used mostly in commuting in transport, like Uber. So these are very important. This is also accompanied with the incentives put in place by the Rwandan government to reduce the electricity tariffs to for people with electric cars. Also removed VAT and excise duty taxes for importation of electric vehicles to ensure they're affordable. So part of this is to make sure that we don't compromise our environment and also decarbonize our environment really caused by the transport sector. So I think much has been said. I just wanted to reaffirm and echo on what my previous speakers have spoke about. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We've heard from Rwanda. How about we hear now from Egypt? Here to bring us some insights from Egypt is Mr. Yasser Abdelbari. He's Executive Director of Electronics Industry at ITIDA in Egypt. Round of applause for Mr. Yasser as he comes over.
Distinguished guests, distinguished leaders and stakeholders and organizers. Really, I'm happy to participate in this great event. Yes, and I'm deep honored to share the insight and information and sharing the knowledge of Egypt industry. And this is a national strategy for boosting the electronics industry in Egypt. This is a national strategy that hosted by 2017, like that with the vision, okay, for positioning Egypt as a regional hub for the electronics and telecom industries and world destination of a choice of electronics design and innovation. Why say like the for world destination of the electronic design and innovation? In the morning already we are talking about like some our colleagues in the panels and in the sessions and highlighting about the importance of R&D, of research and development, design and innovation. This is the core of deepen the industrialization in our continent as well. And like this is the high value. That's why we are focusing on the within strategy with two domains of the design for highly added value. Just let me focus in with a strategy dimension with the design and innovation. This is tapped on our experience and the expertise in the electronic design and innovation as well, and that is the high added value and plus electronics manufacturing with massive labor and labor intensive as well. Yeah. come back. How to come back? Yeah. Just like at the beginning, I'd like to highlight some number about the ICT sectors of Egypt. That is how ICT sector is growing and that contribute in GDP in Egypt, and how much is the investment in Egypt in ICT. What we called is the information and communication technology. This is also including the electronics as well. This is in a wider scope of ICT. This is the ICT is becoming the fastest growing sectors in Egypt with close to 17% yearly. Yeah. And how much people working in this sector is close to the 300,000 in the different area, in the different technology domains and disciplines as well. Yeah, and sure, the export. We are focused more and more for the export as well. This is for the export now. We exporting close to $6 billion in the ICT, in the whole ICT sector. We plan to reach by 2027 $9 billion out of the ICT sector as well. The national strategy, tapped on the certain pillars. Firstly, attracting investment in the focus area and the focus products. That's with the next slide to give the a brief. What is the focus area and focus product? We identify the gap, we identify the opportunity, and tapped on our competitive advantage and the demand as well. Then we already identify certain area and certain products we would like give the priority for the with our strategy priority and how to tackle and all the challenges related to these products and these areas as well. Second, we capitalize on our main assets. As you said, as we already, that is the population of Egypt, 108 million, more than 108 now. And we would like that with the strategy to invest in people and to bridge the gap of the skills and needed by the industry as well. Third is empowering research and development and innovation. Fourth, enabling local manufacturing by a lot of things, by adopting policies, by the infrastructure, by the resilience of the policy and regulation. This is the fifth one, enhancing the policy and regulation as well. Yeah. We are, based on the strategy, tapped on our Egypt competitiveness. And also like a lot of African countries has some or all of this competitive advantage. Yeah, that's why we have to identify our competitiveness and then we tap on this competitiveness and rely on it. Okay, and that give us like the track and the address these points. Sure, most of us is the competitive cost, but competitive cost it means the cheapest cost. This is the meaning of the competitive cost. The sure abundant talent pool, but how to prepare the talent pool for the industry, and like sure that like already we have to have the basic of the developed industry. Is it the developed already? You have the good base of the developed industry, or we have to start from the beginning and support the government. Sure, that's like the pivotal location or strategic location and so on. Yeah, this is for about the creating. That is the pool of talent we would like to upskill and to prepare for the industry as well. 730,000 annual graduates from the universities, more than 650,000 from the vocational the vocational graduates, and that's the highest after high school and the technicians and so on. Out of these 730, 50,000 ICT based graduates. Yeah, out of that 108. That means we have really, it's 108 university. It's not only national university and we're reputed in universities, but also the international university like the US university, Japanese, Chinese, UK university, British university, French university, the two German university, Canadian university as well. This is enrich really that a diversification of your education and give the repetition and give the power for the market, the market talent. Yeah. How to identify the opportunity? Opportunity and the focus area and focus product based on the demand. This is we have to identify the market demand, not only that is the local demand, but also the regional demand. Yeah, we already identify the gap and also tap on that the leverage our project, our national project. We have to use the national project to empower our industry. This is each country have to already have their national project. For example, our project that is the investing for new administration capital, for the Swiss economic zone, that area, the technology park. We are investing for smart education. That means we have to use and leverage this national project to empower and boost our industry. Just like we have to put the conditions that make the localization for the needs. This is the opportunity for us to push the local industry according our needs. This is very important. That we already what we did. Even for example, let me give you an example for the educational, for the smart educational program in Egypt. Okay, we would like to making or using the tablets and using the servers and the educational tools, smart board, and so on. We push the local providers to start the production and put the condition subject like to get and to provide these goods. You have to produce locally. That's why we already, yeah, we spend. By the way, but we are really we spend a lot of effort and a lot of time until to push the guys to. For the example, that is the starting from by Samsung. We're pushing already Samsung to make the tablets in Egypt with a big volume already. They have a big volume, close to 1 million units a year. It's a big volume that is subject to you have to invest for the local production. That is the one point. Yes, but by the way, they are investing for make the local manufacturing of the tablet. But by the way, they investing for the production line. Is a too advanced production line, complete manufacturing line for the tablets that already utilized only 2 months. But how utilize this production line all over the year that using to produce phones? Yeah. This is highlighting numbers about the local in the Middle East and Africa demand in electronics. For example, for mobile and tablets, how the Egypt consumes close to 20 million. And Middle East and Africa, close to more than 300 million units. And the computers and laptops and computers as well as a smart meter, also the huge market. That's why we already highlighting and identify the products and the focus product based on the market demand and the local and the regional market demand. In the tablets, LED displays, LED lighting, solar energy, and so on. That is investment opportunity. That is what we are doing and identify and announce about these opportunities to fill the gap and make the localization. Some of these products already, we have some production. We have a production base like for LED displays. I mean that is TV. and the smart and the digital smart meters. But what we would like to do it with this, okay? Sure, to invest, to invite more and more, but we would like to deepen this industry, these industries. Already we have a production, but we'd like to increase added value, that is local added value of these products, and encourage them even to the export as well. But another devices like mobile phones and GPS tablets and laptops and telecom, we don't have. That already we put some policies and adopt some policies and regulations and incentives to invite these industries to be started in Egypt. And sure, until now we are struggling, sure, for the semiconductor manufacturing. Yeah. But we have a good position, and we are focused more in the semiconductor design. Yeah. This is the vertical industries. Yes, what we would like, okay, for the displays, what we have, and in the right side, the target vertical industries we would like to enable the market and inviting the investment, either local investment or the international investment for the deeper local manufacturing in each focused product. For example, come to the tablets, mobile phone, and so on. Okay, now local added value could be easily for the CKD, complete knockdown, BCBA, could be also the housing or packaging, or at least now it's packaging and CKD model. And what is the opportunity to do it? And we can like collaborate with the other country in Africa already to satisfy the feeding industry, our vertical industry for the mobile phones to build high local added value. Is it like for BCB itself, BCB fabrication, charger, the open cell modules, metal and plastic housing, earphone speaker, lithium batteries. Sure, it is the opportunity for the collaboration that while that is this feeding industry needs like to make the localization to enables it needs like the huge volume, not like a product. It's either like okay, that for BCB, okay, I cannot set up like the BCB factory, I mean BCB fabrication, like that for one factory or two factories. This factory should serve for the big market. Yeah. By the way, myself, it is one of the established that 1997, one of the professional facility for BCB fabrication in the double side as well that time, serving the consumer and home appliance and so on. But unfortunately, this facility it's not continue by I think 2010. Yeah. And that line not go to for the further step is due to some other not business issues like the other political issues and so on, by the way. But that is already, we identify the opportunities, we identify this feeding industry, we target this feeding industry to make the localization according to a plan. Yeah, for the solar energy, for industrial electronics, for the semiconductor, for LED lighting. Now already we have very good base in the digital meter and the smart meter as well. Even we already, most of the players and the manufacturer, they have their own R&D facility for digital and smart meters. That's why they already, if you have your IP, your R&D, your own design, it's very important. Okay? Then you are eligible and you are free to source even your component from anywhere. From local market, that encourage you even make more localization of the product. But if you are under the OEM brand, you have some constraints. You have like this is under his umbrella and under his policies about that is and so on. The feeding industry as well. Yeah. Now, this is a graph, and this is some achievement. Now the export from the electronics out of our strategy and that is starting by 2017. Sure, we are struggled at the beginning, and already we are even like the more bad, more worse than what we expected. Sure, but already we got a success at the end to change the culture, to change the policy, the regulations, and that's a lot of things that had been already happened until to approach. By 2017, the export volume of electronics goods was $1,320 million US dollar. Sure that like there is some drop happen that during that 2018, by 2019 already start the curve already increasing, but increasing slowly even during the COVID-19. This is already we struggled during the COVID-19 with the end of the 2019 up to the even end of the 2021. But starting from the 2022, this is the already starting booming, and we already our target to reach the $3 billion US by 2026. This is the export volume from the manufacturing and design. By the way, on the current being that is the out of the design, the export out of design that from this by 2024 it will be reach 500 million US dollar from out of this number from design and R&D as well with export. Yeah. And also that like how the SMT line, just the indication how how the production line, just like indicator. By 2026, only 21 SMT line. By today, it's close to 60 SMT line. That means that how much the industry expanding more. Yeah. Let me explore our journey for mobile phones manufacturing in Egypt. We are we put it like this, one of the main product and focus product is a mobile phone and tablets and so on, telecom devices as well. Okay, and that time it is difficult really to invite the international brand to start. Nothing, it is nothing, even no reshaping even the policies and regulations and nothing. Okay, how to push it? How to invite? We already doing a lot of effort to invite like Vivo and Oppo and Nokia and so on that time and in Phoenix, yeah. But it's not. It needs after touching with conducting with those players, we got already what kind of the challenges. That's why we already decided to build local manufacturing facilities to proof of concept. We already want to go to Vivo and Nokia and Phoenix. Oh, you don't have any experience. You don't have that. Just we can start with the just assembly line. Why already we have the long experience, long history with the electronic manufacturing as well since the 1960s. And TVs, no, it's different industry. That time we decided to do it. By ourselves, and like that we support, not a public. We are a governmental agencies. We enabler. We will fail if do it by ourselves. By the way, do it like that. Your role at the enabler, and that's very important to put your at the enabler at the policy reshaping and the policy maker, the regulations. And the infrastructure and the incentives as well. And that time already, that's it. We found really like the entrepreneurial guy, to start the local manufacturing with us, and we supporting this local manufacturing, give them a lot of support, a lot of incentives, special incentives, to start local manufacturing. Really, yes. We have started that time. We give them subsidized manufacturing area, furnished manufacturing area, and a lot of incentive that time. Okay, and even booked like some share, small share, like that can give them more confidence as well, and give some market from the operators to start. And that time already that he is investing for the building the knowledge, building the manufacturing facility, and then a proof of concept. But the issues he start with, sure, with his local own his own brand. He already got a success from the production perspective, from the manufacturing and the proof of concept. We can do it in front of all players. Even Foxconn come and visit that factory, and okay, that is the witness that is the good manufacturing facility for mobile phone. It's okay and no issues. But unfortunately, okay, this is a SECO. This is what we call SECO technology. This is cannot after like that. He cannot competing later on with the big brand, and then he transformed to the contract manufacturer or EMS. Today, he is producing for Nokia, he is producing for Infinix, he is introducing also for the ITEL, for other brands. And not only that, like producing, this is a professional facility, and reducing also the telecom devices. Yeah. And by the way, I already gave you the story about the Samsung house. Already Samsung had a great facility for TV. Now it's producing close to 6 million units and exporting, that is using Egypt as the regional hub and exporting from Egypt TV with the 55% local added value for TV all over the Middle East and Africa since 2012 as well. By the 2022, starting for tablets, this is after adopting some policies and regulations and so on, they pushed them to start by the tablets, and then after that, after a while, just starting also for the mobile phones, and now for the last year, like producing close to 2 million units, and and expanding for this is with 2 lines, now is expanding also by the Q1, that at the beginning of the 2025 for the new manufacturing facility to produce close to 8 million units a year. Yeah, this by new facilities will be the start by this, not only for the Egypt market, but also for the regional market as well. They moved some facilities from Vietnam to Egypt. And second, also that is the and second for Vivo also, that is already starting their local manufacturing, and today like also starting for the export to the North Africa. That's why I repeat the challenge that is the exporting within the African continent. Nokia also like that now already producing in Egypt. Xiaomi now it's producing close to the 1 million, and they expanding a lot also for the approaching market. Oppo already started, just like 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago. I visited their manufacturing facility, and they launched the new phones, Reno 12. So launched in China, and 12 China launched from the local manufacturing facility. Yes. And by mid of 2025, they should have the complete facility with to produce 6 million units a year. Yeah. And this is our forecast for mobile phones as well. Hopefully according our plan to reach the 30 million. But this is the main issues. Already we reach this number and these volumes. We would like to enable and empower the vertical industries. We need the support, we need collaboration with other African countries to build the vertical industries. We are not competing with each other. No, we are in collaboration. We are already ready to support the country, the African countries in their journey, in their industrial journey. There's no issues. We are complementing with each other. We can supporting for the upgrading their talent in the technologies, either in like the IT and the electronics, even in the manufacturing, and that is even sharing our experience and consultation. It's no issues. We have to build the industry. We cannot serve all the world from no, it's impossible. Okay, that is your participation in production and local production. This is supporting us, not against us. This is supporting us. Yeah, this is very important. Now, sure, we are doing some effort to empower the vertical industries and as well. This is a brief also for the TV and the consumer and home appliances, how much now it's now Egypt but becoming the regional hub for home appliances and multinational players, and even from Turkey, from China, from Korea, even from Bosch from Germany, hosting their manufacturing facility for consumer electronics and home appliance, and for the telecommunication and wire harnesses also, like the big players from Japan, from Hengtong, for the fiber optical cables, and the others for wire harnesses also, like the becoming that. Why? This is that using the cost-competitive trained and talent people. Okay, for the industry, already we have the institutes to prepare the vocational training and provide vocational training for the technician, for engineers, targeting for the telecom industries as well. Okay, that's like the core national telecommunication institutes to train and qualify close to the 15,000 people, guys. Plus, this is another facility. Yeah. This is a Samsung. How much is Samsung? LG, El Arabi. Also, this is the big group. Yeah. And come to this is also like the developed industry in design and R&D, in IC design and system and the products. Either this is national companies and international companies. We have more than close to the 75 companies working also the exporting their design and engineering services, either international player like Synopsys, ST Microelectronics, MediaTek, Analog Devices, Valeo, and so on, and the others. Yeah. This is the investment opportunity in the engineering R&D opportunities based on the experience, our expertise, and the talent. That is that we are investing for 400,000 for the capacity building and the training programs in ICT in different ICT domain over 3 years. Yeah, in different initiatives and programs as well. And for the electronics design, already we already did it. Yeah, we apply for 5,000 yearly in the design and. Okay. And sure, this is a competitive advantage. I don't like to invest a lot. We already have competitive advantage. This is already cost advantage in Egypt, in Kenya, in Rwanda, even in Zambia, and North Africa as well. It's a location, and the tab on also the free would like to empower and enable free trade, leverage free trade agreement between within the continents. Okay, this is our infrastructure, quality infrastructure. This is very important to enable the infrastructure across your countries, yet like that, with the smart village, with the tech parks and the smart village, and the second, what we call second tier of technology parks as well across the Egypt, hosting design and also manufacturing as well. With we already provide a lot of several incentives and support. Yeah. And also like we already launching and propagating the innovation hubs, what we call Creativa. Now this is like for the inspiring and stimulating the innovation in the this is a spaces for the startup, for entrepreneurs, even for providing training and support. And already we have a labs, we have a prototyping facilities, and the labs as well. This is the sample of the electronic innovation hubs. And this is one of the recent projects, the iconic innovation hub in the new administration capital. This is the closed hosting. Yeah, I know, as I got a lot of time. Yeah. More time, okay. Just like that, I'll give the last slide for supporting government support. Okay, and thanks, I'm happy really, and also, sorry, I take longer time what we should do it, and thank you.
Check, good. You know, Mr. Yassa sold Egypt so much, eh? You're almost about to get people here to start applying for passports and visas to move to Egypt. So we need to contain you a bit, eh? You need to stay in this country. Stay in Kenya and invest in Kenya. We need to...
Yes, we can really invest together. Already a lot of even like the Egyptian investors already like to invest in Africa, and they can even starting to investment in the...
Listen to this guy.
As well.
I love it, I love it, I love it. You're a great ambassador. Well done, Yassa. Well done, well done, well done. I'm going to move quickly to the next panel, and you'll never guess who's on that panel. Yassa is on that panel, telling us more of Egypt. So let me just call a couple people up real quick. You can move that if you need to. I'm going to invite, as I do that, I think they need a minute to do so. The next panel is going to be talking about the smartphone manufacturing in Africa, opportunities and challenges. And just to be clear, it's for the whole Africa and not just Egypt. Eh? We have some amazing panelists here as well. The moderator for this particular one is going to be Dr. Rachel Sibande from the Gates Foundation. Thank you, Dr. Sibande, for being here. We also have a couple of panelists in this particular one. From Safaricom, we have Mr. Michael Mutiga, the Chief Business Development and Strategy Officer, who's going to join us in this panel. All the way from Konza Technopolis, we have Mr. Lucas John Omolo, the Chief Manager, ICT and Smart City Solutions. Mr. Aaron Mwandia, Deputy Director of Digital Technology and Innovations, Ministry of ICT in Zambia. And all the way from Cairo, Egypt, Mr. Yassa Abdelbai, Executive Director of Electronics Industry at ITIDA in Egypt. Just to be clear, we're going to have breakout sessions after this. We're going to rush it so it's a bit quick as well. All right. Maybe I can ask Lucas to join us in the center. I'm told Mr. Mwandia has a call he's on at the moment. All right. Good. Dr. over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to be back here again because I think there are a couple of old faces that you've seen from the morning. And we just heard from Mr. Yassa. But welcome to Aaron. Thank you for joining us for this session. And Lucas, rather. Yeah, thank you for joining us. So we have heard a lot. I was talking to my colleague who I sat close to there, that you would want to listen to, Yassa's presentation all day long, if there was an opportunity to. And so lots of lessons learned from Egypt, from Rwanda. I'm from Malawi, and as I was listening to you, and I believe if there are people in the room for other countries, perhaps the aspiration is, wow, we also just want to be like an Egypt or a Rwanda and achieve what they've done. And so I wanted to start off with you. So number one, you did mention that there is appetite for Egypt to partner with other vertical industries that could emerge in other countries. Can you just speak to, like, let's say the top 3 sort of vertical industries that you are looking at partnering with? And then secondly are there examples, maybe 2 or 3, of public-private partnerships that you've seen work really well in the Egyptian context, which could be emulated by other African countries as they embark on this journey of local smartphone production?
Yes. A reference even through the presentation, already we highlighted some interested and potential, like that realistic, the vertical industries. We can identify the priority vertical industries for the smart manufacturing is lithium batteries. This is very important. Second is the housing, the metal and housing. Also, this is very important. Most of us expected even like not engaging in the production by himself. Okay, it's like yes, we have a great facility, and you and us in the plastic production and metal forming and so on. But for mobile phones, it's different. It needs like a professional facility, precise facilities is not available really in our hand. That's why they should be and give the more added value for the housing and the painting and the plastic and or metal. This is second one. Sure, is the third one. For the chargers, and this is much easier. It's like for the charger and cables and so on. This is the most important, and give the added value, good added value for them. And partnership, okay, not related. It's like the partnership between the public and the private sector. I don't like to go for the partnership as a governmental support. Enabler. We don't just like at the beginning, okay, just a proof of concept for the first factory like in Egypt, like a proof of concept, and push some local investors to invest in the mobile phones. Like, yes, we put a share only 20%, and give them full authority for the management. Just at that time, I was like just a representative from the government with this as a board member. But why also like put us like a board member in that factory, also based on my experience to help them to set up these facilities, not like to auditing them. No, it's already I have 30 years experience in the private sector before, and in the electronic manufacturing, even the telecom product and so on. That like to supporting him. That's it. The partnership is support and policies, regulations. Give them infrastructure and subsidizing. That's already what we serve this, and they qualify and really I'd like also to emphasize on one important things. Okay, very important to prepare the right talent for the industry. This is investing for people. If they can find the appropriate talent, they will come and they will invest. Thank you.
Yeah, if they find the right talent, they will come and invest. Pivoting to Safaricom, talking about partnerships. When you look at smartphone adoption, a larger segment of the African population that needs to be reached now is the rural populace. What sort of recommendations would you make as a mobile network operator for the sort of partnerships that should exist between MNOs and governments to accelerate the adoption of smartphones, specifically by the rural populace?
Thank you for that question. I think the first thing about reaching the rural population is having affordable devices. right? And I'm happy with Yasser here. I had to come and show him these are our devices that we are now assembling in Kenya. And so it's not Egypt alone. So that's the entry smartphone, yes, at about $50, right? Local brand, the Neon. And then this is the higher end. We're actually launching this in about a month's time. That's a new version of the Ultra.
How much is that?
And this will retail for 9,000 shillings.
How much in dollars?
In dollars, that's yeah, do the math. Do the math. Should be about 90.
90. Less than 100.
Less than 100. Right. 80. Yeah, about 80, yeah. Yes. Yes.
It's wonderful. What is that?
So what this did...
90.
Yeah, so what...
$70.
$70. So what this did is it reduced the cost of an entry 4G smartphone to 30% of what an equivalent device would have costed. So I think that's been a very critical part of the success. And to give you a sense, we've gone from 0 to, I think next month we're going to produce our millionth phone. So when I saw your number of 4 million, I think you gave us a target to get to next year.
But this is the private investment.
It's a private investment. So back to the question around what it takes. What it took is having the right OEM partner. In this case was Tele1. Secondly, how we push the devices through the network. So leveraging our and other partners' distribution networks to reach now deep rural areas, right? So we have an advantage as Safaricom that we have countrywide just under 500 dealers. We've got now about 270,000 merchants, agents, on our network, and just about 750,000 merchants on the network. So making sure that we're pushing these devices to those various touch points has ensured that you can get this as far out as in Mandera or as far south as in below Diani, right? Sorry? I'm sure, check Kinangwa, you'll find one. The second thing is you leverage your network. So we're covering about 98% of the country with a 4G network. So having a 4G smart device leverages up the existing network. Then the third thing has been device financing. How are you able to get people paying as little as 30 shillings a day to buy a smartphone, right, over a period of 1 year? I think those factors are at least what are driving the transition in Kenya. We've seen a penetration growth of roughly a 25% increase in 1 year just by fixing those factors around affordability of the device, the niceness of the device, and the accessibility at any point in the country.
Fantastic. I think the Kenyan story deserves some round of applause. I'll move to you, Lucas. You heard and you've seen the local phones being produced in Kenya. Just wanted to hear from Konza's perspective, what sort of metrics are you tracking to measure the success of local smartphone production?
Very good, thank you. Thank you so very much. I think at Konza, because we've created an ecosystem of tech startups and innovators. As far as phone assembly and local manufacturing is concerned, one of the key metrics is that we provided a platform. And in Konza, you'll find light manufacturing zone for devices, for cameras, because as a country, I think we've made a decision that we have to produce the entire IT system that comprises the software bit and the hardware bit. But then, of course, that system is normally complete with the people. So you'll find the government is doing a lot of initiatives on skilling and creating public awareness. So one of the metrics that at Konza we are looking at is job creation. And we are looking at this in form of a circular economy. Like today, I think at Konza, one of the things that initiatives that we are doing, we are going to assemble close to 10,000 devices, for example, through 10,000. No. Over the next 3 months with Jomo Kenyatta University and Moi, building on local talent. So we want just to demonstrate that capability, and these devices will help support our digital hubs, so because the government intends to do close to 1450 digital hubs across the country. So one, we see a metrics in terms of jobs that we want to create, but also in terms, I think cost has been mentioned. We are keen to see how we reduce the cost of producing this. So we worked with players like Traco and Kenya Power to buy power in bulk to reduce the cost of producing this at Konza. But also we are looking at jobs. So we are creating a software development ecosystem where we engage universities, we engage innovation hubs to begin to build the software that will go into these funds. We are talking about a country now where we'll have our own WhatsApp, we'll have our own video conferencing platforms, so that not only do we manufacture, because that hardware bit will not complete without the software.
Did you just say WhatsApp?
Yeah. We are already piloting some of those applications at Konza. So we want to see how we build a very vibrant software development ecosystem that then feeds into this hardware when they're assembled. Thank you.
Right. So it's about job creation, but also creating the software to go with the hardware. Brilliant. I wanted to come back to you, Safaricom. As we increase the number of smartphone users, you're also looking at more data that is being generated by these consumers and users. How can MNOs like yourselves leverage this consumer data to generate insights that can inform government and industry stakeholders around smartphone use and smartphone adoption? And are you doing anything within that area already?
So you're right in a few respects, and we have to be careful also around what you mean by data, because I think one common misconception is the data gets shared, all right? And I think it's important to emphasize the point that any information would have to be anonymized. So it'd be things like where usage is happening, right? What are the patterns in terms of connectivity? What devices are attaching to the network? Are they 5G devices? Is it 4G devices, etc.? So if you help government create policies around, for example, where do you apply the Universal Service Fund to enhance connectivity? Which parts of the country still are pockets that don't have connectivity? And what kind of connectivity is there? Where do we still have large pockets of 2G usage, right? Which therefore means what then sort of applications or use cases can be presented, as my fellow panelists said, to those sort of communities. We can use data, for example, for credit scoring, but that's for our own use, in terms of you've got a clear view of the creditworthiness of your consumers, and therefore you're able to then structure propositions like the device financing to cater for individual credit profiles. So I think it's being clear around ensuring you protect the consumer in terms of the data information and the various securities, but at the same time using that information in ways that leverages the ecosystem. So I said connectivity, type of devices, individual creditworthiness, etc., are use cases for that information.
Yeah, and I like it that you tapped on using this consumer data to generate insights for credit rating, which can ultimately inform device financing options. Super useful. I'll come back to you, Lucas. You look very relaxed now, but wanted to know what sort of incentives does Konza offer to potential investors to attract them into local smartphone manufacturing?
Oh, good. So one is Konza is a special economic zone. So there are incentives provided for by CESA from VAT exemption, excise duty, and many other investment options that we have. And we've negotiated this with the KRA as well as National Treasury. But also second, Konza offers a one-stop shop services. So what that means is if you are setting up an assembly in Konza, then all your permits, all your approvals, you'll get this from Konza. But also we've standardized, we've provided infrastructure, utilities, connectivity from fiber, water, negotiated power, and which are the factors that probably contribute to cost of production. So all this put together. Fourth, we've established a graduate-only institute that will focus on STEM, because we are looking at talent, as I've mentioned. So Kenyan Advanced Institute of Science and Technology is meant to help generate a lot of talent required around technology, around cloud, around IoT, software engineering, so that we're able to connect the expertise in industries, in our software plants, to what is happening in the university, so they're able to draw talent and continuously inculcate all this and create a triple helix arrangement between the industries and the university. So all that is already happening, and we expect to have the first group of 500 students admitted next year. So those are, we basically created an ecosystem. I think that is what Konza has done to ensure that if industries will require talent, then they'll find this. If they'll require incentives, one-stop shop services, then they'll find that. But also we'll offer the platform to help you sell and commercialize this to different destinations across the globe. Thank you.
Awesome. And so talking about incentives, YASA, as you've heard from Lucas, just picking up on that, I think from your presentation, you'd mentioned about digital skills, but what we are hearing from the Kenyan story is that both skilling for hardware production and the software to sit as user applications on the hardware. Can you speak to that element in the Egyptian ecosystem? Is that something that you're also kind of integrating into the ecosystem? So that's one. And then the second one is, in terms of incentives, how do you balance between the need for having tax breaks as incentives with the long-term desire to build a self-sustaining ecosystem? How have you found that balance?
Okay. First of all, for preparing talent, yes, already we have the program, our programs covering the hardware training and software training as well. In ICT, yes, it's like we have extensive training, and the industrial level training, sure, and that is even the starting from the undergrad. And with the internship, we supported with the graduation project and so on, and plus post-grad diplomas and so on. This is defined according to industry needs. That is the plus also for the hardware. I mean, from the manufacturing side, we are already paying a lot of attention. We have some institute. We are focused on for the qualify and prepare skills for the industry. I mean, from the industry or manufacturing. Firstly, we already we encourage and partnership. This is one of the partnership of public and private sectors to host what we call technology schools. It's the technology schools, the special technology schools for the preparing the vocational education to prepare the right talent and conduct those schools with the industry. I mean, that is encourage and partner with the private sector, private investors, or large manufacturers to set up the technology schools with a hybrid educational model that sometime spend some time in the educational, sometime in the real practice in the factory and so on. This is to satisfy. And second,
Also doing and executing the training and the capacity building programs with some institutes like the National Technology Institutes to serve the needs from engineers and technicians for the telecom industry or electronic manufacturing and so on with some industrial skills. This is from the skills perspectives. That's already all this that we can cooperate with the other African countries, and even some of them, even like we have some programs with the African countries that exchange the educational program. From the second and the incentives, how to compromise between already like for the sustainability from the beginning, we already give the not direct incentives by cash. I mean that like it's already we facilitate some incentives. We facilitate the training for the facility for funding the training for the companies or for the enterprises. This is the one. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Are you done?
And second, for the incentives, securing and satisfying the industrial area, industrial land, industrial warehouse or structure with subsidized cost. We support the infrastructure as well. Okay. Third, it's the support, the very important support for the logistics, for legislations. It means for the license, for the fast we get your license and certification to start operation. One start called this tech park or industrial area. It's like one-stop shop to help to get one-stop shop. And fast track, very important issues. Look, especially for the mobile manufacturing, it is necessary to make it the custom clearance faster. We make what it called green track and white list. Like if you are qualified in the green track, it is the most of your shipment is not needed even for the inspection. Just random inspection to check and so on. That's like maybe within 2 days you can clear your goods immediately and fastly, either for the importing materials or exporting your goods. This is very important. This is the real incentives for the guys and so on. And I recommend, by the way, for the others, take case by case, and okay, we have to follow even for the implementation as well later on. And sure, this is already we have that in our investment law, for the tax reduction or tax incentives from 30 to 50%. For the new establishment, that is for the factories in general and so on. But for our focus area for the electronics and for mobile phones, we give a lot of attention and respond for all kind of the challenges happened or against the local production.
Thank you. Super insightful and inspirational to hear the Egyptian story. I would want us to wrap up, considering that we are like an hour behind schedule, so I'll try to save us some 20 minutes. And so wanted to ask for parting shots, but before we get to that, I wanted to ask you, Lucas, do you see that our universities, the ones that you referred to, University of Nairobi and others, have adapted their curricula to be ready for this sort of revolution of local smartphone production, from your experience?
Yeah, good one. That is currently the gap, but it is a discussion that we've started with the support of the Ministry of Education, and you'll find that because universities are key, and going forward, some of the measures that you'll, for example, see if I am a professor supervising a group of students, then I'll not only be required to see them through to graduation, but some of the KPIs will be for these my students to establish businesses and startups. So it will be a continual program to connect these two industries. And the reason why we've created also KAIST, as I've mentioned, is to create that touch between industry and our students, so that there's feedback from both ends, what industry requires, and we ensure that we keep abreast with what's happening with technology. If you look at the statistics by United Nations on Conference at Trade, they do annual publications on innovation and technology. They had projected that in 2020, the market value of emerging tech, that is IoT, blockchain, big data, artificial intelligence, was around 1.5 trillion USD. This is meant to grow to 9.5 trillion come 2030. So that means that the impact and the possibility of technology, not only in education, is critical. And that's why the whole discussion on even how we can revolutionize what we are used to KPIs, not only to graduate, but to see how we blend technology in terms of what we teach, and to be able now to inculcate skills that will take these guys forward.
Yeah, and I like that, because that's the only way we can build graduates that can transcend from being job seekers to job creators themselves. To parting shots, Michael, I just wanted you to tell us what's the next big thing we can expect from Safaricom. Any promises you want to make on the pricing? Is it gonna go down further, or?
So maybe touching on the comment around Konza and what they can do, because the big announcements is we need to evolve our products. So I've just shown you, for example, the Ultra. We've already gone from the version 1 to version 2. And given consumer tastes, we need to look at version 3, right? And that needs to happen in the next 12 months. And the things that we have to enhance are, for example, the battery, right? A lot of our users are, say, border riders. So they need to have a battery that lasts a long time, right? So it's pushing the envelope around how much more battery, how much more juice can you get from the battery, right? And that's why we need support from, research, the universities, the technical people, to help us push those things even further. How do we push the aspect of, for example, what components can we actually start producing locally, right? So, for example, can we set a roadmap towards a local chip assembly for local devices? And it's not just for phones. You can do that for tablets. You can do that for laptops, etc. It's looking at how can we evolve the proposition to the regional market, right? There's a lot of work to be done around the evolution, and we need help and support around that. But the big announcements are, of course, the announcement on Ultra 2. I gave you guys a sneak peek about that. We'll have a 5G phone coming out in the course of next year. We have a tablet coming out in the course of next year. So we're progressing in that space. Thanks.
Fantastic. And to Angela's point earlier in the morning about the Gs, we look forward to this 5G phone. Well done, Safaricom. Yasa, what's the next big thing we can expect from Egypt?
The next for Egypt is for deepen local manufacturing more and more. This is the really now we can achieve like from 35 to 40% local added value. It's not local component to be directly, This is the one thing to deepen local manufacturing by vertical industries. This is the time to invite local the investment for the vertical industries, and second, enabling more and more for R&D and investing more for R&D and encouraging. Now most of the R&D facilities, yes, most of them working even for the exporting the services, engineering services, or making even IB for overseas. But also would like to supporting and empowering the design and R&D for local product. I mean for the national product, that already we get a step further for this, and the funding R&D projects, the government funding the R&D projects for the local product. I mean for the national challenge, for the national product, for telecom. And also we are focused in the telecom products, while also advise my colleague Michael from Safaricom using of some of their revenue or CSR budget, for funding the design or development, even applications or even products, or the local design of such. This already we make this exercise with Telecom Egypt. In Egypt, this is the biggest operator, and the main shareholder of the Telecom Egypt is the government as well. The funding for design the routers, the DSL routers and 4G routers and so on. We are expanding in these issues as well. This is I think this is very important, and all the governmental also that last advice we are doing. I'd like to share what's already I see. This is some success. It's the public and partnership. Any project, even launched by the government, like the innovation hub, like the incubation program and so on, it should be in a partner with the private sector. For example, all these Creativa hubs already we launched across the Egypt, and electronics innovation clusters and so on. We are already investing for the establishing all of these hubs for equipment, materials, and show and all of things. But the operation, we delegate the operation to the private sector. One of the operator already is the engineer Ahmed Ala. It's our colleague. Also, this is already coming, attending this event. It is from the private, his company, even the startup. We give them the chance to operate one of the electronic innovation hub over 4 years or 5 years, and get very success. This is the passion of the new generation of the startup to give them the chance even to participate and to grow, and with supporting with us. It's our support. Thank you.
Fantastic. Hopefully we can meet again next year and just get to catch up on where you will be on all these threads.
I highly recommend to come up with this event really, and to make the committee or alliance, to continue in to give some recommendations and follow up this recommendation with.
Certainly, it should be a first of many conversations. Lucas, you have the floor. Your parting shots. What's the next big thing at Konza?
I think several, but the main one for us is from next year, you'll have people live, work from Konza, Technopolis. We are through with our first phase. But our next big thing also, we are establishing an AI and emerging tech research center. We've already engaged quite a number of stakeholders within the private sector, and we want to support the country build the required skill set so that we can now be part of fourth industrial revolution. We don't want to follow like we've done with the first, second, and third. Third, we expect establishment of a digital media city in Konza that will be our Hollywood, a destination for gaming, for entertainment, for filming, and many others. We've collaborated closely with the government of Korea, and it has been modeled around Pangyong Tech Valley in Korea, a very small ecosystem there on 600 acres with a high concentration of startups doing creative activities. And you'll be surprised that that destination back in 2020, what they were able to export in terms of talent, in terms of creative content animation, was equivalent to the GDP of the country. So that is an opportunity that we see, especially for the creative sector, and we want to provide that as a platform. And of course, many other initiatives that will be unfolding at Konza, plus private investment, like I know GS1 and quite a number of investors are groundbreaking tomorrow at Konza Technopolis, noting that we've already laid the foundation for horizontal infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. The future certainly looks very bright. And so we can only hope to hear more about what happens in the next few months. As we've heard, certainly local device manufacturing is on the rise, hoping that there can be more digital innovations, more jobs being created in our economies. We'll be looking forward to the 5G phone from Safaricom. And we've also heard that it's a broad ecosystem. There are a lot of vertical industries that should be leveraged. And it's important to take a holistic approach, integrating both manufacturing but also skills development. On that note, I'd like to thank my panelists for sharing their insights and perspectives, but also for our audience. They've been very engaged. Looking forward to catching up with all of you again next year. Asanteni.
Thank you very much. Mes, could just take a step forward so we can take a nice group photo. Please note these faces. They told us a 5G phone is coming out of Safaricom, and next year we can live and work in Konza. We'll hold you accountable. We'll hold you accountable. Good. Thank you. You may have your seats. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I know we are very pressed for time, so we're going to make a few adjustments to the agenda of today. The first thing is that we're not going to have breakout sessions. We're going to have one breakout, or would have been breakout room, happening tomorrow. That's the panel on state of electronics manufacturing in Africa. We're going to do that again tomorrow. However, we're going to do a merger of what would have been breakout room 1 today. We're going to just merge the first two. That's the rule of the game, financing local and smartphone manufacturing. We're going to converge that to the regulatory and taxation challenges faced by African manufacturers. So in line with that, I'm going to have an 8-man or 8-woman panel, 8-person panel, which is one of a kind, featuring a couple of people. Yes, Maureen, I'm going to call you to be the moderator of this panel. Maureen Amakabane is from Tony Elemelu Foundation. She's going to come and be our moderator for this panel. She's going to be joined on stage by Mr. Sebastian Codeville, the CEO and founder at KaiOS. I'm seeing Michael Mutiga shaking hands as he's making 5G promises. Well, Michael, thank you for your time today. You've been very helpful and very insightful. We're going to have Zachary. Zach is going to join us from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. We're going to have Yasser join us back again for this one. Yeah. Are you tired of us, Yasser? Come over. We'd like to hear more from you. It's okay. Oh. All right. Franklin Ombaka, Mr. Franklin Ombaka is here, the Chief Manager of Corporate Policy Unit at KRA, is going to be joining us as well. And finally, all the way from the Office of the Data Protection Commission, Madam Commissioner, Ms. Immaculate Kasait, is here as well. If Maureen is here, oh, here's Maureen, our moderator for this one. Maureen, maybe you can sit on the extreme, the other side. I'd rather sit on the other side. All right, Yaza is arriving to go. I love it. Sebastian? Yasa is back with passion as ever. Yeah, by all means, yes, sir. By all means. There's a name I forgot to mention, my apologies. Mr. Linus Smelly from GSMA. Linus, if you're in the room. Is Linus here? Mr. Ombaka, I see you. Yes, he's going to join us, and then, Madam Commissioner, if you may. All right, Maureen, over to you.
Do you all want to come closer?
Yeah, just come a bit closer. Leave one seat for Yasser. Yeah, I guess that's good enough. Yes, Linus? Okay.
So I think before we start, let's all stand so that we can see we're in the right energy. Because I think the discussion is very lit, will be very lit. Okay, so your left hand, shake it. All right. Your right hand, shake it. Awesome. Your left again, shake it. Make a fist. Touch your chin. Chin, people. This is your chin. Oh, okay, let's do it again. So this is your chin. So I was just checking your engagement level. So this is your chin, this is your cheek. Cool? So you do what I tell you to do, not what I'm doing. Cool? Okay, right hand, shake it. Shake, 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 shake. Put it into your fist. Touch your forehead. Awesome, 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 awesome. Okay. We can start, I think, so of course, one of the things, I'm in the entrepreneurship space, and one of the things that happens, and one of the things that technology has done, it's made us very adaptive and very agile. So I believe most of you had a copy of the program. I was to sit in on behalf of the Tony Melu Foundation, but I'll of course speak about the foundation and the work that they do, but I'll also introduce myself first. So my name is Maureen Amakabane, and I run an organization called Nyamam Sokos. I'm a serial entrepreneur, but for today's purpose, I'll stick to that. It's a digital marketplace, information and knowledge hub for women in Kenya. So we are using technology to ensure that women are making money and learning through digital spaces. And then I also wear another hat as the Tony Melu Foundation representative in Kenya, as the Kenyan hub lead. So the Tony Melu Foundation is the largest African philanthropist organization where they work with African startups to fund them, train them, and put them into the startup ecosystem. So every year for the last 10 years, the foundation has trained over 20,000 entrepreneurs and disbursed primary seed capital of $5,000 to each of the enterprises. So if you're looking to get a pipeline where entrepreneurs are in Africa, all the 54 countries in Africa, that's a good partner to look at. So I'll start with my panelist on that side. Please pick up the mic and introduce yourself and tell us one fun thing about yourself. Tell us your name, what you do, and one fun thing about yourself.
Okay, thank you. My name is Franklin Ombaka from Corporate Policy Division, that's Kenya Revenue Authority. What I do on a day-to-day basis actually is to look at the tax laws and regulations to ensure that we bring them up to date with the current business environment. We work together with the National Treasury and Economic Planning, that's the ministry. That's what we do. So when it comes to the funny part of it.
Fun. Anything fun about yourself? Anything fun about yourself?
Yeah. The funny bit about me, I think I like coming before time if I'm alerted that I need to be in a particular place at a given time.
So you're a timekeeper?
Yes.
Awesome, awesome. Next on the panel.
Yeah, it's on now. I'm glad we share something in common about keeping time. My name is Immaculate Kasait, Data Commissioner. I also keep time. I come before time when events start. I know it's a very rare trait many times in government. Anyway, I'm the Data Commissioner, and the fun thing about me, I like listening to Afrobeats.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Linus Meli from the GSMA. I am in charge of public policy for East Africa at the GSMA, and this is part of our event. I'm very happy at the engagements that have gone down already. One fun bit about myself, I like to kick a ball when I get some time, and I also watch a lot of football. Thank you. And just to celebrate Data Commission, the Data Protection Act is now 5 years old, so that's something for us to celebrate in Kenya. Thank you.
Yeah, clap, clap, clap.
I'm Sébastien Codeville. I'm the founder, the CEO of a company called KaiOS, a small technology company. And what we do is we bring internet through affordable device, which is the topic of today, except our phones are what we call smart feature phones, so devices between the 2G feature phone and the smartphone. So we connected 175 million people to internet, mostly in South Asia, and we have some interesting program also for Africa today. Funny things, this morning Angela said between each G there are 10 years. I started working on 2G, but I'm not so old, so I think the 10 years are maybe to adjust. So I started as a phone designer on 2G devices before, but
Awesome.
I'm not 70.
Oh, nice. That's quite interesting. Yes.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zachary Kazaz with the Gates Foundation. I work on digital connectivity. I think I gave people enough of an intro about my team earlier, but one fun fact about me is this is the 4th continent I've been on in the past month.
Oh, wow. You're going around the globe.
Around the globe.
Awesome, awesome. So I think that's such an inclusive panel. And so, of course, I'm your moderator, and I'd introduced myself. I was just wondering, what's one fun thing about myself? I love to dance. Dancing is one of the things that I'll do very effortlessly. And I think now we can go straight into the panel. Oh, yeah. I think we've met you, but we can meet you again. But now tell us one fun thing about you. I know so much about Egypt through you. Tell us one fun thing about yourself. One happy, fun thing. Yeah.
Introduction for myself? Yeah. Okay. Just like as you said, this is I am the executive director of the electronic industry programs or initiatives in Egypt. It's the Information Technology Industry Development Agency. It belongs to the Ministry on Information and Communication Technology. I have I think it's close to the 30 years experience in the electronics, manufacturing and research and development as well. I have started really my journey in the electronics industry in a great group, in a great company
called Bahgat Group. This is like the school of the electronics industry in Egypt. Most of the electronics facility now, it's relying on the resources coming from this group, is Bahgat Group. Unfortunately, really, all of us, like all of my colleagues also, like sad, this is a group have been collapsed or almost closed due to some out of their hand. This is like due to also for the management and some issues and some family issues and so on, but like this is already like the big school for us. And starting with the manufacturing of the PCB fabrication. We have started the factory with we are young guys, and that time we are managing the operation and give us a chance to the setup and establishing this facility and operating this facility as well. Plus and Jin joined the R&D in the it's also like that. Give like a brief about my experience. The first TV designed and developed in Egypt, the hardware by me, by myself as well.
So in summary, the fun thing that I've gotten from you is you developed the first hardware that was used in the first TV that was done in Egypt. I think we'll take that for now. Cool. That's it. Awesome.
Awesome. And I joined like that. I moved to the R&D and become the R&D manager of this company for the electronics, and that we have the fantastic team that time. And that time, almost like all of our team, the spin-off with even the companies or the managing the other facilities and so on. And then that join after that for the also consumer electronics group called Partners Electronics, the establishing R&D over there. And I was that time as like chief operation officer for these groups in Egypt and Sudan, expanding and establishing the manufacturing facility and the R&D for that company in Egypt and Sudan as well. And then moved to the selected by the industry to be head of the electronics industry initiatives by 2016.
Okay.
Yeah, but like from the educational perspectives, I got my master's degree.
Okay, let's just hold it there so that we can get into the panel. Because it was just a very brief introduction, and then one fun thing about yourself so that we can get into the panel. Okay. Great. Awesome. So I think we can start engaging, and I'll start with yourself. So this panel is really speaking about what are the emerging opportunities, what are the existing opportunities, and what are the challenges, and how could we potentially solve the challenges. And for you, maybe I can ask, from a development perspective, how are development partners globally plugging into the local ecosystem? And are there any upcoming opportunities? And how do these local manufacturers plug into these opportunities? Is there a link they can follow to apply? How do they get into, how do you meet these manufacturers?
Well, thank you. And I think really that's not just a question for me, but the question for the whole convening. It's been very clear from the speakers earlier that moving into developing local manufacturing requires a consortium of so many different players across the private sector, across the public sector, multilaterals, development sector. You know, when we're talking about things like manufacturing a battery, developing a PCB base, improving the power supply so that you can have the level of reliability, these are things that are big money, huge money. We're talking about sometimes tens of millions, billions of dollars to make these necessary infrastructure upgrades. When you get to those levels, that is far beyond the scope of philanthropic dollars. That is where the multilaterals come in. That's the World Bank, that's the AfDB, that's access to private capital markets where there is the big funding. I think what, from a development sector, from a philanthropy perspective, what we want to be able to do is help bring people together and, in fact, elevating the voices who have that appropriate expertise. And that's why it's been really exciting to hear from this diverse array of speakers and just meeting people over tea and over lunch about what's really possible and being able to tap into this disparate expertise that exists already on the continent and has the power to really take off and accelerate from the manufacturing perspective.
So I think I'll just ask a follow-up question. I think you've spoken about the big monies, but we are still at the formative stages within the continent. So if there's a manufacturer sitting here, or there's a manufacturer listening to us, what can they do to get into the philanthropy space as an entry point?
I mean, I think we kind of are having an open invite, and Qhala is facilitating this for people to generally come join this journey. This requires, I think, dedication, vision, shared objectives to really move this forward, and I think the AfCFTA is a great convening point to bring that together and to really be able to set up that joint vision and journey. But it takes people raising their hand and saying, I'm interested, I believe in this journey, I'm manufacturing potentially a commodity today, I'm manufacturing screws, and I think that we can transform my manufacturing line so that we can create the screws that are actually required for a smartphone, not just screws for construction. But we need that coalition of the willing to figure out how to move forward and make those next steps.
Awesome. So what you're saying is the manufacturers should raise their hands and they should plug into the ecosystem. Awesome, thanks. I'll go to you, Mr. Sebastian. And I'd like to hear your voice in terms of how does KaiOS envision its role in supporting local manufacturing in Africa through financing and technological partners, and then from where you sit or from the wealth of experience that you bring, are there any spaces or any people you can point us to so that as we are trying to figure out the journey, then we are also having somebody holding our hands?
Yes, so maybe just before I answer that question, I'll start with what exists today. If you look today at phones in the market and what people are buying, today a 2G phone, basic phone, costs $6, $5 to $6. An entry smartphone costs, we've heard about $50 before with local manufacturing. There's a gap between 6 and 50, which makes this situation basically not addressable with one solution. So of course we can always bring the smartphone a little bit cheaper. It's more, the more you go, the more difficult it is. You can make the feature phone a bit smarter also. It's another way to bridge the gap. So KaiOS we have been focused on that, basically bringing internet, making the feature phone 4G enabled, bringing capabilities inside. We've done it in very large scale in one country. I know Africa is not one country yet, I mean from a cooperation perspective. We've done it in India. The population is similar, it's 1.4 billion people also. We've worked with Geo, and we did this product. I will just show you the actual product. This is 4G, it has NFC, it has internet, it has a lot of application on it. They sold 140 million of this single phone in the market. And what is interesting is you get people testing the internet services, trying application. You can watch TV, there's TV broadcast on it, there's YouTube, there's social media, and so on and so forth. Payment, of course, you can pay with your device. So my point is we designed this platform together with Geo. We can do it if there's a willingness to do it in scale, at scale here. We are very open to create a platform with a local manufacturer that fits the needs. This morning, the presentation was great. What people want, what do they want? They want something that improves their life, give them access to education, give them access to financial services or financial means, improve their income. We have many of these bricks in the platform already. This kind of phone, to produce, it costs $15, around $15.
Where are you producing it from for $15?
So this one, interestingly, also, you are talking about manufacturing locally. Jio did that when they started in India. So we are just a software provider. We are not the hardware manufacturer, but we did turnkey software for the manufacturer. So we deliver a full software, completely validated, to the manufacturer. Jio contracted 7 different manufacturers. They asked them to produce in India. Then the supply chain came up, exactly what you were saying, the LCD supplier, the battery supplier, the casing supplier, the packaging supplier came because the volume was there. So they triggered this request. So in India, it's easier because it's one operator with one country, one government, but it's possible. It's possible if the willingness is aligned. We can help on the software, and we always work with local developers, so service provider or application developer, to onboard them on the platform and make the platform customized for the specific local needs.
So let me just clarify this. So what you're saying is, one of the ways you're saying is you're coming in to look for potential people who you can collaborate with locally. And from what I hear you saying, then that solves a lot of pre-capital investment, because you're already coming with something that has been tested and piloted.
Yes, the platform has a complete range of application. It's already ported on a specific hardware. It just needs to go to production. Yes.
Awesome. So if there's somebody, a manufacturer listening to you in this audience or online, how do they reach you?
Well, we have.
Do you have do you have a website? Do you have? Maybe you can just share the website so that people can actually go and see.
Yes. So yes. If you search KaiOS on
KaiOS. Yes. Awesome.
So the website is kaiostech.com. And yes, there's a lot of information, but you can probably contact the organizer and give my contact.
Awesome. You know, I have a bias because, like I said, I'm an entrepreneur, so I always ask questions of the how and the when and where, so that by the time people are leaving, because I know the goodwill is there, people are willing to put in the work, but sometimes in this side of the Sahara, access to capital can be an issue. So thanks for sharing your insight and your experience. Awesome. Linus, GSMA is very big on policy. And we do know that policy is one of the things that could be a barrier or could also create an opportunity. So from where you sit, where first of all, what have you done? What policies do you think currently exist that create opportunities? And then where do you think, would you direct people or manufacturers looking to go into this space? How do they take advantage of that? What's the pipeline? What does the pipeline look like?
Thank you very much. This is a good question because it really sits squarely in what my bread and butter would be. So for the GSMA, and here I might risk repeating some of the numbers that were mentioned by my boss in the morning. Our key focus is to point our members to where opportunities are at. So looking at policy, we like this conversation because now we are looking at what do we do to reduce usage gap. We have laid networks, so there's a lot of broadband that is lying there. From the numbers that were shown, about 64% of broadband in Kenya, for instance, is not being utilized. It's just there. So there's people who don't want to start using that technology. So then we point our members to those people and tell the members, look, we have about 20 million people who are not on any form of technology. Get out and try to bring those people in. We also tell the government, these are people we can easily monetize. Right now, we have only 8% of the sector contributing to GDP. With this 8% in sub-Saharan Africa, we are only 500 million people who are using mobile phones, and about only 300 million who are using broadband, that is the internet. So we tell the government, if we are able to onboard an extra 10% of these people onto broadband, then their ARPU goes up, and we are able to see that in the GDP. It's going to directly contribute to the GDP. So then in policy formulation, we tried as much as possible to make the government align with that that objective, and that is why you see the bottom-up economic agenda in Kenya, for instance, having something to do with technology and digitalization, and the government's trying very much to make sure that there is digitalization across the economy. Then, after pointing out opportunities to our members, we go ahead to do studies, and we've done studies which Qhala has worked with us in some of them, and some other stakeholders. We do studies to show the numbers. Where are the numbers? For instance, we tell the government of South Africa, look, if we sunset 2G and 3G right now, then it's likely to lead to issues, because almost 40% of your customers are still on 2G and 3G. In Kenya, the case is totally different. We have about 57% of our customers on using, 43% of our customers using feature phones. So if you sunset 2G, then it is going to be a big problem. But ultimately, the conversation is, let's move everyone to higher technologies because of the efficiencies that come with those technologies. So then, once we've shown the numbers to our members, then we go ahead to say, so then how can you invest? And this is now the conversation that we are having here. We can invest by, okay, for us, we would support both, import of devices into the country, as well as local assembly and local manufacturing. Because at the end of the day, if I'm able to compete with a locally manufactured phone, then it means there is a lot of efficiency that still needs to come into the country. So we push that so that the customer gets the best of what is out there. Thank you.
Just hold on to the mic. I have a follow-up question.
Thank you.
I've heard you talk about either mainstreaming policy through government, but I was just curious. I have actually two follow-up questions. You've said something about membership. So does GSMA operate as a membership organization? So are you saying that, for example, if manufacturers are to benefit from your value chain, should they be members, or what does that look like? And then the other question is, how then do you, these policies that you're creating, how do they get to the manufacturers? How do you cycle back this information to the manufacturers and the non-government stakeholders?
Thank you very much. Can I answer your question with a very short story? Thank you. There is a gentleman sitting somewhere one afternoon and thinking, how do I get across a message to my girlfriend? His name is Samuel. This is 7th September 1837. And for those who are enthusiasts of spy movies and such, you know about the Morse code, and you know about Samuel Morse. So Samuel sits about in his small room and thinks, how do I get across to my girlfriend? And he comes up with the first dots and dashes to pass across a message to the girlfriend, which now we are calling it SMS. About 37 years later, in 1870, we have what we now would call AT&T. We have the famous fathers, the two fathers of mobile technology, sending the first voice transmission, which now would give birth to telephones. So along this, we see development that is brought about by necessity. You need this, then you have to think around how to get it. So in 1950, there is a big breakthrough of transistors. And this is important for Africa because when they started manufacturing transistors, then there was a lot of efficiency that came across. And so because of those transistors, people went around looking for raw materials. Where are the raw materials to make these transistors? And apparently a third of those raw materials are found in Africa. So then they came to Africa, take the raw materials and bring us ready products. So then the conversation that Africa didn't have at the time is how can we make use of this technology that the world is talking about. So within the same time, about 1987, someone started asking, how do I reach someone in another country? Yeah. And so that is when roaming started. And when roaming started, it was very hard to harmonize billing and, how do I pay someone to call across the border. And so within those conversations, then the GSMA was born. So the GSMA was born to generally harmonize standards as well as also try to harmonize the conversations on how to do cross-border communications. So because of that, then it was a very focused group that looked at GSM technology, mobile technology. So then we have membership of mobile technologies that we support with the policy and other conversations around decision making and how those decisions are arrived at. And so because of the evolution, we are now looking at how do we expand this. Really, it's beyond my pay grade, but let me just talk about it because I don't see my boss around. How do we expand this membership to include some other verticals that would benefit from this? And so you'll see we have verticals such as manufacturers, we have verticals such as tower companies who are now members of the GSMA. So yes, you are correct to say that for you to engage, you have to be a GSMA member. However, sometimes we also have forums such as this, and we invite everyone who we feel is a critical stakeholder to the forum, such as MWC Kigali, MWC Barcelona, and we engage regardless of whether you are a member or not. The second question was?
I think you've answered it within, because it was around how do you, the policies that you're creating, how then do you ensure that information is disseminated? But you've answered it in the context of within your membership structures, you actually are very intentional on transferring this information and engaging your members.
Thank you. Just a quick addition. Okay. We also have a pool of data for our members who you can get in and get information on policy, digitalization and whatnot that you are interested in. This pool of data is updated as per the engagements that we are having in the field, and it is very, very beneficial for the members, as well as sometimes you also have some publications that you allow to non-members for industry growth. Thank you.
Awesome. So I think if any manufacturer is listening to you, they should run to your website, because then it's in the shift of policies where opportunities come in and opportunities there. So I'll move to Immaculate. And I think I'm also a very big fan of the data protection, because then it was able to really harmonize conversation on the internet and ensure that people remain safe on the internet even as we grow. So my question is, how does the Kenya data protection impact local smartphone manufacturers, especially around pre-installed apps and cloud storage features, because there's data protection? And of course, I know you live in Kenya and you know the conversations that are already happening when the next panelist, where he works, attempted to say that they will be getting people to record information and we're up in arms. So how does data protection, how does it affect that space?
Thank you very much, Maureen, and I'm happy to be. In fact, I asked Shiko. We are manufacturing smartphones, and conversations around data protection are becoming eminent. That means we are becoming woke in terms of the importance of data protection. But without going too much into detail, but I think it's important for us to contextualize, because many times when the issue around data protection is thrown around, people then misinterpret it to be that we are, my friend on the right will say we are trying to limit in terms of collection of revenue. On the left will say that I'm trying to limit in terms of data flows. I become the barrier in the punching bag, not immaculate, I mean the data protection space. But I think it's important for us to reflect on why it was important in this generation where tech has become the way of life. Data protection has become important. And one of the things I can quickly think about, and I spoke about it just a few days ago, if data protection was really important in the 40s, probably never would have witnessed the Holocaust. Because the issue was people were zooming down on your location and your ethnicity and your race, and in some cases even your conscience, your political rights. I mean, those are their rights. So when you push back and look at the what happened in the 80s, which the longest convention on data protection and GDPR and what the world is doing, is just to call us back to order, to common sense, to dignity, to self-respect, to trust. But for smartphone, because we're in a space of smartphone manufacture, it's about trust. Would anyone pick your smartphone or buy it if they know you have a back end where the information is getting to be snooped or somebody knows about it? No, they will not, because they know as a manufacturer, you're not taking into account data protection by default and by design, which is what you asked about. What is the role of the Data Protection Act in that sphere? I think our role as an act, the act is to really put in place to make sure as you're beginning the journey on manufacturing smartphone, whether you're embarking on the hardware, but mostly software, you embrace data protection by default, by design. And this will mean that when you look at the principles of data protection, are you embracing data minimization? Are you making sure that you are fairness? You're telling the people, you're telling them what the information is going to be used for. Because you've seen that is a big challenge, that many people, when they invest and as business owners, they do not consider data protection by default and by design. And then when you run into issues, you then now come and start asking your R&D and legal, why didn't we comply? And you should have thought about it at the word go, that we should have complied with it at the word go. And I think it's important because it's a conversation across the globe, because you're not manufacturing these smartphones for just local. The information that is being exchanged, we all know that smartphones now have become more of our assistant. They've become, I could say, everything. They are our doctors, because even now we are all wearing smartphones to tell us what our heart rate is and how many steps we have walked. So they begin telling us whether you're okay in terms of your health. They've become they tell us in terms of our time. They tell us in terms of where we are. Location is a lot that smartphone. It basically runs us. So we must be conscious of the flip side, if we did not take data protection by default and by design, what this would mean for the beneficiaries. It could be an issue of threat to life, loss of identity. It could also be an issue of beginning to know what they're thinking. I mean, it's a lot, and then exposes you. And then when it comes to now the data flow that you've asked, because that is an issue about cloud computing and where you save data, I think I would say in terms of the Data Protection Act, we provide that framework. The Data Protection Act, and that is a question we asked many times, provides a framework that is flexible enough to allow you to store your data in cloud computing and even in terms of data flows. There are conditionalities. Some of the conditions that are required is just tell us whether you have appropriate safeguards. If, for instance, in your cloud computing, or you'll be storing your data, whether in cloud, are there safeguards? And then also, can you tell us whether is there any adequate decision between the countries, like the one we are pursuing as Kenya between us and in Europe? And then, is it being transferred for purposes of necessities? They're just conditionality. But it also says, if certain category of data are transferred away from Kenya, please ensure you have a copy here and a copy there. So I think we have a flexible data protection framework that allows for investment, that allows us to actually build trust back to the customer. And that is fundamental, because especially in the Kenyan culture, where people ask questions, you don't want to spend 3/4 of your time in court defending an otherwise decision. You'd actually have had a conversation with people where your customers trust you, where they are willing to share with you information without asking questions. I think data protection, look at it from a point of trust. And I think it was brought sanity to this space where we have reversed, it's a reverse engineer. Previously, manufacturers, producers took my information without asking what I need to do about it. But it's my information. Please remember, it's my information. It's my name. It's my address. It is where I live. It is my phone number. It is mine. So if you want to engage with it, please let me know and ask me what you want to do with it. I think it's changing reverse. It's saying, hey, it's mine, so ask me first. Thank you.
Awesome. I think that really dignifies the space. It ensures the cybersecurity. And I think I had a question on opportunity, but I can already pre-answer myself. So I think purely from a marketing perspective, organizations that are going to align to data protection could potentially even use this as a marketing tool. So say that you should buy our gadget because we've taken these measures to ensure that you're safe. And I think that can actually be an opportunity right there.
That is what we tell the business sector, that when you conform to data protection, it becomes very easy to sell your product because you're showing compliance. Yes.
Absolutely. Awesome. Mr. Franklin, Kenya Revenue Authority. I think the bulk of the conversations was centered around costs, was centered around taxes, was centered around importing multiple things, being charged for everything that you're importing to assemble. Maybe just the question that I would have for you is, where is KRA? Do you have specific waivers that you can mention in this session that people can take advantage tomorrow? Not the ones you're working on, not the ones that are in the pipeline, the ones that currently exist, that if a manufacturer today can actually listen to you, and tomorrow they'll actually go and make a saving somewhere.
Okay, thank you. I will start first by maybe giving the mandate of KRA. One is to collect taxes after an assessment and also to account for your taxes. When it comes to tax policy, it's a matter that lies with the National Treasury and Economic Planning. However, as KRA, we work closely with the National Treasury when it comes to reviewing the incentives regime that we have. Currently, what we have on the table, you can for those who've gone through the VAT Act and the Income Tax Act, we've modernized it by making several amendments to it so that we can also create a conducive environment for the businesses that are operating within the country. And of specific, I'll go to the Finance Act 2019. It gave an exemption, VAT exemption, to the manufacturers of motherboards and the inputs. But of course, we have to liaise with the Cabinet Secretary for ICT for you to be able to enjoy that benefit. Then it comes to 2023, that's the Finance Act of 2023. There was also an exemption of excise duties, that's the 10%, to the people who are importing disassembled and also unassembled mobile phone inputs. So I think that one can also be used. And also we have investment deductions. We are also, it's there, which the investors can also benefit from that. And for those who are able to invest at minimum of 10 billion Kenya shillings. Also, there are incentives. You can get exemptions on part of the inputs. That's the VAT exemption on part of the inputs. Once you make an application to the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury. So those are the benefits that are currently there. That is on the domestic taxes front. And when it comes to customs side, we have different programs that are there to ensure that we bring down the cost of doing business. One of it is the pre-arrival processing, whereby you lodge your import documents before the goods or rather the vessel arrives at the port. Then they'll be able to be processed before that arrival. Once the vessel arrives or the goods arrive, they are able to be cleared out of the port immediately. Then also we have the authorized economic operators, whereby once you lodge your documents, those are the documents, and make a declaration, a customs declaration, then you get an automatic release by the system. So that one you'll also be able to get your goods immediately. Then in that program also, verification and other physical intrusions are not usually undertaken at the port of exit, whereby in case maybe the goods you brought, they have an issue of the suspect, then there's something we call destination verification. So the verification will be undertaken at your premises. So that one also saves you on time and also on other costs that are attendant to that import. Then we also have the green channel, whereby using the risk rules within the system, they are embedded in the system. If your transaction is a low-risk transaction, then it will move automatically to the green channel. That means that it can only be subjected to an intrusive verification. That is through the scanning. So it will not get that physical verification. I submit.
Awesome. I think that's very informative. And maybe just the follow-up question is, do manufacturers know this? Do you have a database of manufacturers and you communicate this to them, or how then can they find this information? Are you intentional about sharing, or they have to come to you?
Okay, that information actually, we have a whole marketing and communication team, and also in corporate policy, we keep on inviting. We keep on inviting the industry players for those sessions where we have those interactions, but also on our website, you can be able to get that information. And in case you face any difficulties, please just feel free and you reach out to us.
Awesome. I think you've given is it called the master key? All that information is on the website. So if there's any manufacturer listening, they are very empowered, because I think part of running a business is information, credible information that you can use to take action. Thank you for your insights. Mr. Yasir, I think I have just one final question to you is, based on the things that Egypt has done, what would be from a peer-to-peer conversation, Egypt to Kenya, what do you think are the two things that Kenya can borrow immediately and run with?
It's like the collaboration in capacity building and the training and so on. That like I think this could be the immediately. Also beside the capacity building, also for the collaboration in the innovation and the startup ecosystem. I think this could be happened immediately. Even we join. We'd like to extend this collaboration in these two topics. Even now we are such a collaboration, even the startup ecosystem and also the capacity building, but in the small or narrow band. Second, really would like to discuss for something like for the feeding industry as well. How to collaborate in feeding industry, in the feeding industries. This is very very important, and revise the custom and the trade agreement between the Egypt and Kenya as well.
So I think that's very spot on.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is capacity building, where we can come and learn. So maybe my last question to you would be, have Kenyans ever other than Dr. Shiko, how many other Kenyans have visited your facility? I'm assuming Dr. Shiko has visited. Has she come to your facility?
Yeah, I already visited.
So have you had any Kenyans coming to your facility to just visit and see?
Yes, I think it's like maybe 2-3 years ago already we hosted some Kenyan delegation, I think. Yeah.
Were they manufacturers or were they? It was a delegation of manufacturing.
It's mainly for the innovation and the innovation ecosystem.
Awesome. So I think that's already a low-lying fruit where we can say a bunch of manufacturers can actually go to Egypt and see, because it is through seeing that we actually get best practices. Yeah. So maybe that's something you can continue to explore, where you can pack, especially young people. They may not even be manufacturers. It could be a school trip.
Yeah.
For people to come and see the possibilities. It could be a university trip. It could be young people who can come to Egypt and visit. So I think that could be an opportunity that's there. So I'm seeing I have 50 seconds, actually 48 seconds. So I really have to wrap up this panel. But since you have the microphone, maybe there's one burning thing that you had to say. Everybody can have an opportunity to give a parting shot, and we can come this way.
Yeah. Just like I'd like to highlight one thing. It's like the protection and the black market pay a lot. We have to consider these issues. Could destroy the local initiatives in our continent. Is the black market and the smuggled goods. We have to call. We have to make the initiative, all of us, to protect from the black market. And I mean not black market, not the fake brand. I mean like it is out of the official channels. Really, this is the biggest challenge. Could be like you really destroy the local facility. Yeah.
Your parting shot. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Maybe to just briefly, just in a second to address what my fellow panelists on the right has said, the issue of protecting the market. I think there was a notice which went out last week about IMIE, whereby when you bring in a mobile phone from 1st of January 2025, you have to register it with customs. So I think that one will be able to somehow rein in some of those people who have been maybe bringing in those gadgets illegally, which also will be protecting the market. So that is something that should not, we are looking, let's see by 1st of January how we'll roll it out. I think that one will offer that protection. And then now, the other thing is that once we are able to roll out the e-teams, that is in domestic taxes, it is a system that will be leveraging on artificial intelligence and machine learning, whereby some of the queries that you've been maybe coming to offices or making those calls, you'll be able to get feedback using your phone on a smartphone. You interact with your smartphone and you're able to get that feedback. Because some of the queries that you'll find are things that can be dealt with they can be dealt with straight away. They don't need any human intervention. That's where we're heading to.
Awesome. Yesterday, I purchased something. Then, of course, accountants are very strict these days. So when because I said, okay, I told the place, give me the receipt. So when I was taking a photo of the receipt, it actually automatically scanned and took me to my e-teams account. And I was able to actually see that this receipt or this transaction has been noted. So I think that's a significant stride that you've made, especially for businesses that have complied in matters tax. Yeah, so that's me saying, hapo kuna kitu mmefanya. Or there's something that you've done that's good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just for me, it's a parting shot. I think we are here to collaborate with manufacturers and the entire ecosystem for them to appreciate the importance of data protection I think this kind of collaboration with Egypt, we've seen the Egyptian Data Protection Authority just setting up, asking to come and do case study in Kenya. That's a good thing. And we have something to offer Egypt, you know.
Yeah, I like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there are things we can export as a country, and I think one of it is trailblazing in data protection.
Awesome.
Two is just to say, as we continue focusing on the next 5 years, I think it's important for companies to invest on technical expertise on data protection, because we've seen there's a gap there, and we are here and willing to give advisories. As an office, we remain open to give advisory on any aspect of data protection that you're not clear about. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you very much. For me and the GSMA, ours is to preach reduction of the usage gap. We do not want to leave anyone behind. So let's have global conversation on how to make sure that everyone is on 4G. The Gs that we talked about in the morning is at least on 4G, 5G, and heading to 6G. For us to make sense of the investment that we put around, anywhere you go, you see masts have been put all over. For us to make sense of that investment, we have to carry everyone on board. Thank you.
I like that. I'd like for the day when my grandmother in the village will be able to, I'll be able to call her and find her. Not, you know, the phone was, I don't know where, the network had disappeared. So I like that point.
Yeah, and from our side, so we're in Kenya because we want to launch a pilot here, a pilot with the operator, with the bank, with financial, with fintechs actually, microinsurance, microcredit, saving, to at the same time connect people to internet and to financial services. So we're looking for partner, and we want to launch a quite large scale pilot between 300,000 and 500,000 people, where the phone will get a bit subsidized through the services they will load, they will embed. So we are looking for partner for this specific project. So it's a call for partner.
Awesome. I think I like that more. There's a partner here who's looking to partner with somebody, and he said he already has the resources and he's looking to come. I'll have a side conversation with you as well. Yes.
I guess the last parting shot of the day. I think it's important that as we think more about smartphone manufacturing, we don't fall into the same industrial development trap that many industries have fallen into on the continent. If you look at financial services, all of the banks are basically competing for this less than 10% of the population at most in most sub-Saharan African countries, sometimes less than that, sometimes sub 5, sub 3%. We all have to ground ourselves in that opportunity of the 70% of sub-Saharan African population who do not have access to a smartphone today. And those people are those living in rural areas, in the village, low income. And how can we really solve for that group? Because it is just so much bigger than trying to decrease the cost of a phone by 5-10% to make it slightly cheaper for those people who already have smartphones.
It's very interesting. You say that I was having a conversation with my domestic manager, stroke nanny, and she bought a new phone, and I was expecting her to buy a smartphone. And she actually said, I cannot buy a phone above 5,000 shillings. So that already gives you a user case. How much are people willing to spend? And that's a whole segment. And I think for me, my parting shot is, based on the words of the founder of the Tony Melu Foundation, he preaches what is called AfriCapitalism, which is Africa will be built by private enterprise and profitable ventures. So it's the idea of us leaning into the indigenous African going into the private sector, investing, putting money, and also just building the entire ecosystem, creating jobs, creating profitability, so that we can eradicate poverty. So thank you so much for your time and your engagement, and I think we can network. Is the MC still around? Okay.
Hello? Oh, awesome. Thank you so much. We're going to wrap this up quickly. Thank you for honoring us with your time, your kindness, and I do apologize for taking too long, but I really enjoyed it. The sessions were very engaging. My CEO and founder is not here, Dr. Shiko Gitao. She's not feeling well. Not too bad, but she's going to get fixed. She'll be here tomorrow with us. I wanted to counter a narrative. It is a good thing we are invited to go to Egypt to visit your factories. We will get there, but before we get to Egypt, we have our own manufacturing plant here in Kenya, and that's Gearbox, and Gearbox is inviting us tomorrow for a visit. So I want to call Mr. Cherono to come and talk about it. So because this has been an impromptu into the program, tomorrow we're going to summarize the program and I'll share it around so that we can go, when we're talking about manufacturing in Africa, what does it look like? Everyone cannot go to Egypt, at least not for now. Mr. Cherono will give us a glimpse of how it looks like. So maybe we can get inspired of, Shiko was inspired when she went to Egypt. We are here today. Let's see how it happens when we visit your section. Karibu, tell us what should we expect tomorrow?
Great, thank you, and good afternoon, good evening to everyone. Yes, so tomorrow you're all welcome to visit our facility. We're Gearbox Europlacer. We're would like to say we're the first EMS, so the Electronic Manufacturing Services facility based in East Africa. We do contract manufacturing and contract design for both local and international companies. We focus mainly on manufacturing IoT devices that have an impact in Africa and across the seas. But we're also looking to diversify into high volume manufacturing. So the conversations that happened here are really pertinent to us. And I must say that this event really validates what we've been talking about for the last 10 years. I did electronics manufacturing in the US. I came back home thinking I would only be a consulting engineer. And then I saw somebody doing prototype PCBs. And I said, that's a spark. How do we get it to scale? And then we started this journey in 2016. We talked to government, private sector, and every time we'd say electronics manufacturing can be done on the continent or in Kenya, they couldn't believe it, they couldn't fathom it. So thank you very much for this. It just validates that we're on the right path and we will get there together. So tomorrow you will see products being manufactured, being designed and manufactured for Kenyan market, for the African market, and for the international market. Just very quickly on our revenue, 20% of our revenue is for the Kenyan market. 40% of the revenue goes to the African market, and then the remainder goes international, right? So again, we're more of an export company servicing electronics, but we want to change that narrative. We want to add more value to the Kenyan market and, of course, Africa. So you're more than welcome to visit tomorrow. Thank you.
And how we're going to do it, I know Eunice is somewhere around here. We're going to send out a Google form for those who are interested to sign up. So then we coordinate and we work out the logistics of that with transport and everything else. Otherwise, thank you. This has been great. I don't want to waste too much of your time. Welcome for tea after this. And let's catch up tomorrow morning early. Let's start on time and finish on time. Thank you. It's been real. Karibuni.